Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the regular council meeting to order. Mayor Davey,
Here.
Councilmember Laredo,
Here.
Councilmember London,
Here.
Vice Mayor McCormick, here. Councilmember Moss,
Here.
Councilmember Petros, Councilmember Sigorola. Here. We do have a quorum, Mayor. If we may please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brief comments by council.
Yeah, welcome back. It was an interesting summer. And now, poised as we are to tackle our budget season, I wanted to say something. We need to get to work. We have real issues facing our island. Council Member Segurola is bringing up the bacteria and the sargassum that's been invading our waters. We have a presentation concerning beach renourishment. Stormwater is on the agenda, although, spoiler alert, I am going to seek a deferral. We have not fully addressed undergrounding the utilities, and we need to begin planning for the future of our island. Our budget needs work, and it is unclear to me what opportunities and challenges we will face when it comes to our own capital improvement plan. I expect that there will be debate up here. I expect that there will be disagreement and, at times, perhaps some heated exchanges. That's okay. We're 7 different people with 7 different opinions on the issues, but we can't lose sight of our objective. We can't forget that we have been tasked with working for the betterment of this community. What is done is done. We need to tackle the issues and projects that lay ahead of us. If there are disputes between us, let's hear them out. But let's hear them out up here on this dais in front of the people we represent, and not in the chats or in the media. We have great talent up here, but it goes wasted if we focus on trivial matters and don't tackle the tough challenges we face. Our job is to set policy to make sure that those policies are carried out. Let's have frank, constructive discussions. Let's tell each other what we think and why we think it. Again, we may not agree on everything, but we have to work together if we're going to get things done. We are a healthy, vibrant community. We have far more opportunities than obstacles in our way. We, the council, just need to take advantage of what we have and work to make this village a little better than what it was when we were elected. So I just want everybody to, let's focus. Let's get together, let's work as a team, and let's make things happen. We've been here 10 months now, and we've got, I can't do the math, 14 months left. So I want us to be a team again. I want us to be working and getting the real things done. So that's what I'm asking for going forward from this moment on. One other thing, I think the manager will speak to it later, but the hurricane or the tropical storm out there, I just want to stress everybody should be just making arrangements, start considering what's going on. I think it's about 4 or 5 days out, but don't get distracted. Start making your plans now. Who's next? Oh, Allison?
Thank you, Mike. I echo your comments, but this is a much lighter note. I was neglecting my duty to deliver these to the back just so that everyone know Aunt Tainter made us goodies. So in the spirit of being together, we can enjoy her sweets.
That means we're in trouble. Ann's coming to say something if she's bringing food. Anybody else?
Next item, Mayor, is agenda approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawal.
Okay. I have 4 items that I would like to defer. The first one is art in public places. I apologize. I want to make sure we're fully vetted on that. I had one more person who had put his name in, and I had not added him to the list, so I want that to go around before we make a final decision so everybody can have their input on that. The consent 8F is the financial software. I would like to defer that. I would like to have a discussion during our 8F, which is the financial software. I'd like to talk about that during our budget workshop next week, and then we can discuss how we want to move forward on that. I want more on that. The ordinance 9B, which is 530, I think we've already planned to defer. Is that correct, Manager?
Where?
Sorry, 9B, which is on 530 Crandon?
Correct. The ordinance, when we get to that, the clerk can read it
9B1.
into the record and
9B1, I
we'll
apologize.
defer it date certain.
Right.
That's tab 19?
9B.
Yes.
9B.
9B1.
Got it.
Can we make a request for certain items to be included on this when it gets brought back to us? Like a reminder of exactly what the plan is to have in our packet?
You're talking about about which one?
5:30?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's have I'm just putting mine forward, and we're going to have to discuss and then move on it, right?
And as you do that, it is incorrectly unless this is not a second reading. We never had a first reading on that one. Just so that we get that clear. Well, I support your deferral, but this is not a second reading.
Yes.
Well, we can discuss that next time, but I'm pretty sure it's not.
Comes up.
Well, I think we need to
Okay, well,
figure that out.
I apologize. That's got to be to a date certain. I just want to make sure I brought that up. And then Resolution 10A, which is stormwater. I don't think this is the appropriate time. Again, I want to talk about that. That's part of our budget workshop. It's historically been that way. I really want to allow this community to have a full voice on this. I know there's been some discussions back and forth about the payment methodology, but I want to make sure everybody's heard, and I just didn't feel that this was the right time. I think this agenda is far too packed to bring it out, so I'd like to have us discuss it in our budget workshop on the 3rd, and then on the 10th, we can have it heard prior to the beginning of our budget hearing.
Can I ask a question about that? Is
Absolutely.
there any potential downside to deferring any of these issues that you mentioned? In other words, that we wouldn't get something done on time, or we're going to impact our budget negatively if we don't discuss this financial package software? I mean, by delaying it.
It's a week.
For a week?
No, it'd be to October. You want to bring
No,
this
he
up?
asked to talk about it at the
No, I
budget
asked the
workshop
workshop-
next
the
But
week.
the workshop, we're not making any action items in it, and she needs an action item is what she's
Well, then we
asking.
can bring it at the 10th. We can bring it as an action item on the 10th.
You would have to call a special call meeting for that because.
That's fine.
On the 10th.
That's not difficult to do, right? I can do that.
Why not on the 3rd?
Because we're doing a budget workshop. That's a workshop. I mean, we could call it for the 3rd and have the discussion then if you want to have a special meeting beforehand.
Well, it's part of the budget workshop.
But I thought as part of the budget, I thought that would be a good part of the workshop. And then we could have a meeting,
only.
discussion only. And then on the 10th, when we're voting on other things prior to, such as the stormwater, we could then have the vote on that as well.
Yeah, but we're critically, for everybody here, we've had no accountability for the 6 years I've been around.
I agree.
We have no software, we had nothing.
I agree.
Finally, we do need something. So the longer we defer it, the longer, why can't, I think when you want to have the 3rd, make a special thing for that on the 3rd and the budget workshop. If we like it, we can vote for it. then.
Fine. Okay, I'll do
Yeah.
that. I have no problem with that. I thought it would be cleaner, but we'll have a special meeting on the 3rd prior to the budget workshop.
Prior, so 5.
So we'll have the
5:30?
budget materials to actually have some context to.
Correct, and I'd
prior
like, yeah,
to it.
there's some materials I'll be requesting from the manager. We discussed yesterday just some of the different things, but I'd like to,
I'm prepared to speak to any questions if the item can be heard, but
okay, but it's not going to be heard tonight, but on the 3rd, but I'd like the data out to
One
us.
other question, Mike. Was this budgeted for next year's budget, or I'll ask the manager, or was this included in this year's budget and we would just be spending money already set aside for this?
we've identified resources across all of the departments to be able to move on this year. In addition, the annual licensing is also budgeted for fiscal '20.
Right, it's budgeted for the next
So
budget.
we
For
have
this
funds.
upcoming budget, not the budget that we're just
It's
ending?
both.
But
It's a
in fis-
budget
it's a both.
amendment. We didn't budget for it. They found money in different departments to pull together to make a budget amendment for the year that we're in. And then additionally, it'll be added to next year's budget because
Of
it
the
goes on
software,
annually.
you have to annually. I get that.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may, just so I'm clear, what additional information do we need for the 3rd on this financial software?
Well, I'd like to know, you mentioned comparables, you mentioned other places that were using it. You mentioned a number of things in your memo, but there was no backup for that. I didn't see the we didn't do an RFP, we piggybacked on somebody, right?
Which is
On Surfside.
Which is permissible per our procurement
I'm
code,
not saying it's
yes.
not permissible, but what I'm saying is I'd like to see the backup that I brought up. What else did we look at? What are the pros and the cons of this as compared to what we have? Why is it, those are the things I want to see.
Well, You know, I'm prepared to discuss any of these. I got elected to make decisions, but I respect your judgment. And I move your request that these items be deferred.
I appreciate it. I'm not trying to delay the process.
No, I
just-
understand.
I wanna
With all
full
due respect, I like to make decisions.
Yeah.
And, but I understand, and you have a better feeling for the moment we're going through. So in deference to that, if it's a motion, then to defer these items this one will be for the 3rd, just to make sure, right?
Correct. That would be for the 3rd special hearing or special meeting. And then, is there anything else?
Yes.
Anybody else? Oh, sorry.
Can we also pull off of the consent agenda K, the Safe Routes to School
Okay. The 16,000
Cultural
grant?
Resources Assessment?
For discussion?
Yes.
You want to withdraw it?
No, I just want to talk about it. I don't want it voted on consent. I want to get a chance for us to talk about it.
So you put it in resolutions?
It will be the first item heard after the consent agenda is approved.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, I would like to move 7D to be in combination with 9B2, because it doesn't make sense that we're making appointments before an ordinance is finalized. So I think that we should go ahead and combine those two.
I'm sorry, say it again?
7D, I would like to move that with 9B2.
Okay.
Which shouldn't, under normal circumstances, you shouldn't have to make this motion, Councilman, because that's logical. Somebody should be doing that work for us. You can't appoint something where you don't even have a.
Exactly.
I don't want to be sarcastic, but we got to be more careful with our agenda.
To your point, okay, so right, we can't appoint if we don't have a board, that makes sense.
Exactly. So I just want to move it so we can discuss the ordinance first. If the ordinance gets passed, then we go ahead and go in with 7D over there at 9B2.
Perfect.
So it'd be 9B3.
Mike P., the Community Foundation. I don't want to vote on it, so therefore pull it out of the consent agenda, and you can hear it afterwards since I've been accused of whatever.
Wait, say that again?
Pull P out, the Community
because,
Foundation.
we don't want you doing anything on
You
it.
didn't visit me in jail, so please, thank you.
P and
No,
Q?
wait a minute. I don't know. Don't be laughing about this stuff, because
P and Q?
we got to get off. What? Say that again? No. I mean, this
Listen,
stuff is
I'm
getting out
pulling
of
it out,
hand.
we're going to hear it by itself. That's all.
Right, it's going to be heard as a
We'll hear it
separate.
I wanted to
Separate item.
swept through the
recuse
We're not
consent.
saying it's not going to be heard. We have a separate item.
Ah, you don't want it in consent agenda.
That's right. That's
Thank
all.
you.
P and Q then, Ed, they're both related to the foundation.
I have one thing.
Yes.
Can I make a request that my discussion item, which is number 7, potential purchase of 571 and 599 Harbor, be moved up? We have Mr. Simon here, who's been working with the manager on this all summer. He has a brief report to share with us before we discuss this, and in the interest of him not having to stay all night, can we be?
Where are you moving it to, Kate?
I'd just like to make it the first discussion item if possible, and to allow him to present at that time. Is that
Is it
okay?
appropriate to move him to presentations?
That's fine
To the
by
very
me,
top of
'cause
the
that's
meeting?
even-
And I omitted one I wanted to do was move the 2040 up to do that as well, because there's some people who want to speak to that as well, if that's
Okay.
okay. 2040 and the 571 should be moved to presentations after we hear from our representatives and
I
we
still
hear from
can't
the
believe that
Mass
everyone
Green
doesn't want to
Champions.
stay all night with us.
So if we could do 2040 and then 571, 599?
That's fine.
C and D. Okay, is there anything else? Anybody wants to move?
Yes, Mayor, if I may, I'd like to add a manager's report on the September 3rd budget workshop, please.
September 3rd?
One other thing, I don't know when it's appropriate to talk about this, maybe as the last discussion item, but I would like us to have a discussion about the recent events that have happened with cars being taken from people's property.
Okay.
And also, somebody went into somebody's home a few weeks ago, just to have a discussion that the community know we're aware of it. Our police officers are working diligently and smart steps to try to avoid that happening in the future.
Why don't we make that 11A?
And the police chief has a report anyway today, doesn't he? He has a
We could
report.
ask him, but,
Yeah.
I think more than anything, just to speak to the fact that this has occurred and what we think we could do to try to make it go away as best as possible.
Lock our doors. Okay. So that would be what, 11A 10,
Yep.
update on crime? Madam Clerk, you okay with this?
Would you like for me to repeat everything?
I think that's probably the smart move.
Defer 7C,
Yep.
defer
7D. Oh,
7C.
sorry. Yes, you're right. I apologize.
Defer 7C, defer 8F to budget workshop.
To a hearing, a special meeting before the budget workshop.
8F, I'm sorry.
8F is the financial software.
Special meeting, I apologize.
Funny, I was-
Defer to a date certain 9B1, but I believe I have to read the title and
That's right.
continue it. Defer 10A to the budget workshop and hear the item on 1010.
Correct.
Special meeting on 9/3 at 5:30 PM. Then we have Vice Mayor pull 8K to be heard at this meeting. Councilmember Moss move 7D combined with 9B2 to be heard at the time 9B2 is heard. Councilmember London pull 8B and pull 8Q. Councilmember Petros move up 6B, I'm sorry, 6,
No, 11A7.
I'm sorry, 11, I'm sorry, 11A6, no, I'm sorry, 11A7 up to 11A1. Here, 7D,
That's going to be on presentations, Jenny, sorry.
okay. 5, 7,
And the other one,
6C.
6C and 11A7 will be heard after both special presentations.
Correct.
And there's an addition under the manager's report as 11D7 for September 3rd budget workshop, then 11A10 vehicle and home thefts.
And 20, just to be clear, 2040 is also shifted?
Yes,
Okay,
I-
perfect, just, I missed that.
Mayor, point of clarification, for item 10A, the resolution, is it to be discussed at the workshop or part of this special call hearing so that it's actionable?
No, it'll be discussed at the workshop, and then it'll be actionable on 1010.
which one?
The stormwater.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
After all of that, can I just move for adjournment?
We're just getting warmed up.
Next item is public comment.
Okay, Ann Obregon. Oh,
Oh, 9, is it 10:10 or 9:10?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I'm actually not a resident of Key Biscayne. I'm an employee of American Cancer Society.
Could you state your name and an address, please?
Anna Obregon, 100 Edgewater, Miami, Florida.
That works.
Does that work? Okay. I'm here today because this year we've actually brought one of American Cancer Society's biggest events to the community of Key Biscayne. And this event specifically hosts over 500 women in the local community who honor 12 women who have really been philanthropic and given back. And it's not necessarily in the cancer space. They can either be environmentalists, they can be activists, they can support children's education. But we really take the time to honor 12 women each year. So we're celebrating the 12th annual year this year. And we'd like to give the village the opportunity. We do nominate legacy couples, so couples in communities that are very philanthropic. And because we brought the event to Key Biscayne this year, we would love the opportunity to hear from you all who you think we could nominate or honor this year as a couple in the Key Biscayne community. We'd also like to partner and invite all the women in the Key Biscayne community to come to an event in their backyard that really supports the cancer space. Whether you're a survivor, a caretaker, or you're close to the cancer mission, we'd love to have everyone there. It's going to be hosted at the Ritz-Carlton Key Biscayne on October 11th. It's a Friday, and it will be a luncheon from 11 to 2 p.m. Again, whether it's sponsorships, tickets, I do have documents that I can give to you all that you can look over. I do know there's a lot of people speaking today, so I don't want to take up too much time, but again, we would love to have the community be a part of an event that's hosted in their backyard. And it would definitely be amazing and incredible if we could nominate a couple in the Key Biscayne community for an event that we're hosting here this year.
How do we contact you to do that?
In the document that I have here, which I can give to the clerk to pass out to you all, my contact information is there.
Also, do you want to tell the community the website that they could go to and look for tickets?
Yes, so it's acs.cancer.org/inner circle of 12. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
Mr. Mayor, is it okay with you or something if we hold some of the other public comments until our elected officials are here?
Yeah, that's.
Would be kind of a courtesy to them.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't want to step out of turn on the council. But yeah, do you want to, is everybody in agreement up here?
Yes.
Okay, why don't we do that? We don't want to keep you guys.
Must be a
3 minutes.
Must be a
I'm
check.
kidding. You brought a check. You can take as much time as you need.
Mr. Mayor, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Village Council. It's good to be with you this evening. I'm here with my colleague, Senator Jose Javier Rodriguez, to, one, echo the sentiments I heard from you at the start. There are a lot of challenges that not only is this community, but our county in many respects are dealing with. Our focus is working on our districts, and that includes the Village of Key Biscayne. So please include us as members. We're going to be working with you to see how we can use and be a voice in the state on helping take on these challenges. Looking forward to our tour tomorrow as well. We came with treasure from the previous legislative session. As you all know, one of the things we do when we're up there is work to bring down much-needed dollars and resources for projects that we have here in Key Biscayne and across Dade County. And it is no small challenge. It is a feat on its own. We are often thought of as have everything, have all the money. We're good. You're good. Good luck. And so we often have to face that challenge, and we do so working closely together, working with this delegation, and working with your esteemed government policy experts as well. And so we've come today with a check for $100,000 to support the bike lane, the continuation of the painting of the bike lane to turn green all the way through to the park, the state park. Excited to bring, it's not an enormous amount of money, but it's an important part of, I think, what helps keep this place safer, a better, safer community, increase the quality of life. So we've come to bring this check, and I'll turn over to you to close us out.
Sure, thank you. Jose Javier Rodriguez, State Senator, along with Nick Duran, honored to serve the same constituents that you do, but in the state legislature. And I want to thank you because you all make our job easy, frankly, in terms of, from a policy standpoint, fighting for the community safety and quality of life issues. I know that, for example, finally having a real ban on texting and driving, which will be fully in effect in January, is something that's important to you all, just as an example. But also on budgetary issues, which are tricky. We had a new governor, a lot of new legislators this last legislative session. So it was tricky work, but working together, obviously we were able to accomplish at least something. And I really appreciate being able to continue serving and working with all of you.
Do we have our photographer?
Big check.
We have some photographers. No,
like
come down
on a
there.
game
We'll
show.
come down to you guys. How are you?
Pleasure. Oh, we going down? Okay.
Not you, Ken. Oh, I'm not letting you leave.
Nick and Jose Javier, would you come back? Folks, turn around. These people have been here twice, and they brought $900,000. 3 minutes to give us $800,000 and $100,000 today. And let me tell you, let's remember our friends when the time comes around, because we forget in Key Biscayne much too often. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to go back to public comments. I have Tim Gamwell. Come on up.
How did I do it?
This is one of the houses we didn't buy, but they wanted us to buy it.
You're not a technician, that's for sure.
We didn't buy the other one.
She's helping you?
Well, while they're doing this, I wanted to come and thank you. I was here, I think.
Tim, I'm sorry, you got to state your name and address.
Tim Gamwell, 571 Glen Ridge and 160 Harbor. I wanted to come and thank you for, I was here, I guess, about 2 months ago, for following through, for the village, or the council following through on their commitment to getting our parking lot redone. So I brought some before and afters and in-betweens, and so
I don't know how to use it.
well, anyway, so this was kind of the before process. Well, maybe not.
I have seen the way they've paved it. It looks good.
It looks amazing.
Looks really good.
So what we started with, and again, Chief Press was instrumental in helping get this cleaned up for us also back about a year or so ago. So this is what we started with, and
There you are.
Okay,
so
sorry.
that's what we started with.
That was a staging area that the village used as a stage, all the equipment. And that's why the parking lot got so damaged.
You're ripping through the good stuff.
She's working through the good
Yeah,
stuff, so.
but then this is where we mark and a lot of the condition that was left. We have to repair a lot of the catch basins and lower them or repair them completely. And then the day that we didn't even open the parking lot was this father and son playing there at the court, that we made the decision not to paint parking lines there, just to do the court, so residents can enjoy and play. And
Yeah,
this is how
years ago, we had a basketball clinic from the village there, as you recall. So we re-striped it for basketball again.
Great.
So anyway, this is the end result, and through God's grace and Michelle's good bidding process, we were a little bit over our budget, but we got it done, and we're very grateful and thankful for you to seeing it through.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing us to stage there. That's
Thank you for
critical.
bringing the pictures.
Thank
I
you.
think this is like nice. We have 2 clapping in a row.
Hey, Tim, sir, I think you better not start a bad habit of actually coming here.
So thank you.
Yeah,
That's a
because
bad
people
habit?
I'm just going to be, I can't, my heart can't handle it.
Well,
I'm used
so
to getting
following the
criticism.
guys that brought
In
money,
2 months,
so-
we turned 3 years or 4 years of frustration into a reality, and thanks to the manager and the 7 people here.
Well, we're no
It's-
longer an eyesore there, so we.
But I mean,
appreciate-
we owe you a lot more than a parking lot,
No,
sir.
no, we're happy and very, very blessed that it got done. So we thank you for
Thank you.
for seeing it through.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Good to
Thank
see you.
you.
Michelle Esteves.
Michelle Esteves, 798 Grandon Boulevard. I know that you pulled 10-8 out of the agenda, but I think also even for the 4th is not enough time. And I am not here even to speak against or anything. I think that the ERU, that calculations and all that, I think they have to be more equitable in a way that maybe condominiums, we like to be part of it, we like to be included, and pay the fair share that will be part of it, because even the ordinance call that is responsible, the village, and operate and maintain the storm drain. And then that the village is responsible for protecting people and property in the village of Key Biscayne. And I think that should be all together. So I don't think so there's enough time to request participation. I think will be much better from all the condominium side to include it in this, because you're going to have the streets, also commercial properties. I did the calculations because since I manage the square, they pay $19.68 a month because the space into the 1,000, I don't know where that number came, commercial properties.
Michelle, forgive me for interrupting. Did we not defer this item?
Yes, she
No,
said,
but I'm
she
trying
stated that. She has
to
the right to
request that
public
you asked that is not enough time.
She's saying
to
that there's not enough time
participate.
to have it on the
I think
third.
that
She
is a
thinks
lot
we
of
need more
money.
time. So it's taken.
I think that is a lot of money, and we all want this, but we like to be considered to be part of all this village-wise stormwater drain. That's all I'm trying to request for you to consider, nothing else. I'm not here opposing or anything. Let's make that clear. I think that will be better that we all are included into this. Will be benefit the whole village.
Forgive me, Mayor.
Okay.
I know that, and I know what a tough job you have, but I cannot let go. I have to have a dialogue with the people in this community. Sometimes you come here with so many hats, I don't know. But the fact is, the premise of your petition of us assumes that we're excluding you. And I
No.
just simply do not accept that. Well,
I am not.
well,
I'm saying that it's
the
not
English
enough
I
time.
understand. You're saying you want to be included. You are being included. And in fact, the mayor had the courtesy and the deference to postpone it, as per I imagine some complaints. But I mean, to ask us to include you implies that we're not including you, and we need to get off this you versus us. This community cannot survive this.
We are not included.
Okay, well, that's my feeling.
Okay.
Okay, we'll discuss it on the 3rd.
That's why I just requesting that with all respect, okay? Because we are not included. Definitely we are not. Okay, no, we are not. That's why I'm requesting that we like to be part of it. We like to be considered to be part of this storm facility.
And the only thing I would say is I would encourage you to come on the 3rd. Let's have a dialogue at that point. We're talking about two different things. I don't want to jump in because I want this on the 3rd. On the 3rd, we'll discuss what you're proposing in certain terms. I want to discuss long term, okay? But as far as our stormwater fund now, we've got a fund, we've got to move forward. I do know what you're talking about. I'm happy to talk with you off the dais, but I appreciate your comments. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted that to be clear.
Just not to be delayed. In reference also to Councilman Laredo to prohibiting fishing on the Master Bridge, I supporting him 100%. I mean, that's have to stop. That's really out of control, and it's affecting the whole healthiness and cleanliness of the bridge. So I hope that you support him to prohibit fishing. The right to placement of satellite towers, please be very careful how that is done. I don't know the intentions that you have, but I'm glad that you bring it up. And because otherwise we're going to be just having these satellites everywhere. So I really appreciate it that you bring this to the council. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ann Tainter, here's where we earn our desserts. Here's where we're earning our desserts.
I didn't see any tonight.
Well, you don't get any, Ed.
They're debatable.
They're over on this side.
Ann Tainer, 170 Ocean Lane Drive. I'm getting older, so I need my glasses, and I've written down what I want to say. We all, including the village, have to have a budget. Some pros, some cons, some on the back, wish list on the back burner. There are programs that were long in the making and took a lot of work and effort from a number of people to make happen and to maintain on this key over the years. The Key Biscayne Community Foundation, Active Seniors, Fire and Police, and then the new guy, Freebies. All are added to the quality of life that we all love for the residents, and all are of the highest level. More than half of the residents use these, or not, and some all of these. They're a part of the idea when we incorporated to have. I urge you not to cut any part of their funding in order to keep them at the level they are now. It is one of the reasons that people have lived and stayed here, and we need to remember the lifestyle of the island paradise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Lucia Rodenberg.
Hello, my name is Lucia Rodenberg. I live in 201 Crandon Boulevard. I'm a sixth grader at Mast Academy. I went to KBCS from kindergarten through fifth, and I was in all the advanced programs. I as well enjoyed the volleyball, softball, and swimming programs that the community center provides for us. My idea of the youth council was to have kids' voice in the community that will make a difference, and to have perspectives and ideas that adults might not consider. That's it.
Well done, Lucia.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Have a great day. That was perfect. That was succinct. We understood what you wanted. Let's learn from that.
In a few years, Lucia, you'll be up here.
Exactly. Patricia Woodson.
Hi, Patricia Woodson, 472 Warren Lane. I'm here as the chair of the Parks and Open Space Board. We like our new name, thank you, to emphasize our support for the purchase of the park on Harbor Drive. It meets all of our important criteria, and it also serves in the 2018 Citizen Survey. Not only were parks, as always, considered among the top three, if not one or two, most important features in the community by responding residents. But this time, neighborhood parks or pocket parks were specifically highlighted as important. So we have $7.5 million approximately in our land trust. One of the best things councils have ever done was to set aside this trust, which each year receives a contribution toward purchasing land for the specific purpose of creating parks. So I hope that we will be able to put it to use. It contributes to community, quality of community, connection, health, fitness. This location is already located, it's really in the middle of what's become a fitness walk for many residents. It's already got a significant amount of foot traffic, and it's an area of the community that has never had a neighborhood park. So I'm hoping among the many opportunities that we've had over the years as a village of Key Biscayne, we've lost tragically many, many opportunities. I hope that we get to keep this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Luis de la Cruz.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Councilman, Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale. Good to see you. I'm here to continue the conversation that I've had with a few of you and to plant the seed on those that I haven't had the opportunity to discuss it with, that we really need to start looking at hiring a chief resiliency officer. Now, whether that's an officer or a director or whatever, that's something that you guys can take up and discuss, but I can't stress enough how important it is that we all start looking at that particular issue. And maybe this is the right time during the budget season. When I was up on the other side of the dais, you know, and 4.5 years ago, whatever it was, rarely did we ever discuss resiliency and sustainability. Now, it's almost in every conversation, you know, and it's become a real issue. And whenever I try to discuss it with some people, unfortunately, we talk about, well, you know, we're talking with Miami-Dade County, we're talking with City of Miami Beach. We're going to follow their lead. That's not what we should be doing. we should be leading in this particular capacity. We have an island, a perfect microcosm, where we could actually make a huge difference and become an example to a lot of other municipalities throughout the United States. And we can afford it. And I really do believe that every decision that you make up there, almost has a resiliency factor involved in some way. And please think about this. This is the budget season. I think it's one of the most important things going on. Of course, you've always seen me worry about that particular part of our whole process here more than anything else. But I really do want you to please put some mind into this because it's really, really important to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucha. Valerie Leach.
Good evening, council members, and thank you. My name is Valerie Leach, and my address is 789 Crandon Boulevard. I am here to speak briefly about the enormous structures that appeared last month on top of Cape Florida condominium. I have sent you a couple of emails and pictures and relevant background information. I also emailed and met with the village management. I was told that they're looking into the matter. We hope that the village uses whatever recourse is provided in the code to have these cell towers eliminated or moved from the rooftop of Cape Florida condo to a much taller building where they can't be seen by so many Key Biscayne residents. Trying to prevent a similar problem from happening again in the future is a great approach, but it's simply not enough. This is because of the following reasons. These structures are having a substantial adverse impact on our property values now. Whether they comply with the code is questionable from a legal perspective. They are disproportionately large and out of context compared with the size of the building and its surroundings. And they're a horrible eyesore that is really ruining our Key Biscayne skyline. Therefore, we would appreciate your addressing this matter with whatever recourse you have in the code. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris Biggers.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Biggers. I reside at 526 Allendale. I wasn't actually prepared to speak, but I ran into Steve Simon, and I want to also note that I'm in favor of purchasing the properties on Harbor Drive for pocket parks. I live on Allendale right around the corner from the 401 Park, which I use probably 2 or 3 times a week on my walks around the island. And I'm also a runner, so I run down Harbor, and I'd love to have a place to take a little respite during the run in the heat. Also, on behalf of the Ask Club, you might be aware that we started a bocce league, which until the heat and the rain started was quite active on the weekends. And I think that the continued use of the bocce court would be something that we're going to use going forward. And, I don't know what the ideas are for the new pocket parks, but I mean, it's just a great idea for the community to have a little break from the traffic and, the roads. And it's just a nice little getaway. So thank you.
Thank you. Ceci Sanchez.
I need help because I have some slides.
He's on the way.
Ceci Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. Thank you for letting me come.
What's this one?
You can look at these slides while I speak. And I hope you take me up on my offer. 45 minutes, I know it's hot, but we can do it early in the morning or later in the evening. 45 minutes, I will take you around the island. You be the judge if we are really taking care of our green areas. So there's 4 points. I am chair for the newly created Village Beautification Board. And these are some of my concerns. Some of these areas, we have expanded our areas. These areas show lack of continual supervision and professional maintenance. We, the village, own at least 2,000 palm trees and about 1,000 trees that we planted in swales and medians. The village does not monitor or care for the swale trees. Should we? That's up to you. The village, so be aware that we currently do not have an arborist consultant on retainer in case there is a storm. We have been told that any tree that comes down will be cut instead of trying to see if we can save it. And I ask you why. We used to have an arborist and retainer to help us out. Last storm, 2 years ago, a lot of unnecessarily trees were cut down. We don't need, let's be an example. We can do better than that. The village owns 2 gazebos and other structures. Both gazebos have been left to deteriorate. Why did we build the gazebos if we don't maintain them? The irrigation system is deficient. Some areas are without water. Some of the traffic circles don't have any irrigation. So I don't know if you know that. Other areas receive way too much water and plants get harmed. Why not fix the problem? Outdoor lighting. I know that we've started to replace some of the light. If they don't work, either replace them or fix them, please. It is my opinion that the village does not have the adequate personnel to care for the above-mentioned problems. How can we aspire, and it comes with what we're trying to do, and I'm all for parks, please. We aspire to add more village parks and invest in more landscaping if we cannot cope with maintaining what we currently own. We're paying the price by not having implemented the Vision 2020 consultant, WRT, who in 2006, and at that time we didn't have the parks we have today or the enhanced landscaping that we have today, they recommended that we should have a full-time horticulturalist on board to coordinate and work in close contact with a landscaping contractor. This year's budget is only allocating $15,000 for this position. I don't know where the figure came from. I offer you again that little tour. Just let me know. Now, the other point that I have is the RFP for landscaping maintenance. It is coming up. The board would like to see the contract. We would like some input. We would like to be involved in that, please. The ideal thing would be to have a horticulturalist arborist safeguarding the village green investment, and it would be a crucial component for a successful maintenance contract. Also, we have been waiting for at least 4 years for a landscaping code and tree ordinance. Please engage someone like our Bill Furr to see if we finally can get approval from Durham for the village to have its own tree and landscaping code. Otherwise, the village will continue any new development that the tree is in the way. They need to go to Durham. Durham charges them a fee. The money stays in Dade County. We want the money to stay here and create a tree fund. Please help us expedite this. The other thing, and the last one, is civic engagement. We, the board, would like to be. We would like to have some input. We would like to be part of the 530. The new park proposed on Harbor Drive. Please include us. Don't leave us behind. There's a lot of us that really care and would like to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ceci. I'm sorry, you should have been under reports. You should have come in as a report on landscaping.
So she didn't have to feel rushed.
Right, exactly. Thank you for that. Lucia Marin.
Good evening. I'm Lucia Marin, and I live at 765 Crandon Boulevard, which is at the Ocean Club. And I'm part of the 2040 Vision Plan Committee. We've had several discussions regarding how we should approach this project recently. And we've considered trying to spearhead this effort ourselves to try to figure out ways to lead public forums and workshops to determine what the priorities of our residents are. But to make a determination and figure out whether or not that was a good idea, we decided to meet briefly with some urban planners to see what kind of services they offered for projects like this. And after listening to them for a brief 30 minutes, it became immediately apparent to many of us that this is something that we shouldn't and cannot try to do on our own. One of the groups mentioned that they spent some time driving around our village, and they congratulated us, said we live in an ideal community where it doesn't, you have a park right in the heart of the village. It takes 5 to 10 minutes to walk anywhere on the island, and then other cities could only dream of having a town like this where they have such little dependence on cars. They congratulated us because they said we'd done a lot of the things that we'd set our minds to in the 2020 vision plan, such as the traffic calming features and doing some streetscape work. But then they said that they were incredibly surprised to see how far behind we were on a lot of other issues. They said that the 2020 vision plan included being better prepared for hurricanes as one of our primary goals, but that they were surprised to see that we hadn't done very much about it. They said we needed to consider elevating our roads, installing more seawall protection, building pump stations for relief during flooding, reviewing our stormwater system, installing more resilient landscapes, protecting our natural surge barriers such as mangroves, and so on and so on. In terms of resiliency, they said, as we were driving around, we saw strip mall after strip mall with concrete or asphalt parking lots, and they said we were very surprised to see that you hadn't switched to permeable pavers that would allow water to drain through them. In terms of zoning, they said they saw no mixed-use buildings, which they said needs to be considered if we want to attract a younger generation of residents to our community going forward. And in terms of the process, we realized that they don't only help us organize our thoughts and figure out what our priorities are as a village, but they also introduce us to concepts that we haven't even thought about. They would host week-long public workshops. They would bring experts to talk to us, to educate us about different subjects that we haven't thought about yet, and to raise awareness in our community and show renderings, designs, illustrations, so that residents could be better informed before they take a vote or make a decision about what our priorities are for the village for the next 20 years. So we've talked about having Key Biscayne taking a leadership position in terms of sustainability, resiliency, renewable energy, and a host of other issues. But it seems like we haven't made much progress on a lot of those, and these are things that we need to get to. Other coastal communities like Miami Beach next door is 5+ years ahead of us in terms of preparing and communicating that preparedness to the rest of the world. They've raised their roads, they've adopted resiliency plans, they've hired teams, they've created websites and apps that show the world what it is that they're doing. So they've done great PR work. And our community, we live in an amazing place. We are very lucky to live here. But we clearly need to do a little bit of catch up on some of the things like zoning and resiliency. As some of you may know, the rating agency Moody's acquired.
I'm sorry, Lucia?
Yeah.
I gotta get you to wrap up. It's 0.
Okay. So let's use what we're getting to is we want to use the 2040 vision plan to get organized and set a standard in creating a forward-looking coastal community to tackle whatever comes our way. The cost of hiring an expert to help us do this is just insignificant compared to the cost of being ill-prepared. That's it.
Perfect. Thank you. Jill Stevens.
Jill Stevens, 159 East Enid Drive. I too am here to talk tonight about the merits of the Harbor Drive purchase. But instead of offering a lot of detail, I'm going to take a different approach and share a personal story about why I am so in support of this. I'm sorry. I've been a runner for many, many years. And when I moved here, after I moved here to Key Biscayne, I got in a group tired of my route down Crandon Boulevard. So I decided to take a different path, one that took me into the homes on the west side of Crandon, down West Heather Drive. And that I grew to love this running route so much because there was a large plot of green land on the corner of West Heather and Hampton. And I loved running by it because every time I didn't know what I would discover. Like a dad teaching his son how to throw a ball, women doing yoga on the grass, nannies with toddlers running around, Katie Petros throwing a ball, playing fetch with her dog Brittany. And over the course of time, I became really nervous. I didn't want this piece of land to go away. And I dreaded the day when I potentially walked by and there'd be a big hole in the ground with the prospect of a huge home taking over. Unfortunately, at that time, our council was forward-thinking. They took an initiative, and as we all know, ended up purchasing this property, which is now known as Hampton Park. Over the years, or within the course of a year, Steve Simon spearheaded a lot of landscaping, walkways, place to meditate. Other leaders in our community lobbied for and won approval of the building of a pétanque court. And so when you, we now have a very rare, I'm sorry, I know what's wrong with me. We now have a very rare opportunity to purchase another pocket park, one with a greater acreage than Hampton Park. And so when you discuss it tonight, and perhaps at future meetings, I hope that you'll think about the daddies teaching their kids how to play coach pitch, moms on their yoga mats, the toddlers running around, families having a picnic in the corner, and maybe persons like me who learned the game of pétanque and helped win a few games. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alexander Dessauer. Dessauer?
Waiting for a mouse. Good afternoon. Your IT colleague, yes, thank you so much. What is this? The Mashta Bridge. Thank you. That's forward, right? Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Alexander Hernandez Dessauer. I'm at 540 West Mashta Drive. And in the spirit of, I'm also accompanied by 3 residents of Mashta Island. So if I should slightly go over, I will be very brief, but they've decided to maybe defer some of their time if that's permitted. But we have tried to organize our thoughts in highlighting the basis for our concern, which is the restoration of fishing on the Mashta Island Bridge and the issues that continue to arise. Offline, you can look into some of the history in which the no fishing ordinance was active for several years, and then recently it was restored because there may have been some concern over how, in fact, it was achieved. So that said, we're living with that issue, and I thought to bring up these concerns that I think perhaps will echo for you. Obviously, with the fishing, we have issues of diving, public property damage to the bridge, and I think liability issues for Key Biscayne as a whole. So with the fishing that's going on presently, you have not just this Norman Rockwell type of a fisherman, but kind of intense lines hanging out over the bridge. With this issue becomes kind of collections of people fishing there, and with that comes a great deal of trash, and almost like a virtual campsite. And when they leave, unlike perhaps that ideal vision of a person fishing solo, they don't take with them their discarded items. So they leave them behind, and then thoughtful residents who live around Mashta go up and try to pick that up, because I don't think the village has a system in place to, let's say, go after hours to the bridge and pick up this discarded trash. There's also a marine issue. People leave lines, as you see in some of these images, for collection and nets. And while you're fishing, perhaps that's part of the angler process. But when they leave them behind, they just leave those nets. And the dark photo on the that would be on your left side is a net that we picked up from the ocean side that was left. So no one is doing pickup and cleanup after these fishermen leave, and they themselves are not doing that in general. When you have that, obviously you have a great deal of trash, bloodstains on your property, the keystone and areas around the bridge. You also have bloodstains such as, and discarded knives. This is there, obviously it's a large sidewalk area. Children use this area that we had to pick up after the fact. As well, other destruction, your keystone perimeter on the bridge was recently broken, and we're not certain, but areas around the bridge also damaged. Furthermore, you have a parking issue from this collection of fishermen. These are anglers who have parked sometimes in active traffic lanes. We're overwhelming your police department, who've been as responsive as they possibly can be, because we are concerned, so we call them regularly, but really they're actually like acting like babysitters, and sometimes their hands are tied. Again, additional photos. The photo on your left, I was there for this photograph, and I stayed there and just to observe it. That car was parked and discarding, removing items from the back, and they were there for over 50 minutes, just parked in a traffic lane. With this fishing situation, and certainly maybe we support kind of a Norman Rockwell issue, but you have people fishing and their kids are not being supervised. And then people are darting across the street, so that creates another hazard. As a default, certainly your neighbors in Miami-Dade County, from Coral Gables on the left to Miami-Dade County, have a sensible no fishing ordinance. And also important for Mashta Island is when you have one entry and one egress, and you have fishing with all of these kind of compounding issues, we think it's something that should merit your concern. And I have 3 other residents, should they wish to add anything further.
Thank you, Alex. Carlos de la Cruz Jr., 460 South Mashta. I'm on the board of the Mashta Association, and I can tell you that we're a neighborhood group. We get together frequently, and we have and we discuss these items. And this is clearly the #1 issue for the Mashta neighbors. It's a safety issue. This is an attractive nuisance from a legal point of view. If something were to happen, the village would be found liable of having created an attraction that creates a nuisance to the community. And clearly, there's no way to really safeguard the people, I mean, with kids darting across. The other day, we saw children climbing onto the top of the pylons up on the lights and diving into the water. Kayaks being launched off the bridge. Snorkeling being done off it. And I may remind the council that 20 years ago, there already was 1 death on this bridge where there was an individual that was swimming and went swimming and somehow got trapped under the bridge and drowned. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. My name is Juan Carlos Botero. I live in 500 West Mashta Drive. I just wanted to thank my colleagues for what they've said and just emphasize 2 major points. One is the parking. I live right next to the bridge. The parking has become a real nuisance. The cars are left there for many, many hours during the day, sometimes even at night. And the other point I just wanted to make is that there's another issue here, which is the wildlife. I go to the bridge on a daily basis, and I can see what's been happening. They've decimated the wildlife. There used to be a beautiful school of sea bass that lived there. They're completely gone. I don't think people object to perhaps of a grandfather with his grandson teaching him how to fish every now and then. That's okay. But here are professional fishermen who stay there for hours, and they've eliminated the entire wildlife of that beautiful bridge, and it's a real sad and tragic loss. I just want to say that. Thank you very much.
Rafael Bill, 551 North Mashta. I tend to jog almost every morning with my dogs, and at least a few times a week, I see fish discarded there, just remains of fish, blood. One time I saw a knife and some hooks just left there to be picked up by somebody. Last week, there were some kids, and they left about 5 squid, full squid, this size, on the road, on the sidewalk, and my dog just wanted to go at it. I wanted to pick them up, but I didn't have how to pick them up, so they had to stay there and just stay in the sidewalk. And I'm sure there's so many more other dogs, going after me, just being, walked. So it is a problem. People don't pick up after themselves, and it's just getting very filthy. Thank you.
Okay, Lauri Ibarra.
While she comes up, is it possible that in the courtesy to the citizens, some of these issues that they spoke to, maybe we can move them up?
No.
No?
Yeah, that's tricky.
Okay.
I understand we've just got so much, if we start doing
Okay.
that. I understand.
Well, I hope they stay around, yeah.
Laudi Ibarra, 482 Frontwood Road. I am here to support the Harbor Drive Park. I think it's a great idea. We need more space for people to practice sports and get together. I think it will be a great neighborhood park. I also think that we should have more security around the quay. There have been several intents of robbery, and I believe in our Key Biscayne police, and I am sure that they will do everything they can to avoid this. I also agree with Luis de la Cruz. We need a resiliency director. We live in a beautiful place by the beach, and it would be amazing that we can enjoy our beach every day properly without having to look for warnings every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Vincent? It's okay.
Kim Vincent, 575 Crandon Boulevard. I'm just here to support the park on Harbor Drive. Thank you.
That was easy.
Brevity.
All right, Yvette Fernandez.
Hi, Yvette Fernandez, 575 Crandon Boulevard. I'm also here to support the park on Harbor Drive. I think it would be a great addition to the parks that we currently have. We do know that one of our biggest issues is the lack of green space, so I'm definitely in favor of that purchase. I also agree with Cecilia in if we're going to make purchases, we've got to make sure that we are able to maintain what we do have. And she showed many pictures which were very relevant, and there's many more things that I've noticed as well that really isn't taken care of. So thank you for your time and dedication.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Oh, Debbie Wanikoff. Oh, Mike, sorry. Thanks, Pete.
Debbie Wanenkoff, 255 West Heather Drive, and I would just like to say thank you, Village, for your green space vision. I live on West Heather down from the Hampton Lane Pocket Park, and my family uses it a lot for coffee time and lunchtime and celebrations. We celebrated the texting of the new texting law there with a nice group of people, and it was just very joyful. I always like to point out the incredible Simons family for their labor of love in putting the park together. So, I don't know, this is just kind of a sidebar. I just have ideas sometimes. But does anybody know what September 21st is? Somebody has to know.
Spring or fall?
My daughter's birthday.
Beginning of fall.
No.
Okay, what else?
Equinox.
Sorry, you're going to have to.
So, because I'm a Montessori teacher, and when I trained 10 years ago, I became very connected with Maria Montessori's Visions of Peace. So September 21st is the United Nations International Day of Peace. And I have spoken to Todd and a couple of others about doing a celebration for the UN International Day of Peace, which is celebrated around the whole world. And also some little ideas, possibly for the Pocket Park, because I love alliterations, poetry for our young ones, and picnics for everyone, and to really use these parks and this green space, because they're beautiful things, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Debbie. Maria Silvia Costa.
Hi, my name is Maria Silvia Costa. I live on 580 Harbor Drive. It's right in front of the proposal pedestrian park, and I'm here to support that as well. I have a very brief story that they came to my house, and they're doing a very good job into listening to the people who live around the area. And the first time that happened a couple months ago, my little son who's here overheard the story, and he's asking every night when the park's going to be ready. So just wanted to say that in the area, we are very excited about it, and they're doing a good job in listening to everybody around that area. So we support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sylvia Montana.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Montana. I live in 530 South Mashta Drive. I'm here because on Sunday, when we came from the airport at 2:30 in the morning, our car got stolen from our front yard at 3:30 in the morning. This is the second time that they get into our house. Less than a year ago, some people did the same. They didn't steal the car, but they broke the windows and they stole some computers from the car. The thing is that when we were coming from the airport, we saw 3 cars. One at the entrance in the gas station, parked, police car. Another one in St. Agnes, and another one driving down Harbor Drive, 3rd police car. Later, we learned that the car that took these guys to our house was a stolen car with 4 colored guys inside the car. They were in Mashta Island approximately for 3 hours. And to tell you the truth, we do not understand, my husband and I, how can a car like this get into Key Biscayne, go around for 3 hours, get into different garages and houses, jump my fence, my closed gate, be in my house around 7 or 8 minutes, get out because someone was walking a dog, come back and steal the car. I have cameras, I have an alarm, I have everything. So my question is it only up to us to prevent this? I understand the limitations of the law in this country, I understand it, but I do not understand how can a stolen car get into Key Biscayne for that amount of time and no one sees it, no one. So my question is, what are we waiting for? A tragedy? Because sometimes I feel that people in charge here of the security, and I mean everybody, they feel that these are non-violent crimes. So are we waiting for a violent crime? My kids, I have 2 teenagers. I have 4 kids, 2 teenagers. They come at that time during the night, from partying. First time, my kid got into the garden and they saw him and they ran. But he was there. They were not armed, I don't know. What are we waiting for? Later that night, my husband and my 2 older sons, they went out at 4:30 because they couldn't understand how they got out so fast. There was another car with 4 colored guys going around Key Biscayne, a blue car, and they saw it. They took pictures. So I really am asking for your help because we need to do something. We're going to have a tragedy here. We need to prevent crimes here. I don't know what we need to do. I don't work in that area, but we need to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Aileen Nicholson.
Thank you. Eileen Nicholson, 769 Allendale Road. I've been living there now almost 50 years. And I want to thank everyone on the Village Council here and all of the former ones for the fabulous things that you've done. Mine is just a general admonition, hopefully to you all, and that is whatever you do for this budget year and the years to come, don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Let's keep our millage rate where it is, raise it whenever necessary. We're way below Coral Gables, which is 5+ millage points. We're only 3. Millage points raised don't really make a huge difference to homeowners, maybe to people who have income-coming property. But our quality of life is way more important than a few $100s per household that may occur when we raise the millage rate to do all the wonderful things that you've heard so much about here today. The property, of course, on Harbor Drive. We also have the entry block that's just sitting there like, And then we have a project of the property right here across the street on Crandon Boulevard that we've been working on for over 12 years, trying to do something wonderful with it. So let's really, I know it's important to be fiscally responsible, but there's no reason to penny pinch and sacrifice our quality of life. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Gavin Sitkoff.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I just wanted to take 30 seconds to introduce myself. Gavin Sitkoff, 4807 University Drive on the mainland, Coral Gables. I'm here representing Commissioner Xavier Suarez, and for the next year or so, I will be attending meetings, be available to you guys, be available to constituents for anything you may need from our office.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Can I ask a question real quick? Manager, the license plates reader that we approved maybe about 2 years ago, that's supposed to notify us whenever there's a stolen car that enters in Key Biscayne, has that been installed?
We do have the license plate recognition software installed. It's up and operational. If we'd like to invite the chief, if you have more detailed questions, we can do that.
Because it should be notifying us when that happens, right? It should notify the police that a stolen car has entered in, if it's already been reported.
Can we talk about it when we do public safety?
All right,
since
let's put
we
it
have
under the crime. Okay.
presenters?
Yeah, fine, let's do that.
But this is very, I'm becoming increasingly concerned, and I appreciate your comment. This is pretty much unacceptable from a law enforcement point of view. It is an island, after all, that enhances security, and we shouldn't be, I don't know, I'm beginning to be very worried. I have underestimated the crime issue here, but I'm having a serious awakening. I'm sorry that what happened to you, and I hope we can help that it won't happen again.
And I think we can give it real time when we come to that item. We have kids who need to do their homework presenting next.
Madam Clerk.
Next item is a presentation by Mass Green Champions.
Can I introduce them?
Yes, please.
Good evening. I have to pull up a PowerPoint with your IT gentleman, and we have Daniel Sardinas that has a little swag for everybody, which we hope you'll enjoy. And while he's doing that, I'm going to ask everybody to take a deep breath. Thank you. These are kind of stressful things. Just breathe in that oxygen into your lungs. Thank you. Come on. I know you guys have to breathe. Okay, so I just want to let you know that oxygen that you just pulled into your lungs is 2.5 billion years old. Our kids know this. They understand the science behind our atmosphere, the science regarding our climate. I know we're not allowed to have food, but I just wanted to highlight that this apple represents our Earth, and the skin of this apple is similar to the atmosphere that protects that oxygen that you just pulled into your lungs. And our kids know this. It's no thicker than the skin of an apple. And that's what we're here to talk about with the Village Council to help create a sustainability hub at Mast Academy, and we're hoping that you'll assist us in that process. So I'm going to read a little bit on the project narrative that I hope all of you received already in advance. And as I do that, I just wanted to highlight that our Green Champions program is about 100 members with 24 very active families. Our kids in 2017 had a spontaneous pledge to become the first Zero Net Energy and Zero Waste School in Florida, and they have been at work ever since, and they have made quite a remarkable impact in the classroom, outside of the classroom. They have addressed the school board, they have addressed members of Congress. They have received multiple awards, back-to-back PTSA environmental awards at the state level. We are the only school in Florida to become a U.S. Department of Education Green Ribbon School, and we will be going in September, thank you. We'll be going in September to receive that recognition with the Department of Education. I know that Mr. De La Cruz did talk about how sustainability needs to be more prioritized in this community. This is a PowerPoint that our kids put together, and it would be a great opportunity for your residents to see the Sustainability Hub. So, Mast Academy is award-winning 6 through 12 magnet school with a STEM and marine stewardship theme. Approximately 1,500 students attend Mast, and more than 60 of those students are residents of Key Biscayne. In 2017, Mast students spontaneously voted to become the first Zero Net Energy school in Florida. Since that date, the students, teachers, and parents at Mast have steadily worked towards that goal, including soliciting funding, and thank you very much, Key Biscayne Community Foundation, for assisting us with our recycling program. But we've done projects including a solar-powered guard shack, LED lighting retrofits, in the parking garage lighting, electric vehicle car charging, schoolyard recycling, 6 water bottle fillers across campus, and more. I'm going to let one of our green champions read the next part.
All right. There is no better time to expose our students to these programs and technologies. More than half of our Fortune 500 companies have carbon reduction plans. Cities are committed to 100% renewable energy, and there are now more than 850 sustainability college programs being offered across the country. Private businesses and countries worldwide are moving swiftly to adopt new technologies to fight the climate crisis. The Mast Academy PTSA Sustainability Committee seeks a partnership with the Village of Key Biscayne to transform the shared PE field into a sustainability hub, including rooftop solar, a battery backup system, and electric car charging for the Key Biscayne residents who use the Mast PE field outside of school hours. This project is in conjunction with other sustainability features being pushed for the PE field, including the installation of quick-filling water bottle filler and recycling. Mast has several bins acquired through the Pepsi Recycling Rally that it can provide to start a recycling program on the PE field.
Currently, there is no public electric vehicle car charging available on Key Biscayne and Virginia Key. Likewise, there are no visible public solar panel projects. The battery backup system would help power the PE-filled lights and the electric car charging station, even in the case of a power outage. This project would save money and showcase renewable energy technology for residents. The projected cost for the project is $80,000 with a ROI of 14 years. The project calls for a 25.93 kilowatt solar array that would likely generate 44,000 kilowatt hours of electricity per year. The school district has indicated that the current energy consumption for which the village is responsible averages 55,000 kilowatt hours per year.
The fastest way to get people to adopt new technology is to see their neighbors doing it. According to the Yale climate polls, almost 8 in 10 Miami-Dade County adults recognize that global warming is happening, that local officials should be doing something about it, and that we should teach students about global warming in schools. As our neighbor, this project should help catapult the adoption of rooftops solar on Mast. Show your residents how this technology is applied and help our kids become familiar with this technology as part of the emerging worldwide sustainability economy. It should be noted that the ROI for solar for residential projects would be faster, as residential properties can still receive a 30% tax credit on solar installation, but homeowners would have not seen the technology in action are reluctant to adopt it. Likewise, when electric vehicle charging infrastructure is offered in public spaces, the adoption of EV vehicles increases sixfold.
Other benefits of this smaller scale project include confirming the ROI of solar prior to expanded rollout elsewhere in the village, confirming hurricane resistance during storms, and serving as a learning tool for several courses taught at MAST, including Solar 1, Solar 2, APRI, and Cambridge Environmental Management classes. This proposed project is one of 3 solar projects being pursued by the MAST PTSA Sustainability Committee as part of its energy efficiency campaign.
MAST will receive 70 cents for every energy dollar saved back from the district as a rebate after the first 5% of savings. We intend on reinvesting those savings to continue towards our zero net energy goal. The other 2 projects include covering the outdoor lunch area with a 43.01 kilowatt solar panel array and installing a poolside bench for water polo spectators that is shaded with a 19.98 kilowatt solar panel array. These projects would offset the electricity bill for MAST through net metering system. Michelle, finish this off.
We are asking Key Biscayne to fund the PE Field project as the energy savings would offset the lighting bill that you are currently paying for as a village. The projected payback cost for the PE Field is 14 years. We currently have 1 bid for $80,000 from RV Solar Pro. If the project is approved, we will seek at least 2 additional bids, such as from Cutler Bay Solar and Tesla. So that's what we have for you guys. Let's see what else. This is a better image of what the solar array would look like. And of course, those of you who are not aware of Greta Thunberg, she's one of the inspirations for our children. She has been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize because she is really talking about how we need to urgently address what is happening with our planet. You guys have questions for us?
Thank you. I'd like to just start and say that I've been incredibly impressed with this group. And one of the things completely unrelated to the environment that I really love about the way this group operates is that it's a school-based group that involves both parents and children. So I find in my house that the conversations about climate change and sustainability and the need for us to do things on our island often comes from our kids. I had one say the other day she'd like to raise her kids here if it's still here. So they know what's going on, and I love that they're working with their parents and coming here and sharing their successes and their dreams and asking us for their help. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thanks, everybody.
Next item, Mayor, is 2040 Strategic Vision Board presentation.
I don't know if it's a presentation, it's more of a discussion. But I think this is very important because we want to, I want to know, I think the board wants to know, there's people in the community want to know where we stand as a council on this issue. It sent a strong message a few months ago back to the board, and I have to say I was a bit disappointed when the council decided to vote yes on, and then reverse a vote to no on the manager to go out for an RFQ for a planner to help us put a vision plan for the 2040 together, when it included a $50,000 budget amendment for a professional planner to help visualize the community's 2040 vision. I believe strongly that the 2040 vision plan is one of the most important items we can have and leave for our council and for our community as council members. It's a plan to protect our past and guide us into the future. Most organizations have visions, private companies, but what's nice about that is many private ones are owned by a single person that stays there for many, many years and understands the vision and can help lead continuously. But we're not in that position. We have a council of 7 people, and what happens is that sometimes I feel like we're in a rowboat and we jump into this, all 7 of us, we all get paddles and we start rowing in all different directions. And whichever way the boat starts drifting, that's the way we're going to go. And we constantly continue going in circles, and there's no real guide saying, hey, let's go in this direction. And I think it's an inefficient way, and I think we never really get to where we want to go. If we as a council set a direction, I think we'll get to our vision and make our vision more of a reality much quicker. And I think we need to put a short and concise plan that has visualization so people can understand the vision quickly, and it can be a useful document for us to prioritize our strategies, our action plans, and our budgets. This will allow us to ask ourselves before setting policy and decisions, does this action move us closer to our overall community vision? So there's a couple examples that happened over the summer that I think are somewhat important that this vision plan can help us. One of them, everybody's talking about resiliency. I think Councilmember London brought up that he wants to allow the option for houses and buildings and the commercial districts to build above the base flood elevation. And I think many people, if not all, agree that this is a great strategy. But at the same time, I think we need to be careful of the characteristics inside our neighborhood and how we want things to look like from a quality life perspective. And I think this is where a planner can come in and do the perspectives and say, this is how we want it to look like. So then we go to codifying the resiliency, we can make a balance between the characteristics and resiliency strategies. Another one that happened over the summer, and I don't know if this happened with any other council members, but I was visited by a developer from Publix, and they were looking at building a Publix, purchasing the entry block. So I sat with them, I looked at their plans. They show a building with parking on the first floor and Publix on the second floor. So my question was to them, what is the building going to look like? Because that's the entrance to our community. And they showed me something that they were very proud of where they did in another community. And it was a building with waves on it and curves and all kind of stuff. And it didn't fit our community, right? So I said that would never fly here. And the question that he asked me was, then what do you guys want? And I said, well, that's a great question, because we don't have a plan put together that shows what we want. And they will do what we want. But it would be great to have a 10-page, 15-page document, put it in front of them and say, here are the visualizations. This is what we want it to look like. Crandon Boulevard, I think, is important. When redevelopment occurs, how do we want to activate our public spaces? Do we want shops along the street? Do we want to change the way that we have these old strip malls? And that will happen over so many decades out, but we need to start putting these in place or we're going to lose these opportunities. I think the causeway is another important thing. I remember Mayor Davey brought up that he wanted to look at a plan of what we wanted to see, how our causeway would look, what we wanted for our causeway. This is a perfect place to put this. As well as open space and parks, I think is something that can fit directly into the 2040 vision. But I ran for council because I believe that this is the platform where we can make a real difference for the future. It takes vision to make the largest difference. I'm not sure at the moment, but I hope that this council is a council of vision. We need to be a council that has the foresight to set the direction for the next 20 years. We need to be a council of visionary leaders. I told, after that vote, I sat with the board and I told them to stop. I said, you guys I don't know what this council wants to do, but I wouldn't waste your time right now. Let's find out what happens with the budget to see if we are going to budget a planner or not. And they all told me that they weren't going to stop, and they continue to work. And they work like crazy. I think they've been meeting almost on a weekly basis all summer long because they think it's important. And I think it's fair for us at this point to say, do we support this or do we not support this? Because I don't want them to continue wasting their time. I would like this maybe to hear from some of the members, if that's okay. And then at some point, I think we should take a straw vote to see what the support is up here as a council.
Well, I think it's time that some of us can maybe speak finally, before. Is that okay, Mayor? And I'm pretty sure how you feel. There is one thing about me is that you know exactly where I stand, and I speak in plain, direct language. From the very beginning, I said that 2040 is too far out for a strategic vision. And I gave my reasons and my past experience in foreign policy, et cetera. It's almost as long as this community's been founded. We founded 27 years ago. This is 21 years from now. No professional national intelligence or other matters projections on strategic thinking goes past 12 months. But having put that aside, I supported the work of this thing. And the issue here today is not the work, it's the money. You're asking for $100,000 for a facilitator, a consultant, to help you with your meetings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The very eloquent presentation, I forgot your name. Lucia, you actually said that one of the compelling messages you got from these friendly consultants that I'm sure are going to apply for the consulting contract is that how surprised they were that the 2020 plan that we already spend money and time and energy have not been implemented. So this councilman ran for action. Cece over there has got frustration, so we have all kinds of beautiful parks we pay millions of dollars for, and we can't even maintain them. So as I face the responsibility of allocating funds, I want to be a council of action and not of study. We have a whole list of things already from 2020, of things that we have not done that are priority. We're going to have a controversy next week, so we're going to have it this week. The mayor kindly prefer on sewer. So we got a whole bunch of action things and limited resources, that is money, and I simply cannot, and please do not mix the work that you would do with the budget issue. So I support your work, but I cannot justify spending $100,000 for a consultant to help you in that task. If we had money coming out of our pockets, we're not. We're facing a very difficult year. And you already know how I feel about $700,000 of your money that we spend on undergrounding study. We can't even decide. So this councilman is for action, and I applaud what you're doing, but I cannot, on behalf of the people I represent, spend $100,000 on another consultant. That is as clear as I can be and frank with you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lennon?
I happen to obviously disagree with you, which is not unusual. The fact that I do think that to think forward, to think strategy, to think a plan, and you're right, we didn't do everything to 2020, but maybe we wouldn't have done many of the things that they did accomplish with the 2020 if they didn't have the 2020 plan. So I'm all for going forward. I understand that you need somebody, that you can't do it on your own. I think you made it very clear that they'll bring new ideas, new things that you would never think of, which would make it better. My only thing is you've met with two different companies, of which I understand one is satisfactory possibly, and the other one might not be as good. So therefore, before I would agree to paying $1 or $10 or $100 or $50,000, I would suggest that you meet with a bunch of companies, providers, call them what you like, then come back here with your recommendations, and then at that point, we vote for it to do it. But I'm all for doing it, just a question of getting the best person at the best price.
Can I just clarify? Sorry, Luis.
No.
I just want to clarify, because the board actually didn't meet with them as you're describing. The board had a public meeting where they invited people in the industry to come and present different ideas. So it was open to the public. Anybody could come and present. I think two people did come, but this was a very transparent and open.
I'm not saying it shouldn't be transparent and open. They basically, I would just say, reach out to more people to invite them to another session.
Correct.
That's
No,
all.
the idea was to get some ideas, I think, from whoever could show up and then develop a scope and bid it out exactly like you're saying.
So, then come back.
Councilmember Petros?
Okay, I'd like to propose an idea, and I want you to think about this, which is a little bit of a pivot. And as we've talked about a bunch of things, the thing that keeps coming back, and you brought it up, and Lucho, you brought it up, is resiliency. And I really feel like this strategic vision and this committee is going to be dealing with resiliency in every single aspect of this. And we also mentioned the fact that we need to do better with our public relations and getting the message outside of our community that we're looking at resiliency. And one of the problems we had with $100,000 specific for a planning person for this particular thing is that we have planning needs in other areas too. And we may actually be able to deal with planning issues
through the village staffing and through this idea of resiliency as well. So I would like to see this committee think about even being renamed as a resiliency board and not a strategic board, because I think they're one and the same. And I think that we can accomplish all of these goals of looking into the future and having good aesthetics with obviously the undertone of resiliency the whole time. And it may be that we aren't looking for a specific consultant and we could get what you want in a different direction and it would be sustainable as opposed to a one-time plan for this particular committee. So I'd like us to think out of the box here a little bit and think about how best to do this, because I know the board that I sit on also wanted someone to plan for parks. And we had planning needs within the scope of the village that the manager spoke to me about. So I think we can do better if we think in a slightly different direction.
Vice Mayor?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Councilmember Segarola?
I had a question that I think Chad just answered. This is something that we could put out for bid and see what.
Correct. This will be put out to bid. It will be put out to bid.
And at that time, we can decide what the qualifications and would be,
Yes.
and how broad or how narrow we want it to be.
Correct.
That's what I was going to suggest. To your point about resiliency, I think any urban planner we bring in to be part, to work with this board, resiliency is going to have to be a part of it. But I think any urban planner now, worth their salt, has resiliency. To Lucho's point, resiliency, 5 years ago, we weren't talking about resiliency really. It was something that people were talking about maybe generally in a very vague way. Now it's a specific need for all of us. And so I think if we're going to bring in an urban planner, it's going to be somebody who has resiliency experience. You can't get around it. So I want to let the board members speak,
Okay, so I'm back. I'm Luis de la Cruz. I'm the chairman of the 2040 Strategic Vision Plan Board. And when it was formed actually with the previous council when I was back there. And it was through Brett's lead that we were all very excited about this particular board, or at least that was my feeling from the council that I served with. And so, we felt like there was a lot of support at that moment. This may not be the same ideas that you all have, although I've spoken to all of you independently, except for Luis and Ignacio. But I think, what Lucia said earlier was a perfect summary of what we received when we had this session with the planners that we invited. And we didn't invite any one or two planners. We noticed it out because we got to be real careful that we don't invite any one particular planner and such, because then they could be conflicted out and they may not be able to help us. We really believe that we need somebody to help for this reason, because we all have great ideas. I mean, you should come to one of our meetings. They are so, full of energy and people really thinking out of the box that I welcome all of you to come. We've been meeting twice a month, at least twice a month, sometimes more. Even after we ran into the bump in the road that happened in the last meeting. And I asked, the board, I said, well, what do you guys want to do? Brett's thinking that we should, put a stop to this until they figure out what they want us to do or not. Because at the end of the day, we serve at the leisure of you. We do whatever you want us to do and nothing but what you want us to do. But we do need to know that we have support, because there's a lot of really good meeting people on this council, on this board, and they're ready to work hard and such. But in order to go to we've already done the SWOT analysis, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We did that analysis amongst us. Now we're ready to go to the public, because at the end of the day, it's not what 11 people think, it's what the village of Key Biscayne thinks, right? So we have to have a startup conversation, and then we need to find out what they believe is our future. This is about vision. This is not about, about what's going to happen tomorrow or the next day. It's about, yes, it's not necessarily 20 years from now, but, and as a matter of fact, resiliency happens every single day. And yes, resiliency is definitely going to be the most important thing that we talk about, and it ends up being what we talk about in almost every meeting. But in order to know what our village wants from you, from the council, we need to have charrettes. We need to have we need to seek them out and bring them in, call them up, advertise, and have professionals that do this for a living helping us put all this together. And then our idea was to, similar to what the 2020 Vision Board did, is put together a report that is presented to you, and that you all look at it, revise it, adopt it, or not, and then you have a plan going forward. I know exactly what Brett was talking about. There's nothing more than I remember to sitting up there and saying, wow, I've got all these ideas, and somebody else has all these other ideas, and we're not getting as much done as we can because we don't have a plan. So you all need to tell us what you want us to do. I can just tell you this. You've got 11, 10, and one person's going to be added tonight, people that are really, really anxious, and I've never seen people like going to meetings like these. And these people, they're here, and I'm going to let them say whatever they go ahead.
One thing to add. In terms of the 2020 vision plan, because we've gone through everything, most of the things outlined in the 2020 vision plan have been done. They've been completed and implemented. Of the things that haven't, one of the 4 weaknesses cited back then was our lack of green space and neighborhood parks. And one of the 4 cited opportunities was acquiring land for parks and green spaces. So we set out to acquire 4 properties. We've acquired 1. And I think it's time we meet the goal of doing what we said and that we were going to do and acquire more pocket parks. So I just want to my personal support for the acquisition of the Harbor Drive properties. Second, in terms of Councilmember Lauredo's comment about we can't do everything at once, we have limited resources, and we have a lot of clearly important things to focus on right now, security and a bunch of host of other issues. But I think the job of this council is not just to put out fires and run the day-to-day operations of a village. We have the exact same conversation I serve on the board of the Ocean Club. We had the same conversation last week. It's not just that. It's about being leaders, setting a vision for the community, and maybe 2040 is not the right name. Maybe it's 2025 or 2030. But part of the job is, how do you set a vision? How do we get together, figure out what everybody wants, and then set a vision for the future? You've got to paint a picture and then get everybody behind it and move forward. And I think it's something that we need to do. It's not just about tackling our day-to-day problems, but it's looking forward and coming up with a plan. Because some of these decisions are not things that you can make overnight.
I agree with everybody. Of course, we need to, I'm sorry, Laura Ibarra. We need to have a vision. We need to have a plan with what we want. And one of the most important things that we need to look at is resiliency and what's going on in the Key, flood, everything that's going on. Does the Key need to go and turn like to a little Venus? We don't know. And that's why we need somebody to help us. Okay? We were talking about it in a meeting one time about, how San Francisco, they have earthquakes and they're prepared. They already knew that that's what's going to happen. The foundations of the houses are built for that. So that's mostly what we talked about. And we just need to be prepared for our future, for our kids. I plan to be here for a long time, hopefully, because I love the Key and I love the lifestyle that we have here. And we just want to work for that.
I forgot to, when I spoke the first time, also mention about the, you all know that I'm not a pocket park person. I happen to support this particular project. I think from a resiliency and sustainability perspective, it's a great idea because we will be able to use those 2 big lots to do other things than just have a park there. And I think it's something that, there's a lot of things that I want to talk to each of you separately, not necessarily in this particular environment, but we need to get going on a couple of things. really. So anyway, that's our, we just came for you to have an idea. These, we're only 4 out of 11. Everybody there is ready, willing, and able to do what you're bidding, okay? What you want us to do. It's about you, okay? Now, if we don't do it, then we are definitely asking that you do it. Okay, somebody has to do it. You have to have a vision. You can't just be, like he said, everybody in a rowboat rowing a different way. Thank you.
So let me just ask one quick. So the first thing you're asking us is to get somebody to sort of organize the charrettes and have an idea of how somebody who runs these vision programs, I guess you'd call it. Look,
How to get
seeking a
public
community,
input.
public input, because that seems to be the number one. I mean, going to an urban planner first, I think, just doesn't seem like the right way to proceed. And again, I want, correct me if I'm
That's what
mistaken.
they do. They set those meetings up. You actually have, it's not just, there'll be charrettes, where everybody would come to hear, or.
But would we then, I guess my question is, would we have, is it, and I really want clarification, are we talking about somebody comes in, they organize the charrettes, they organize the public outreach,
right,
then brings it all back, then we have an urban planner take that information, or is it the
No,
same?
the urban planner does
Is
that.
the charretter?
Yeah,
okay.
yes, yeah.
Charretter?
They organize that. That's part of what they,
Charretter.
that's part of what they do.
Okay, so that's what we're looking. We're
Yeah.
looking for somebody to come in, have an urban planning, resiliency background.
By the way, I have really today, standing here, no idea how much this is going to cost.
Right.
A $100,000 figure was put there, and I appreciate that, but I don't know if that's enough. I don't, if you think you're upset now, you might be much more upset.
No, I'm not upset.
in the
I'm not at
future.
all upset. I'm trying to be rational.
Right.
And trying to manage with limited resources,
Right.
which is all good managers do.
Right.
And I support the idea tremendously. It is being wrongfully linked between our support of your work and money, and that is an unfair linkage.
Yeah, unfortunately, we
It's
need money
but it is not. It's unfortunate, but our taxpayers want us to look after their money, and we have other priorities. And I am not. We also have. We have to stop having, as you heard me before, and I ran on this. Stop having government by consultants. We have a staff. We need to grow on staff. We need to beef up staff to deal with things like public places and parks. We cannot constantly be outsourcing, constantly, 100,000 here, 700,000 there. Pretty soon it's going to be real money. And trust me, you know me for a long time. You know me for a long time. Calling public hearings, they're not going to have any more success than the mayor calling them or us calling them in terms of attendance. So let's get that clear. There is no magic little one that they have because they're consultants. They're going to get this room filled up that we cannot do. But brings me to the point, Mayor, which we all need to, Madam Manager, I'm also getting a little impatient. I have talked for 7 months about a public information, public relations outreach manager. So I hope that you can come back to us, because this may alleviate this tension of people. We talked about this now for 7 months, and I don't know where you're. Maybe this is not an issue for today. I don't want to distract. But
There's no tension.
No, I don't have any tension. We're all. This is a community, man.
Right. So
we're
you
all
have your
friends.
ideas. We have ours.
I agree,
Everybody
but
else here has
I
theirs.
wanted you to know exactly how I feel, and it's clear. And if I'm wrong, I will correct myself. You said you wanted to know how this council feels. Now you know how I feel.
Well, I knew.
Okay,
how you
thank you.
felt. Right.
Fred, yeah, you want to say something, or do you want to
say
set
a
a
couple of
motion?
things of what everybody's set up here. I appreciate you support the work. Unfortunately, it involves a planning component, and we do not have a planner on staff. That's the unfortunate side, and that is why we go to consultants when we don't have that. So I don't know how you can separate the two, but I understand what you're saying. From being effective, I think making the vision plan short and concise is very important because it can be included every year in our strategic planning sessions and our budgeting sessions, and I think that's critical. Going to the resiliency name, I understand what you're saying, but resiliency is really only part of it. This is a very high level. It's not going to get into those types of details, but it will set goals, and resiliency will be a large part of it, but there will be many other things that don't have to do with resiliency in there. So I would be a little bit hesitant to change the name to resiliency. I think vision planning, we could take out the strategic, but for me it's vision, and that will be a large part of it. And from what Councilmember London was saying, to go out and get prices, I agree, but we do have a budget coming up, and we do need to budget something there because they need to go out to an RFQ and come back with prices, and we need to be able to have something set aside that we could put there. So I would like to put the motion on the table for us to take a straw vote to see if we have the support, including funding for a planner for this board in order to come up with a Vision 2040 vision plan, so we know where we stand.
Councilmember Petros, then the Vice Mayor, then if you want to take a vote. Did you make a motion?
I did make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like
I'll
to-
second it. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, after.
Petros, McCormick, Segurola, vote.
I'd like us, before we act on your motion, to have a decision on whether or not we think there's enough work that a planning component may be part of our village long-term, as opposed to it just being a consultant position for this particular board. So if we think that's something that's important, we can direct the manager to look to include that in our budget.
Okay.
And if that's a better approach than a consultant.
I think we both had the same idea when he said it at the same time, but Vice Mayor?
I would like to say I completely understand the need and I can support the ask, but what I don't want to happen, and I have faith in this board, and I know that you are really smart people on there, but I ask, since we can't be everywhere and you guys are there working on our behalf, that you really stay on top of what you're doing, what you're getting back. Of course, I know you would, but the one thing that I do not want to have happen is if, Lucho, I think you were up here when you got that feasibility study for 70 grand that wasn't even worth like the paper it was printed on.
You know how I felt about that.
I don't want another book
Right.
like that coming to us for 100 grand.
Absolutely
I
not.
am getting close to the edge with the consultants as well. I see it, I understand, and I can support it, but like Eagle, Hawk, whatever, like you need to be on it.
Who was the most vocal member of that council regarding that?
I remember I
particular
sat out
feasibility?
there and you were up here,
Okay.
but, so please.
Councilmember Segurola?
I guess my question is, the straw vote is to put in a placeholder in the budget, but whatever happens with that money is to be determined in the future.
Yes.
And I guess my follow-up question is, what is the time frame for acting on this? Is this something that's going to happen in the next 3 months, 6 months, a year?
We're ready to go.
Right, I think it's a rapid, let's get going. I
So
mean, to Councilmember Laredo's point, we need to be of action.
So it's
If we're going
something
to do
that's going to
something.
put out the bid
Absolutely.
soon?
Yeah, our original thought was that we would have a final version by April of next year. Now, I don't know if that might be a little bit too optimistic because we have been sitting, waiting for certain things. But listen, we'll do the best we can, and that's our goal,
And the straw vote will be for a placeholder in the budget?
Yeah, it's also to say, is it important to you? Enough to each of us? Is it important
Do you
to
want
us
a
to
straw
have this
vote or an
document
actual
or not?
motion?
I mean, and it's going to
Put
cost
it
money
in.
to do it. So that's really what we need to tell them, because if we don't have that, then there's no purpose.
There's already 100,000 in the budget for this, right?
There's $50,000 in strategic planning that we could use, yes, in the current budget.
Councilmember London.
To the best of my knowledge, we have an AICP planner on staff. I think Bill Fair is an AICP planner, if I'm not mistaken, who also does basically zoning reviews and plan reviews for the village. And again, Katie, if it's just going to be resiliency, then I would reverse my support for this. I'm with Brett. It has to be a vision, it has to be more than just resiliency. So if you guys want to do just resiliency, then count me out of support. If you want to do a vision for the village for the next 5, 10, 20 years, I'm in. Councilmember Petros, and then I'm going to do, and then we're going to call, or assuming the price, you want to go after Councilmember Petros?
Yes, I'll go after her.
Councilmember Petros, then Councilmember
Madam
Laredo.
Manager, can you tell us how many different areas are in need of planning at this moment?
Yes, so there is a need in the fiscal 20 proposed budget. We have 100,000 for the vision plan. We have 14,000 for the Parks and Open Space Board. In the BZP, Building Planning Zoning Department, we have about 30,000, and then in Public Works, we have 30,000. And if I may, through the chair, as we're talking, I maybe have some solution that might work. I kind of see this in 3 steps, and it appears in a few different places in our agenda tonight. Perhaps there is funding allocated for a consultant to serve as in the seed money, right? And perhaps it is limited to a finite dollar amount for the vision plan. And the timing, I think, works well. If the goal is to get that done by April, our team is here, the beach consultants are here. On tonight's agenda, there's a renewal for their contracts. I think the decision of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers whether or not the village will participate in the federal shoreline protection, we should know by March, April, May whether that's going to happen. In fiscal 20, there's also a budget allocation for the beach team lobbyists. So perhaps there's a 3-step phase. Maybe step 1 is that the funding be allocated for a consultant to help us with the visioning process and develop that vision plan. By the time the decision is made on the federal protection, the beach consultant team perhaps would dissolve for that purpose, and that funding can then be reallocated for the staff position, which would be the urban planner and resilience officer using the funding that's already allocated for the beach consultants.
Councilmember Laredo.
You know, process is substance. And I thought we started off well. We deferred some items. I've asked for courtesy to some people who are here that are under the mayor and council things, as this is. And this is sort of a backdoor way of getting into the budget process. I find it disappointing, but I guess I have to learn how we operate here, that we are so involved in the budget process that we're going to have a special meeting next Tuesday to go over the big picture. And this motion, which continues to mix your work with the allocation, which now you say 100,000 may not even be enough, message to the cottage industry of consultants, that a vote for this motion is a vote in essence for a line item on the budget. I found it out of place. I found it completely out of place. I have a whole bunch of other things that I would like to, at the last meeting, I made a motion for people who have a track record, the 4th of July committee, the senior citizens program, the community foundation appropriation to get it out of the budget, and I got no second. And today you're asking me, without proper notice, to vote basically on a budget item. I find it disappointingly surprising. Because no matter how you color it, no matter what little language you want to use, this is an allocation of at least $100,000. And trust me about government, once you budget, you spend it. And so I am obviously against it, and I'm against this motion. It sounds like a goodwill motion, but it is a budget motion. And I find it out of order.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Segurola.
I have to say I sort of agree with Councilmember Laredo. Maybe this is something that should be pushed back to next week.
For the workshop?
To the
Fully done it?
so we can deal with everything at one time.
I'm fine with
It's fair.
that.
I think it's fair.
Well, hold on. I think that's fair.
I have a suggestion.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Might I suggest that after we're supposed to get budget materials Wednesday, tomorrow? So assuming we all have them, we have time to look at them, and we're going to meet in a special call meeting before the workshop where action can be taken, can we add this to that agenda? If Brett feels that he would like a motion made and a vote taken, can we do that then? I mean, it would be the second thing. I mean, it's no different than the first one.
But then we'd be voting before we talked about it.
Well, that's
Well,
kind
no,
of,
we
because I'm
could
going
talk
to
about it
Loretta,
then.
Councilmember
You would talk
Loretta's
about
point.
it when you were,
Yeah, but
but you would
it
have
is
the
part-
context of all of these things that we're voting on.
Why don't we just
approving that
take-
have money attached
let's
to
do
it.
the straw poll.
I'll
without a
amend
budget.
I'll amend my motion to take out the $100,000 for right now because we're going to go into the budget. But I want to know from everybody, this is an important item for us to do, that you would like to have this document. I don't want to do this if you're not sure and it's just me convincing you. I want you to think that, hey, I think this document is very important to have. That's all. I want them to know that first. And then next week, when we go into the budgeting, next 2 weeks, next month, that's where we can talk about the budget and how much we want to put on that line item. Because it will be, if it's important, we'll be discussing that.
Look, I think it's critical that we have a roadmap, and to Councilmember Laredo's point, 20 years out may be too far, but certainly having a roadmap for the next 5 and 10 years, we've got to start planning. You know, sea level rise is not a myth. Okay, sea level rise is happening. You can go to the yacht club, you can see the docks, and the King's Tide, those things are underwater. The guest docks are underwater. We have to start planning. We have to start adopting some of the things that Councilmember London's been talking about, elevating, about allowing people to build their homes up and elevate so they can put their cars under at a higher BFE. We've got to start doing these things, but we need somebody. And I would prefer to have somebody in-house. I would prefer to have a planner on staff that's working to do this for this community because it's critical. Look, we're $8.2 billion of taxable assets to the county. And the county wants us to do things. I had a nice conversation with the mayor today about the beaches, but they're looking at resiliency. We need to look at this stuff. We need to move forward. We need to start thinking, are we going to elevate our roads? If we're going to do that, how are we going to impact the low-level homes that are existing right now? What is our plan for we need to plan for the future. And if we don't do it, we're wasting our time up here, frankly. There's no point even doing anything because whatever we build, it might not be here in 30 years. And I think it's critical that we get this going. So yes, my answer to you is I find this to be the #1 priority of this community. I think this is something we have to do if we're going to be serious.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we change the name of the board?
2040,
I didn't name it.
With all respect, the name of the board is the name of the board.
A vision board. How about
Right.
that? No number.
When I first heard 2020, seriously, when I first heard 2020, I thought it was vision, right? 2020 vision. I thought, well, that's a brilliant name for a board. You know, you're getting clear vision. It's clear vision, not 2040. We're a little off. But I really wasn't thinking years until somebody pointed out. So if we want to change the name, that's fine. But that's moving the deck chairs on the Titanic. Okay, what we need to be doing is making a real plan and moving forward.
I didn't name it. I don't know how it got there. You know, I
I think the important message is we all completely agree that this is critical. My point about the resilience is that is an underlying element. Obviously, I think everybody knows that. I think we need to do better with how we message our resiliency efforts too. Yep. I think that we are doing some things, and I think we need to get some credit for that, and I think we need to keep doing more all the time. So that's really where my thoughts were coming from, and I think we could take this up again in the budget. But
yeah, Katie, I couldn't agree more, and I think it goes to Councilmember Laredo's constant refrain about our need for better communication. The communities around us are doing a lot and everyone knows it. And when you actually scratch below the surface, there's things we've done, there's things that we're plan on doing, there's things we have in progress. You don't hear people talking about it. When you go to the website, it isn't there. I really doubt it's in like the bag of tricks of our real estate agents, but it should be, because there are some things that we have done that we've done well, and there's other things we're working on. And look at us here tonight. We're talking about how do we figure out what else to do? So getting the word out is crucial.
Let me, before you break up, because we have other people who've taken a lot of time, particularly to the.
What Allison just said.
Yeah, no.
We had a vision of changing our website because we don't think it's that user friendly. That's just it. Like, we're thinking ahead of everything.
Councilmember.
The woman who was so eloquent in her presentation.
Lucia.
You highlighted on your second appearance about the 4 things on the 2020. And we are committed, I am committed, I ran on acquiring the entry block and supporting the acquisitions that we have. To put things in perspective from our point of view, we have a very respected community leader who heads a committee who puts in long hours for free, showed us pictures that we should be ashamed of the millions of dollars that we spend on public parks, and the budget is $14,000. So, you know, we need to start getting a connection. We're all in the same boat. It's not you versus me or us. It's we got to get a perspective. And that is why the budget process should be looked at strategically. I would rather put $100,000 in something to get the jewels that we have in public parks up to Hialeah standard. Forgive me, Hialeah, because we look like, I don't know what, but some of those pictures are sickening for one of the biggest. So you see, I don't come at it philosophically. I try to do my homework, and I hope you appreciate that when I say we have limits, it's a real thing. And your work is excellent. It's a question of being part of the process. So I thank you for your work, but, you know, and continue to do it.
Let's move, because we're going to have this discussion next week, so.
There's a motion made by Councilmember Moss, and it's regarding the importance of having a 2040 vision plan in place. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Not
Next item
No, I'm not.
All right.
Why would I be
is
opposed?
571 and 599 Harbor Drive as a neighborhood park.
Okay, I'd like to invite Mr. Steve Simon up to give us a presentation on the work that's been done this summer in an effort to try to get us to a point where we could bring forth
The bridge people now?
I think so.
I think you're right.
It'd be nice.
what?
I just like to say that once we do, no, after the 571, 599, I think we should do the bridge.
We'll
I
do
think
the
it's right.
bridge, okay, right
Let's
after.
move our residents through. Is that
Oh,
okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fair.
All right, so as I was saying, this is a potential purchase of 2 contiguous lots, and the manager's been working with Steve Simon in an effort to try to get us to a point where we can move on the idea of having an ordinance come before us of determining whether or not we want to purchase these properties. So he's going to show you exactly where we are and the work that they've been doing together.
Thank you very much. I first want to acknowledge all the members of the public who came and spoke on behalf and in support of this issue. And I thank the council for moving this item up. So we're here to talk about the potential purchase of 571 and 599 Harbor Drive as a neighborhood park. And in June, when I came here before council, there was a motion that was unanimously approved to direct the manager to work with me and to work with Pat over the summer, and to come back today with a specific proposal for how this parcel, these 2 parcels, can become our next village park. A lot of people have spoken as to why it should be the next park. Some of the things I'll speak about will address the why. This is really mainly at the end of this, you're going to see the how. As I had pointed out earlier, and for those of you who may not know the precise location, unfortunately, I can't do it by a pointer, but Ceci, I don't know, do you want to point out where Enid and McIntyre intersect with Harbor Drive?
It's like the belt on the waist of the island.
Right about there, right there. Yep. Yeah, that's right there. Thank you, Ceci. And specifically, this is an aerial photo showing both properties. 571 is the one that is more square, sitting on the property, and 599 is on an angle. This is hypothetical green space, and I've worked with the Public Works Department for measuring this space. When I was here, I showed a different pictorial in June. This shows both what is the considered the property records view of the county, plus the extra space that you get for use of swales here. The swales are wider on Harbor Drive, that's why there's more space. And really the total usable green space combined is 32,525 square feet. People have spoken about the community survey results that happen every couple of years. And the latest ETC survey that was conducted by the village in 2018 showed that 50% were very supportive, and 21% of the people, the residents, are somewhat supportive, which means if you look at this, really there's an incredible level of support for purchasing land for development of parks, recreation, and sports facilities. The neighbors have been informed of this presentation. They were invited in June and invited again tonight. As you heard, some of them already speak to that issue. In June, I mentioned the fact that looking at this from the overall benefits of the community, that we are currently on the community rating system at a level 7, which gives us a 15% reduction in our annual premiums for flood, and that we're continually striving to improve that score to a level 6, which would give all of us a 20% discount. The only update I have to report on that is that the village is waiting actually to hear from the federal government still. We were hoping to have that information now. I'm told it will come in September. So hopefully before the next public hearing on this matter, we'll know where we stand. I don't know that this projects very well, but again, courtesy of the Public Works Department, this shows elevations at the addresses near 571 and 599. And these two parcels are actually the lowest elevations compared to the surrounding area. So when we talk about resiliency, one of the things we talk about is floodplain management, an area for both rainwater, stormwater, and in the case that we get actual floods from hurricanes, for a collection point because of the low spot. So these are particularly low. Part of the Village's resiliency program, this would be an ideal site, I'm told, by Public Works for a stormwater pump station. And perhaps when I'm done, Jake from the Public Works Department could speak directly to this, because there are some quantifiable benefits in terms of expenditures saved by having a stormwater pump station that's closer to the bay. And this would be closer to the bay. So speaking of community survey results, one of the items had to do with what households would like to see done in the next 2 years. And two of those things are exactly what everyone's been talking about tonight: stormwater management and sea level rise resiliency. And so the point is that these two parcels, given the size and the location, can be not just viewed as parks in the traditional way of green space, but parks that will function far more for this particular community as part of our sea level rise resiliency plan and for stormwater management. Councilman Laredo mentioned the check that was brought by the representatives, the state senator and representative before, and the big check that came before was for the grant award for 401 Hampton Lane. I'm working with Todd and the rec department. These are the grant opportunities in 2020 and the funding levels per project that could be available. It was the FCT, the Florida Communities Trust grant, that we got the essentially 40% rebate of the acquisition price for 401 Hampton Lane. And so that program's still in place. People talk about what about our property values? It's a concern, of course, because they're going down across the island. There is something called the proximate principle, and it talks about the impact on property values based upon distances to parks and open spaces. And over the summer, I've been interacting with a gentleman, a professor in Texas, who's really considered the national expert on this term, the proximate principle. And the bottom line is that there's overwhelming empirical evidence that parks and open spaces contribute to increases in property values. His name is Dr. Crompton. So the chart that's on here now really is addressing the cost to acquire, and I wanted to share some of this with you. initially, these two properties were under contract for $2.3 million for a total of $4.6 million. If you see this chart, that's at the top of the chart. 571, after going back and talking to them, that price remains the same at 2.3. At 599, there's been a significant drop in working with the sellers of that property, who, by the way, did not even have their property on the market. And I want to reemphasize, I can't say enough about them. When I first approached them many months ago, they were in the process of designing and planning on building their dream home on this site. They had purchased the house just 1 year ago, and they've dropped that price $450,000 to $1.850. There's a realtor that I worked with on the 571 property, and he is foregoing his entire commission, which is 3%, and that reduces by $69,000 the cost of that property. So you can see the line where it talks about the cost to purchase. You can see how each one is shown as a total there. 571 at $2,231,000 and 599 at $1,850,000 for a total of just over $4 million. One of the other things that that is an opportunity here in terms of the financial side, it turns out that at 571 there are currently tenants there. Under the current agreement, their lease expires. Their lease expires shortly before what would be, if the council moves forward, what would be the anticipated closing date. Those tenants are paying $12,000 a month. They've requested that if, after closing, if they're able to stay another at least 5 months, that would be $60,000 gross rental income. And they've expressed an interest in, depending upon how that would occur with the village, an interest in possibly staying an additional 12 months, which would be, if that came to fruition, would be an additional $144,000 in income. So that's really where things are at the moment. I know that if council decides to move forward, that there are 2 additional public hearings that would take place that would be more along the lines of an official ordinance, and that I would look to council tonight to see if what your interest is, to hopefully move this forward to the next step, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Steve, could you give the council, and they may have seen this, but the numbers for the appraisals that came in, or the manager can speak to that?
Yes, I can. Thanks. So for 571, which is at 2.3 for the contract price, the appraisal came in exactly at 2.3. For 599, the appraisal, actually the revised appraisal based on a recalculation of the square footage came in late this afternoon, and I don't know, I know Todd has seen it, I'm not sure how many of you have had a chance to see it, but that is at $1,630,000. That's for 599.
And the contract price?
That's for $1,850,000.
And lastly, can you explain when these contracts expire and what that means to us as far as trying to make a decision?
So a number of months ago, when I went to both the realtor representing the seller of 571 and went to the owners of 599, I said, this is a process. Please be patient. And there's a number of months that this will have to go by. I understand a normal real estate transaction. I'm reluctant to use the word normal, but Councilman London might be able to address what normal timelines are. But I asked for, compared to what we did with the 401 Hampton Lane Park, I asked for an extended period of time. To answer your question directly, the contracts expire October 16th because I tied them into regular council meetings. There is an understanding, while those contracts do go through October 16th, which would be one day after the next regular council meeting, I know that both sellers would like to get an indication as to whether or not there's an appetite on the part of council to keep moving this forward, because if it's not, we shouldn't continue to tie them up.
I think one other point is on the property on 571, you told me there is a backup contract?
Yes. It's been represented to me by the Realtor when I went back just the other day and showed the appraisal to the Realtors that there is, they represented that there's a backup contract.
How many years has how many years has that property been on the market?
Long time.
How many years?
2? 400 days or something like that. Is that about right?
Thank you.
Yeah, long time.
Doctor, part of your proposal was that the village could potentially become the landlords for the current tenants for up to a year?
If the village has an appetite for being a landlord or for delegating that responsibility, the initial question that went to the tenants, would you like to stay? And the initial response was, we'd like to stay at least through the end of the school year. And then through the Realtor representing 571, they went back and I said, well, what about an extended period of time? And the answer was that we would be interested in extending the rental period for a year beyond that. It's an expression of interest. They're not committed, the village isn't committed, but if you added those two together, if they did stay, then you'd be talking about $60,000 plus $144,000 if that took place. And I just to say that one of the reasons that I proposed that is I understand that planning sometimes takes time.
That was my next question. Potentially they would stay for a year and a half, and how long, given your experience with the other park, how long is the whole planning, designing process take?
Oh, you really put me in a wonderful position to respond. I can tell you the park that my family built, we broke ground 6 months later. But on the other hand, I think you all are talking about 530 Crandon Park tonight, which is taking a little bit longer to plan than 6 months. So I don't know. I can't answer that. It depends on how it's done. But yeah. And by the way, can I just
somewhere between 6 months
Councilmember
and 10 years.
London.
I really think this should be a two-part discussion, or at least broken in two parts. One is, do we as a council believe there's a need for the park? Obviously, you voted before 5-0 to pursue this thing. So does that mean that at this point in time, everybody thinks we should go ahead and acquire these? So that would be number one. And number two is, if we're going to acquire them, at what price should we pay? The last time we had two pieces offered, they're right across from us. One was on Glen Ridge and one was on Fernwood. And I think they were both offered just a 2-1 or 2-2, some really good deal. And I think I basically killed the deal, and I wanted to give $1.4 million, and I think the council agreed, no, we got to give them $1.6 million or $1.7 million. And they told us to forget it. And I must tell you, then they sold one of them for $1.25 million. So I don't want to be, I'm for acquiring personally, but I'm not for overpaying. That's all. So I don't believe the prices we have are fair prices today. Maybe they will be tomorrow, but today I don't think they are, in spite of today's market, which is in a downward trend.
Councilmember Petros?
All right. I would like to speak to some of the things you bring up, and I think that they're important to analyze for sure. I also think we know that right now property values have gone down. On one level, that means less income to the village. On another level, it means there's an opportunity because most of us have seen property values go up and down on this island. And I personally, as long as I've lived here, have seen some pretty big fluctuations. I think this is a unique situation of where it's located and the size of these lots. The one that you were referring to that happened before, the appraisals came in significantly lower than the asking prices, and these are not terribly far off. I think one of the things that makes this challenging and difficult is that it's very tough to speak about numbers on property that we're going to buy in the public forum, and how do we go about this to get as competitive as possible. We have some things here that make us a little less price sensitive than if you were to go buy a piece of property for yourself. Number one, we get to use the swale. So what one person would be paying and what the village are paying, we're getting more land for the money that we're paying.
But we already own the swell.
What?
Don't we kind of
We
already
own
have
the swale, but we can use it, whereas somebody who bought it can't use that swale. Number two, these properties are together and they're both oversized. The difference in the appraisal is actually due to the lot sizes, one of which was 11,400, and one is stated at either 8,778 or 9,322 square feet. That's without the swale. And that's where the difference in the appraisals were with those two numbers. So I think that there's an opportunity here. You've heard so many people talk about resilience. You've heard about the fact that we can get money in a grant back, and you're not going to get that unless you're converting land that could be built upon and putting it into a public park forum. We got 40% back on the last time we did that. That made that cost to the village extremely competitive, better than anybody could have done. We also have money that is earmarked only for purchasing land. So if we continually try to do a process that makes us look good just on a dollar amount, we may never use that money. And then that money can't be used for anything else. It has $7 million in there right now. If property upticks, these are going to look like really good prices really quickly. So I think, and the neighbors in the area sound like they're supporting it. That's amazing to me that the people that are around this park are starting to buy into the idea that property values will be elevated by having a park nearby. When we first started looking for parks, people were concerned if they put a park right next to them, they didn't want it. Now we're seeing people actually motivated and interested in having it right next door. So to me, all of those things make me want to push forward and to try to see if we can make a purchase of these properties. And I'm not saying a specific number.
Councilmember Laredo.
As to there's nobody more militant about acquiring property than me, so that's not an issue here. And this is, as I think I told you personally over the phone, it's a testimony to your prestige. This is a very unusual process that we've delegated to a private citizen, in essence, to negotiate for us. So it's very difficult to understand this, but it's a reflection of your reputation, for which we're thankful. But it puts us in a situation, the sellers know it's the city. I mean, we're a small community that is looking to buy it. The compelling problem, so to your first question, yes, I want to acquire land. Every piece of land that is available and affordable and at a reasonable price for the future of this community and our kids and grandchildren, I want to acquire it. Real estate. One property is 200 and something, even with a last minute adjustment, under appraised value. There is just, I don't know of any public official that would buy something above appraised value with the trust that we have as the trustees of the people's money. That's the only big concern I have. I think Ed does too. It's just not the acquiring, it's the price. And I hear your point. Real estate, the only thing that is true about real estate is that it's cyclical. Everything else is BS and sales point. Things that come up. So all these things about there's a second contract and all of that, tell them thank you, but we're all adults and we've been in the business world far too long to fall for that. We're trying to act on the public welfare. And it's troubling to have an appraisal that is below contract price. I don't know how to get around it. That would be my statement. Then I don't know what it is that he wants, since the process is so confusing. Not confusing, but what would be the next step you need? Because we have October. The money doesn't have to be played with when the process of the budget, because it's already set aside. But I don't know what he wants or what he needs.
Can I let you know what our process would be?
Yes.
Okay. So the contract, as Steve said, would run until October 16th. Right. In order for the village to buy property, we need to do a capital authorizing ordinance. So that takes 2 readings. We'll have to have 2 council meetings. In between the first and second reading, the clerk would have to mail out notices to everyone in the village because the cost is more than $500,000. So in order for the village to accomplish this before the deadline, we would have to have first reading of this ordinance, I would say, by September 10th at the latest.
Okay.
And then in between that, the clerk will need to mail notice, advertise. We'll have second reading on October 15th, which is the day before it
Does those
expires.
ordinances have to have the price in them?
It will have the amount of money that you're paying to purchase, yeah. But, you could always start off with a higher number and end on October 15th with a lower number, if you follow what I'm saying. So on first reading, you could say, we're buying it at this, and you could keep on working down.
And you're sure once you do that the person will come down in price, right?
Well, I'm not.
It makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Councilmember Moss, and then Councilmember Cigarrola, then Councilmember Petros.
I think your first question, to find out if we support it, you have my support for this park. I think it's strategic. I think it works well, and there's two of them together, which I think is much more useful. From the point, and I think Councilmember Petros brought it up a couple of times, but we're in a very difficult situation of how to negotiate this, because in the private, it's something that what Ed is saying is that, we can negotiate this at what the appraised value is. One of the questions I have is that we did do a purchase previously at the Hampton Park. Was that cost above the appraised value?
The appraisal was done after the fact for the purpose of the grant application, but it was using the dates that it would have existed at the time of purchase, and that came in 1%. We paid 1% above that. So the purchase price was $2,090,000, and the appraisal was $2,070,000. And the appraiser was the exact same appraiser that the village used for these two properties.
Well, it doesn't help my argument much,
No.
but what I'm trying to get to is that appraised values will be moving up and down, right? Depending on what the market is happening. I know this is not a good negotiation position, but what might be what we say is above appraised value in 3 years might be a very good deal. And the problem that we get into is that we don't make the purchases, because when it becomes a good deal, the price goes up, and then we're like, man, we should have bought it then. So we're in a very strange position, and I think what Councilmember Petros brought up, there's other things that we have to consider, like grants and other things that would come in and help offset that, so we can make these decisions, or we're never going to get these things done. So it's something that we might need to think about when we look at the appraised value.
Councilmember Cigarrola?
I also have concerns about the price, but I do like the fact that there's a potential for application for grants to bring down the overall cost. I've gone through this in my head a lot, and we've had these conversations, pros and cons. The other con is you're taking a property off the tax rolls and decreased revenue in the future. But there's one particular, there's an additional factor in this property that's always sort of intrigued me, and I don't want to put Jake on the spot, but I kind of would like, if he can, speak a little bit about it. My understanding is that this property or these two properties can provide certain strategic benefits for resiliency and stormwater flooding if they are purchased. How would that work, and what could be done there?
Yeah, correct. Dr. Simon and I bounced some ideas back and forth, and the benefit is twofold. One is the stormwater management, and as well as CRS. We haven't gotten our CRS results yet, but we know they were deficient in green space, so that's one thing, and it's definitely going to help increasing our rating. I don't know how much it's going to move the needle, but it is going to move it. That's the CRS part.
Jake, can you just mention to the public that the CRS means that it will help us on our flood insurance?
Correct.
Right?
Community
Okay.
rating system. So the better rating we have, the lower the flood insurance are. Number two, we have no space in the village to install a future pump station. Currently, we've been dealing with K8, school board to secure a site at the K8, and it's been going on for years. Hopefully, it will come to fruition fairly soon, but didn't happen yet. And near 10, 20 years, this village will be a pumped city. We're going to have to raise the road beds, pump stations, and such. So this park would serve very well as a future pump station and stormwater managed area for the following reasons. Number one, it's off the roadway, so you don't have to install this ugly stormwater pump stations that you have to put bollards to protect from the traffic. This could be far from people's sight. You can screen it and use the park area as a depression area. And it's also very close to the bay. So if you were to have a force main system discharge the bay, if that was a design, the cost comes down very low. Currently, in this market, you pay anywhere from $150 to $200 for a linear foot of force main. So if you compare, if you were to have a pump station centrally located versus this location, a couple of thousand feet times $200, you're looking at about saving about $500,000 just in the force main. So these are some of the benefits that this location will provide.
Okay. Councilmember Petros?
Okay, just real quickly to try to wrap this up, what I would like us to do tonight is I would like us to ask Dr. Simon and our manager to go and continue to try to get the best price possible, bring it forth as an ordinance, and then we will vote whether we want to purchase it or not. And we should do that before, to give us enough time. We need to do it before a certain date so that we could make that second ordinance vote, if it were to come to that, on that October 15th. So that's
that a motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, just to clarify, so on first reading, you want an ordinance on the 10th of September?
Yes.
Whatever fits the October 16th deadline.
I
With
think
a
we would have
caveat
to
that-
meet before that. I
Why?
mean, we would have to have something before
10th of
that in
September?
order for that to be the second. Do we need to be at the point of a second reading by October 15th?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
So let's work back from that.
That's enough time. I think the clerk, I mean, Jenny confirmed, but I think if the council approves it on first reading on the 10th, that's enough time to advertise and mail the noticing for the 15th.
The 10th of what? Oh, of
September.
October.
No, September.
September.
Yes.
Okay,
You're missing a month.
sorry.
And, yeah, I
The
think,
doctor, there is clearly,
well, hold on.
there's clear at least 2 or 3 people here who are not going to be going for 1.8.
And that's a fair point. I think what we have to remember is, look, I do closings in real estate, and a lot of what my clients ask is, am I getting a good deal? Buyer or seller, nobody's ever sure if they're getting a really good deal. And to your point, I get that we want to be as close to the appraisal price as possible. The fact is, are we getting a good deal? To Councilmember Petros and Councilmember Segarola's points, if this land is potentially able to bring us a grants towards purchasing, if it's able to save us costs on resiliency, on stormwater, if it's able to do things for us, I think we have to take that into the final calculation as to what we're actually putting forth toward the land right now, as far as what benefit we're going to see in the future. So I think I'm fine. I do agree. I would like to see the prices come down. And I think, obviously people are going to watch this tape, and I think there's certainly support to purchase, but not necessarily support for the prices. So the sellers may want to take that into account if they want to actually get these properties sold. But I am in favor of buying them. I think look, we've also tasked the Land Acquisition Parks and Open Spaces Board with doing this for us. And they do a lot of investigation. I mean, Dr. Simon has done a lot
He's actually
get
sitting
two
outside of the board
contiguous
right now.
pieces of land that can operate in such a way for this community. And I think if we're going to say to them, well, it's kind of like the 2040, frankly, if they're going to come to us with a plan that fulfills a need of the 2020 plan and fulfills future needs as far as resiliency and stormwater, and we're just going to say, you know what, it's 220,000 more than what the appraisals cost. So rather than being 4.1 or 3.93, it's 4.15. If we're going to say that, then I think we're wasting the time of the board. So I'm in favor of this. I think we should move forward. I concur with you. Let's put it. We have a motion on the floor. Let's vote on it, and let's bring it back on the 10th.
Excuse me, the only thing is, Mike, if I believe this was a good appraisal, I'd be with Katie, but I don't believe this is a good appraisal. Okay? I look at appraisals day in and day out, and look at these, look at his comparables, and I'm not an appraiser anymore, but I used to be. I completely disagree with this conclusion.
With the first property?
With the conclusion post.
Well, then what is your
another
suggestion
appraisal?
of how to get a valid appraisal? I mean, we use somebody we've used in the past. They're a certified appraiser.
I'm not saying they're not. I look at certified MEI, which used to be made as instructed, but now means member of the Appraisal Institute, appraisals. And let me tell you, they vary all over, depending what they do, how they want to do it. I'm not saying this is not a good appraiser. He is. I don't think it's a good appraisal. I just disagree with his conclusions.
Would you like to call for another appraisal?
I would do that, yes.
But her motion basically is buying us time.
Yeah, let's do the motion.
We can pull back before the second.
That's exactly right. Let's do this motion
I'd
and
rather
then.
do.
Fine.
And let the message go forth.
Right.
That you heard this, and they will hear this conversation. We're a small community, and tell them not to give you any more stuff about some of the other stuff, because to me, it's a little offensive.
Do we want to add, do we want to amend my motion? I don't know if
Just
I'm
let's do
amending
yours.
about the appraisal.
Let's do yours and then we'll talk
Okay.
about the appraisal.
All right.
For clarification, this item will be placed on the first reading of the budget,
No,
or is it?
it will be placed at the special call
Special
meeting
call
that we
meeting.
already said we were going to have on the 10th.
On the 10th.
I thought the special call was on the 3rd.
No, we're having.
Yes.
No, on the 10th. On the
No.
10th.
No, it's on the 3rd.
Yeah.
I have it for
Thank you.
5:30
sorry.
on the 3rd, and then I have I would need
Let's have
another
another one on
one
the
Okay.
10th.
on
Just
the
have special
10th.
meetings.
We can have one on the 10th.
Let's have one on the 10th. We're all going to be
So-
here.
Special meetings for a special council.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Can we
Next
move
item.
the,
I'm sorry, no, the next
bridge?
item. Yeah, are we all good with moving the bridge folks up? I think they've
Yes.
been sitting here
Yes.
patiently, so let's get them.
well, it's enough said and presented. I think we don't need to have another presentation. I
I think she's got to read, let's read the item.
we just think it's in the best interest of the village, not the
It's a discussion. I'm
citizens.
sorry, I apologize.
It's okay, we don't need. So I'll move the motion. I'll move the resolution that you're going to draft.
That's a
discussion.
Order you to order a
No, it's a
resolution.
discussion item.
Wait.
Okay.
Are we talking about the fishing from the?
Yes.
Fishing, it's
Okay, so
11A
we-
through, 11A2.
So we have an ordinance currently in place that regulates fishing on the bridge.
Yes,
Is your motion to then repeal that ordinance and
Yes.
just prohibit fishing on the bridge?
yes,
Okay.
that's my motion.
I'll second the motion.
Can we discuss?
Well,
Yeah.
of course. I just put it-
I would like to know if, at any point in time, has this been prohibited
Yes.
on the bridge, and if it has been, for how many years and when?
So I think that the chief, could come and speak to that too, but I can give you just some background that the previous manager did prohibit fishing on the bridge after seeing, at the time, there was a lot of people fishing on it. There was an issue. And the police were called out a lot, and at that time, the program was suspended, if you will. That program was.
What year are we talking about?
Yeah, what she wants is a short answer to how many years.
I can't.
Many years.
It was
You know,
back, okay, it was about 2007, 2008, 2009. We
Yeah, I could tell you
allowed,
that John Gilbert was manager.
Okay.
okay,
Okay?
I thought it was,
No,
It was a bad idea whose
When
time
it was
had not come.
banned, can I,
Yes.
when it was banned or when it was reinstated?
When it was banned, John Gilbert was manager. I don't know if, Chuck, if you recall, but it was reinstated earlier this year or late last year.
So it was banned, and it just got reinstated, and then we started having all these problems. Is that accurate?
It was banned,
That's
then it was
correct.
That's a good.
It was banned for about 3 years. We had no issues.
Okay.
And then when it was reinstated, because somebody had brought up the fact that they wanted to bring their family members there, et cetera, it started out nice and quiet, then it became problematic.
How much are we charging for a fishing permit?
I believe it's $15.
15? Do we have many people have these permits?
We have approximately 20-something people that have those permits.
Well, if we pass
However,
this, I
the
think we should
problem
return the
is,
money.
the problem is it's turned into a trespass area for much more, as the homeowners had said. I could tell you since January, we have taken a signal at that bridge 143 different times. And since January, we have visited Moshed Island 1,050 times officially on the radio. So in between all of those trips back and forth, the kids go out there, the dirt continues. We have written citations. We have moved off fishermen that don't belong. However, if they have a license, They can stay there for hours on end, as somebody had mentioned. And it is not only problematic, but in my mind, it's an opportunity for somebody to have the best observation in the world to see the comings and goings of the people on that island. And I'm concerned with it. I don't like the idea, and I don't like the idea of kids jumping into the waterways and causing potential hazards over there to their own lives.
So I have some questions for you, Chief. My first question is the pictures and the nuisance. Are we seeing mostly non-Key Biscayne residents causing these problems, or is this our own residents leaving their own mess and not picking up after themselves?
I want to say you have a mixture of both. And I'm not babysitting who is a resident and who's not. That's not my job. My job is just to see if they have a license or if they don't.
My next thing is, it seems like the issue is much bigger than just fishing. I'm hearing the parking, the kayaking, the snorkeling, the diving, the jumping off the bridge. And so my question is, people are already doing things that they're not allowed. They are not permitted to jump in the water or
There's no
put their
prohibition
kayak.
against it, ma'am.
And so, so then what you're saying is, if we were to ban fishing, we should perhaps go further and enforce
Most definitely, we would have to
all these
create
other
an
activities
ordinance.
going on off the bridge.
We would have to create an ordinance similar to the Gables, similar to the county, that prohibits fishing, kayaking, jumping, hanging out, doing anything on that bridge except for driving past it. Yes, ma'am.
How many people did you say have licenses on the bridge?
20-something.
In the 20s, sir.
So you're saying that only 20 people will be affected at this point in time?
Correct.
So basically, it's a very small number of people.
Extremely.
Okay. Thank you.
And it's ruining a whole neighborhood and creating an incredible potential for, if this word gets out of Key Biscayne, I think
sounds
that
like it
we
is.
better
It's
move on
already
this
out.
very.
Fishermen.
Well, it's already out. I know this community outside of the Key. We better put a stop and thank the active members of that community to bring it to our attention, because I just missed it. So I think we should really, it's in the benefit, it's not in the benefit of them, it's in the benefit of all of us that we stop this fishing.
Is there a motion on the table
It
right
is.
now to ban it?
Can I
Yes, to ban.
finish
The motion is
Oh,
to bring back an ordinance to do it.
To do it, okay.
Yes, because we have a current code that has to be repealed.
I would like to say that clearly this is a problem and we need to deal with it. But it saddens me to hear that we have our own residents out there that aren't able to just enjoy fishing off the bridge without leaving their garbage. I mean, people, when you talk to people who grew up here, fishing off the Master Bridge was something they did, and we don't have access to the bay for the majority of our residents. It makes me, I'm not saying that I don't see this as a problem or that we need to take action to rectify it. I'm making a general comment that I see in the Village Green, I see it all over the place, that we are not good stewards of our own assets, our own community, and there's no maid service that's coming along behind us to clean up the bridge or the
We've actually started enlisting the help of our Public Works to go out there, if they can, every Monday with a pressure cleaner. So now it's actually costing the village additional funds to try and keep it somewhat clean.
I have a question. Can we, from a public safety standpoint, could we stop this now while we're making the ordinance and put no fishing up there, or we have to make the ordinance in order to do that?
Well, I've got to have a law to enforce, a law that is supported by.
But we had a no fishing up there at one point for quite a long time without an ordinance. That was not
We
an
had
issue then?
signs up there, and we were able to enforce it based on what the council took action on.
Okay.
So the council actively then made a decision to have licenses within the village?
Yeah, in 2003, the council adopted an ordinance to actively allow fishing on the bridge.
You know, those are the things that happen.
Okay.
And it was,
All right.
it sounded like a great idea and a friendly idea, and a lot of things have changed in our Key Biscayne, and that's why we need to get back our civility and our Key Biscayne nice. It's happening there. It's happening in the parking lots. It's parking everything, which we're going to hear from you later. We got to hit people with 2x4, and this is a special community, and we want to keep it special. And so I think this is a no-brainer. It's actually part of the vision. Talk about vision. You see it. it's ridiculous what is happening. So I think we should move as fast as we can to prohibit. So I don't know, maybe we ought to vote on it.
Do we call the questions?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
If I may, through the vice chair. One thing you could do now by motion is direct us to suspend issuing licenses, so at least we wouldn't continue the practice.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Can you
Thank
revoke
you.
license if they leave stuff?
I'm sorry?
I said, can you revoke the license if they're causing problems?
Should be.
Okay, guys.
There should be teeth to some. I agree with you, Brett, that I would have liked.
Excuse me, I'd like to make
but
a
it sounds
motion
like
that we
problem got
return
bigger than that.
the license fees to the 20 citizens of Key Biscayne who paid for the licenses.
Second.
Hold on 1 second. The answer to your question, Brett, is yes, the code allows for that. And just before, Ed, you voted on it, the cost of the permits were a little more than what the police chief said. It's $10 for residents and $50 for non-residents. That may not matter. But I just
We're
wanted
talking
to
about 20 permits.
I know, but I just wanted you
That's
to know.
fine. I mean, I just don't think we take their money and then tell them they can't use it, so let's return the money, that's all.
That's fair.
Fair thing to do.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And to the
Opposed?
attorney to move as fast as possible.
I'm trying.
Okay, well,
Get in the back room and do it.
all right. You can do it tomorrow.
Can I just, I'd like to make another, because of Ed pulling items because he doesn't want to go to jail, coward that he is. We've got the resolution approving an agreement with the Key Biscayne Community Foundation in there.
I so move.
Please, thank you.
Second.
All those in favor?
I think before, since Councilmember London is going to recuse himself, he needs to leave the leave the dais or the room. Yeah. And then
Just
now,
point of order, do I, having done work for the Community Foundation in the past, do I have to leave the room?
No, the only thing you have to do is disclose, sir.
Oh, no, I've been accused.
I don't know about
Well, that's a different story, but as far as you're concerned,
I just, look, I don't need.
no, as far as I'm
I'm
concerned,
not being glib here, I'm being
No,
honest.
no.
I don't need another
I think
suggestion.
the answer is, my understanding is that you don't do any work for them at this point.
Do not.
So no.
I did draft a lease between
So-
them and another,
But that matter's closed.
but I was representing the landlord, not the Key Biscayne Community Foundation.
You were adverse to them at that time.
Commissioner London abstains.
Yes, for the reasons I think he stated earlier.
He doesn't have to leave the room.
He does.
He does?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
He's eating all the brownies back there, that's the problem.
We're getting so silly in this country. Okay.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving an agreement with the Key Biscayne Community Foundation, Inc., providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Okay, I got it.
Moved.
Second.
Can I make a comment on this?
Please.
Yes, ma'am.
My understanding is that this can be, we can have some rewording to this. We can approve it tonight, but we can tweak it. We can make it more personal because it's a very generic contract. I'd like it to be more specific to the relationship between the foundation and the village and not, and that we continue to work with them to get this right, because I don't think it's right.
Well, I already spoke with the foundation's council, and we've, it's being adopted in substantially the form, and we're going to tailor it to some of their unique provisions.
This is a
So-
first step into getting it better.
Okay.
But if we could include in the resolution that Exhibit A as some sort of language with, or as changed with the approval of the village attorney, I just want to make sure that we're not.
Says that the agreement is being approved in substantially the form attached, and the manager can execute it once approved by the village attorney as to form, content, and legal
Perfect.
sufficiency. That's what it
Thank
says
you.
so far.
I thought the same thing.
Mayor, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key
Well,
Biscayne.
now we got to go back and finish up the board
No.
appointments.
One
Oh,
more.
I'm sorry.
Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, expressing the village's intent to continue utilizing the People's Transportation Plan, PTP funds for the freebie transportation service, providing for ratification and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Second, same question. Having worked on this, I'm all clear, correct? I just want it on the record.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with what you
Just,
You worked on this
I
contract?
did the contract originally.
Not for the CITT.
For the
No, not for the CIT. I just want to make sure I worked on it. Look, This boy's not going to jail with Ed London, that's all I'm saying.
You don't want to be his,
Yeah, let's vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, now back to board appointments and vacancies and reports. Report by Athletics Advisory Board.
That was intended to be deferred because Mr. Waldman was unavailable this evening.
Next item is one appointment for the Pension Board of Trustees.
Okay, so the potential, let me get my list, the folks who submitted them, or were submitted, and again, remember, this is a vote by all of us. This is not my appointment. Eduardo Delgado, George Picaza, and Bill Stevens. Bill Stevens was on the board. He's been on the board for a while. The two other gentlemen, their resumes were certainly excellent, so I want somebody to make a motion. Bill Stevens is willing to do it, to continue on it. It was brought because, people wanted to make sure that we were fully vetting and we were allowing people to come forward and put their names in the hat.
I'll make a motion for Bill Stevens.
Okay. Does anybody else want to offer anybody else?
Hey, you making your motion now for the pension board or not?
I thought the mayor was going to recommend somebody.
We've Ed's recommended Bill Stevens.
You recommended somebody or not?
Okay. Then let's take a vote.
I need a second.
Okay, second.
You don't want to recommend
I'll second, of
somebody?
course I'll second Bill.
Too
Wait,
late.
I don't, do you have someone you want to also recommend for the pension board? Because isn't one of these people someone you brought forth of the three?
That is correct, yes, it was brought before. I'll follow the will of the commission.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is the consent
No,
agenda.
no, it'd be the appointment to the 2040.
Well, okay. The appointment to the 2040
Right.
Strategic Vision Board.
And this had been somebody who'd been put forward. Mario Garcia Serra was recommended by two members of the current board, one of whom was leaving the board. Mario, I think we all know Mario. He's got an excellent reputation in land use. I think it is an area that we were a bit lacking on the board. I think he'd be a good addition. So I am recommending that we take, we put my applicant is Mario Garcia Serra.
Second.
Thank you.
Just so that you know, as one commissioner got elected, I withdrew someone you already had nominated. I nominated Bill Kraus,
I know that,
and I pulled him to accommodate another
council members.
councilman, and so I'm left holding the bag.
Well, no, and Mr. Kraus, I will certainly.
Yeah, okay, I just want to get it on the record.
I appreciate that.
It's the rules of the game here are a little bit strange for me. And
You can nominate him right now.
Well, I did nominate him.
No, he did nominate him, and I
Did
understand.
nominate him. He has been
and-
nominated, and, we're all equal up here, and so if we keep drifting this way, I may have to change my attitude because
Okay.
it's not fair.
All right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Next item is the consent agenda.
Moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is a resolution of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a professional services agreement with Janus Research Group. I'm sorry.
I have to do the youth board.
Can we do the time certain? Because we have folks here from the county who are going to give a presentation that was supposed to be at 8.
Yes. You did it.
She
was just reading.
Yes, we can. I had to say goodnight.
Next, I apologize. So it's the first reading of the ordinance for the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida. I'm sorry, is that the one that you were referring to?
Managers reports at 8.
I didn't realize what time.
8 o'clock.
9.
It's
What
9.
happened to the
Apologize. Well, yeah, I apologize. I thought this was at 9. I thought the village managers was at 9.
We lost track of time. Next item is Causeway Toll renewal process under the village manager's report.
So through the chair, I'd like
Mike.
to introduce Mr. Mike Baumann, the Causeway Chief of Miami-Dade County, and Ms. Isabel Rosa, the Parks, Rec, and Open Space Admin Officer, who wanted to give us a public service announcement about the toll renewal process to make sure all of our residents are aware of the process and what we need to do to get your next toll
Which one?
tag.
We'll check, just we'll check.
This is the one. I don't have in the middle reading.
That's the first one? Gotcha.
Hold on. Look at the first page.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Vice Mayor, council members, Madam Manager, and Clerk. Good to see you all again. Was a little bit confused because a few years ago, we were the bridge people. So pardon our confusion on that. We're here this evening. I'm sorry. My name is Mike Baumann. I'm the Chief of the Causeways Division for Miami-Dade County Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces Department. And with me this evening is Ms. Maria or Isabel Rosa, and she supervises our toll operations, our revenue that comes in from the SunPass, Toll by Plate, and Annual Plan Administration. So recently, Councilmember Laredo was in our office and spoke with Ms. Rosa and asked her to come by and do a presentation on our annual plans. When she told me about that, I thought, hey, this is an excellent opportunity. For 28 years now, we've never done a presentation like this for you folks. And I thought that it'd be nice to give you some of the history of the annual plans and how we got to where we are today. And in that, Isabel can also talk to you about the process that we're going through right now for renewal of your annual plans. So, see if I get this working right. Okay, we operate, our legislative authority comes under a couple of state statutes. There are a few more, but I grabbed the two most important ones. And that's that we have a toll facility and everybody's required to pay the toll. We also have continuation of tolls, which means once we are out of bond indebtedness, we are allowed to continue charging tolls. And then we operate under Miami-Dade County Code. Article 1, Section 101, powers of the Board of County Commissioners. The first one is provide and regulate arterial, toll, and other roads. The very first power. Narrow it down a little bit from there, we've got the county implementing order that's specific for the Rickenbacker toll operations, and that's 4-57, which dictates our fees and tolls that we're allowed to charge. That implementing order is under the authority of the Board of County Commissioners, and there's two ways that we can change that implementing order. One is through a standalone resolution at any time during the year, and the other is through the annual budget process. So when the Rickenbacker Causeway opened in 1947, there were annual plans offered, and they were offered to anyone who was a resident of Miami, or a resident of Dade County at the time. Not just residents of Key Biscayne, but anyone who was a resident of the county. And it was $75 per calendar year. The regular toll at that time was 50 cents. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense to buy an annual plan at that price. Key Biscayne residents, led by the Key Biscayne Civic Association, began a long fight, and they got it reduced in 1960 to $60 a year. I show you these old newspaper shots to give you an idea where some of the research comes from. I started this back in 1991, and I found that newspaper picture over there on the left that shows a county commissioner giving the president of the Key Biscayne Civic Association, his name was Howard Dixon at the time, license plate number 1 for the year 60. It was also the year that we went from $75 down to $60. On the other side is 1974, and that'll become important in just a minute, but the chamber attorney, Mort Freed, who was one of your founding fathers, is listed in that article there. This slide shows a trend On the top is, on the top section are the annual plans. On the bottom is the cash toll. The first line, well, you've got the years, and then you've got general, which means available to all residents of Miami-Dade County. There was no discerning between residents and commuters. Started at $75, as I said, went down to $60 in 1960, and you'll notice the cash toll at that time was cut in half because we were unable to keep up with the debt service at 50 cents. So there was a counterintuitive argument made to lower the toll. I think that was by the DuPont interest. And they cut it in half, and everybody came. And so then we were able to keep up with the debt service on the original bonds. I don't know what happened to the cash toll until 1984. But go back up to the top, we further reduced the annual plan from $60 to $48, and then in 1974 down to $24. In 1984, we went out for new bonds to build the Powell Bridge and add on to Bear Cut and West Bridges, and raised the annual plan to $48. 2 years later is when Key Biscayne residents got their cut, and it went down to $24. It has stayed at that price since 1986, which I think is about 33 years now. The commuter plan went up to 60 in 2005, stayed there, and then in 2013, when we were reviewing our revenues to prepare for the bond issuance to add to Bear Cut and West Bridges again, a decision was made by the mayor's office and the Board of County Commissioners that that commuter pass that was originally available to anyone in the county would only be available to those working or attending school on Virginia Key or Key Biscayne. So that's where we are right now. The same as the 2017 prices. And then the cash toll went from $1 back in 1984 up to $1.25 in 2005, $1.50, $1.75 when we converted over to SunPass and did the bridges again. And currently it's at $2.25. What you don't see there is the corresponding toll by plate rate. And that means if you don't have a SunPass transponder in your car and you don't have an annual plan, then we take a shot of your license plate and you're paying $3 per trip plus $2.50 on a monthly basis for the invoicing from the Turnpike. And what you also don't see on that is what the multi-axle vehicles pay. And the 5-axle vehicles that come in and service, for example, Winn-Dixie on a daily basis, are paying $20 with a regular SunPass and $24 per trip under toll by plate. So it's significant for the larger vehicles. Our annual plan prices. Residents of Key Biscayne, $24, as I said, $60 for employees and students. And then we have a taxi program that's very small. It's got probably, probably 10 participants in it right now. And those are taxis that are based out here at the Ritz-Carlton taxi stand. In other words, they service your residents or visitors that leave the island, not folks coming in. There's another one you don't see that we didn't show that has 9 participants. It's grandfathered in, and it's a recreational plan. You want to tell them about the annual plan renewal process?
Hi, good evening. I know you guys are tired right now. I'm just going to quickly guide you through the renewal process. Every year, on the second week of July, we send a renewal reminder to everybody, which is a little package that includes a renewal application, rules and regulations of the agreement, and a return envelope. We would like to focus on, that renewal reminder offers the opportunity to renew by our new website, by mail, or in person. We have enhanced our, I heard a lot talking about vision and focusing in the future. We went from, in 2017, we have only 2,200 accounts to renew online. And last year, we actually announced it in our applications, and we went from 2,200 to 6,500 annual plans renew online. As of today, we have already a little bit under 4,000 annual plan renewals for residents only, online. We have a total of 5,000 annual plans accounts renew already online only. The enhancement in our website includes, if you see at the left side, at the right side, it's including the requirements that you need. And you know, most of the people that call us during the day for the online system is mostly because they forget the password. So we try to answer every call in order to encourage people to use the online and don't come to the office, because you know our office, I don't know if you've been in the office, it's really small. And really we would like to encourage people to do it online. And the left and the right side, we add the requirements for each plan. It's detailed there, and in the bottom we have the instructions how to do it for people that are actually renewing or people that actually opening new accounts. We offer that, this is a sample of the renewal that we send by mail. We would like to, unfortunately, everybody's gone. We were planning to focus in the main requirements. In order for the annual plan to function, it requires to have an active transponder at all times. In other words, if your SunPass is in negative balance, the annual plan is not going to work. It also requires the customer to update the license plate with SunPass and with the Miami-Dade County. The plate number, a lot of people buy new vehicles, or every 10 years Tallahassee issue a new plate. And people doesn't realize that it's a new plate. So we would like to call the attention to all the citizens and make sure that we have that same information that the SunPass agency has. We have to have the same, because in a daily basis, the daily transactions go back and forth. The system communicate each other. But if we have a different play in our system and SunPass has another play, doesn't recognize the annual plan.
And in cases like that, like if there's a lapse in your SunPass, do you then toll by plate?
Yes.
Okay, so it's significantly more.
Well, it's not really toll by plate. If you have, there is a differentiate. One is that if you don't have money in the account, then you get toll by plate. Now, if you have money in your account, but you don't have the same plate as your annual plan, then you get your regular 225 rate.
Okay.
And this is a sample of our office right now. All the annual plans, either online, by mail, or in person, requires to bring the actual vehicle registration and approve of residency. We require the vehicle registration, an update vehicle registration, driver license, and the latest bill with your name and address in Key Biscayne. And that's for everybody. Mr. Mai will give you a little bit more information about the process of the transactions.
Okay, and as Isabel said, we're trying to get people online. The more people we can get online, the easier the process will be. Just wanted to show you this slide, that there's two agencies that work here. Florida's Turnpike Enterprise, which operates SunPass, and ourselves. And they have a very large database that has all of the SunPasses throughout the state of Florida. Our database is much smaller, it's you folks, but still significant. And every couple hours, those databases exchange information with each other. And so the thing that's important to get here is that an annual pass holder needs to have money in their SunPass account, needs to make sure that we have the correct license plate and SunPass transponder. As long as those three things are in sync, then everything's okay and they should be driving through without getting charged. Once one of those things goes out, then we have a problem and people are going through and they're getting charged. And we hope that they see a SunPass statement, or our emails get to them, or the Turnpike emails get to them right away and alert them. Both systems are set up to alert them when any of those things are detected. And finally, I've always thought these charts were interesting. The chart on the far left shows, if you can read it, it's traffic by categories. We have 3 basic categories of traffic up at the toll plaza. SunPass is 46% of our traffic. Annual plans are 29% of our traffic. And toll by plate is 25% of our traffic. Translate that into revenue, the next slide. SunPass overwhelming at 82% of the revenue. Toll by plate at 13%, and annual plan at 5%. And then the last chart on the far right is just a breakdown of annual plan traffic. And you'll see your residents are 60%. Commuters, which again are people employed or attending school, is 35%. And then school is 4%.
Sorry, the last one is traffic by annual plan. Let me ask you this, because
The annual plan traffic alone.
so I'm looking at traffic by category. Just curiosity, what's the number of annual plans we have out here? Do you know?
For your residents?
Well, that blue section, the dark blue section, is that residents and workers?
Residents, that's resident transactions.
And student, right, residents were, how many people are in that category?
We have about a little bit under 9,000 annual plans.
9,000 annual plans, okay. No, I think it's interesting, because I would have thought the traffic for the annual plans would be much higher.
Yeah, we're talking about residents only.
No, okay,
Yeah,
so,
there's another 4,000 plus commuters.
and they fall into that blue traffic by category?
The whole blue is the annual plan, so the last one.
So 13,000 constitute the annual plan, those are constant plates that are going through on a regular basis, but 46% of our traffic is not people who are on the annual plans.
No, sir, 46 and 25, that would be 71%.
71%, that's a considerable amount of people who are not using.
Well, if you think of the number of residents we have versus only 9,000 resident annual plans.
Well, that's 9,000 vehicles, 9,000 cars owned by residents. That's a lot. That's a lot. Think about all the kids we have and everything else. That means essentially every resident.
Yeah, you got at least once a day, no counting.
That's a lot. We have a lot of people coming across that causeway. I think that's one of the points.
So what's the gross revenue for the causeway on an annual basis?
12 million.
And what's the gross cost, what's the cost of operating without debt service?
Without debt service.
Million?
About 2 million.
So you basically
10 million.
10 million positive debt service?
Without debt service, yeah.
And what is debt service?
And without debt service and without capital projects.
Okay, well, what's debt
significant
service?
capital.
I understand. Any idea what debt service is?
Wait a minute, and we only gave you toll operations expenses. There's another category that's our maintenance function. It's under a different part of our department. So I'm not giving you that. That's significant. Those are the folks that are taking care of the beaches all day, emptying garbage. We have our own garbage truck, things like that.
So basically, though, if you're getting at least, we'll say, $6 million net.
Could be.
You know, and then basically 3%, you could go afford to spend about $120 million building this new bridge?
You lost me a little bit there.
Well,
I'm saying it's
about $6 million you're grossing.
It's not in your pay grade.
Let me ask you one more question.
I'm
I'm sorry, I wasn't done with my revenues that come to the key. How much is anticipated for 2020?
365,000.
360.
What we're sending to the key is $365,000 a year for debt service on phase 2 or 3 of Crandon Boulevard Master Plan improvements. And we're in the 14th year of a 15-year agreement.
21 is over.
Okay.
So it'll be over next.
21.
All right. Interesting. Certainly. I'm sorry, Councilmember Rivera.
Sorry. I wanted to thank you for coming, both of you. I wanted to have you here besides a very professional presentation for 2 fundamental reasons. One is if you saw our struggle with Ultra and all of that, you understand that we have a unique position in Key Biscayne. We have like 5 jurisdictions. So this new council has taken a more proactive approach that we're all family. You're in the county, by the city of Miami, and we need to rebuild that. And whenever I see great public service, like the lady to your right, and the patience with how we are in Key Biscayne, and how she keeps cool. I just sat there for half an hour and I said, this operation needs to be brought to the attention so that we can, and the citizens, say thank you, because it really is smooth. And to our residents, that some of them left, if you had been early before, to try to be a little more considerate of the burdens you have, particularly that they all show up in the last 2 weeks. And then, of course, the lines are there and the tempers flare. And it's just amazing how well, forget about the numbers and all that chart and all that, the human contact is extraordinary. And as one person and one member of this council, and I think the community, thank you for being a positive part of our experience, because that is our lifeblood.
Our driveway.
Yes, so that was the reason I wanted to bring this up, because I wanted to put a face to the service.
Councilmember Laredo, thank you for doing that, because I think
They really are
we take it
amazing.
for granted a lot, and a lot of us kind of just let the process go, but thank you.
Yeah, I know, and we got to tell our citizens, wherever you are, come on,
All right,
show up.
get it done. Councilmember
Is that you
Petros?
too?
Tyra, anyway, we also set up the system in a way that send a reminder on top of the mailing. We send a reminder in 60 days before, 30 days before. We include another one 15 days before to see if we can get everybody before September 30th and avoid these long lines.
Well, thank you, and I can tell you that your online process works very smoothly too, and you get an email back telling you that you've been approved.
Thank you.
Unrelated question, but I keep wondering this. They changed the speed limit down to 35 miles an hour in certain areas of the causeway that don't seem to follow logic for me. And I thought at first it was because you were going to be doing the work on the bike lanes and it was going to be temporary because it's only in certain spots. And I was hoping that you might know why this happened and what the plan is.
I can have someone address that
Okay.
from traffic engineering.
I would love to know the answer to that. How do I contact them?
I can do that for you.
Okay. And
have
if you
them
could
either
just
communicate with the
transfer it through
manager.
the manager and let
Sure.
all of us know, because I've had residents ask me, I wondered
I've been curious
myself,
personally.
and I don't know. Thank you.
We'll do.
Any
Thank you.
questions?
I kind of forgot now
Vice
what I was
Mayor?
going to say. I had a question. It went out of my mind, but thank you very much. The historic part of this was really interesting, too. Oh, no, it came to me. Can we try to make sure we get like a link to this online system on the website so residents that are trying to figure it out, I find over and over again that our residents don't always know who's in charge of what. And it would be helpful if they go to the Key Biscayne Village website looking for how do I get an annual pass, if we could have a link.
Sure, and we could send out a constant contact too, say renewal's coming due, here's the link.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next item, update and request direction on federal shore protection with U.S.
Where are
Army
you? What number? Because it's,
We're in the village
11D2.
manager's section.
okay, I'm sorry.
Through the mayor, if I may?
You don't have to go through the mayor, you just go do it.
Just do it. Okay, so tonight we brought forth a very important topic. Strategically, resilience is our number one priority, and one of our top goals is to secure our beaches. And one of the strategies we've been pursuing is to participate in the Miami-Dade County Federal Shore Protection Program. We've assembled a team that includes consultants, lobbyists, beach engineers, both on the local, state, and federal level. This evening, we have two representatives with us from our team, Mr. Spencer Crowley from Ackerman and Tim Blankenship from Moffitt and Nichols, an attorney and our coastal engineer. So the position we're in now, the village was initially screened out from the feasibility study due to the lack of public access and parking. The council directed staff to work on securing additional access points to be able to resolve any potential exclusion from participation in the program. We've been working toward that goal, as we've been moving toward that, we became aware that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers did not fully fund the feasibility study to the extent necessary to ensure that we're included in the study. If we're not included in the study, then we will not be included or even considered for participation in the 50-year federal shore protection. So this evening, I wanted to bring forth the team to give a present, or just speak really loosely to kind of where we are, what steps we've taken, what challenges are before us, and we wanted to present a few options and get some feedback on
What's
how
the
the
bottom
council wants to
line on what you
proceed.
just said? I didn't understand.
So we've
before
been,
they speak, that we have to come up with some money for the study?
either
Is that the bottom line?
either come up with money or go a different route. Or I think one of the things that I'm going to suggest, I think, and I was hoping that we all take out our calendars and look, and I think a united effort where we all go to either Jacksonville or DC to meet with the folks who are making these decisions and really bring forth a strong position, I think would be one very strong move as well.
Okay, I remember having gone to that meeting, and I showed up unannounced and violated all the rules because nobody's supposed to speak, and they were so kind that we made those relationships. Yeah. And I remember that we authorized you to do exactly that.
Well,
Get on a plane and go.
there's a process involved. If you get their explanation, I've got some information. I mean, I had a meeting with Mayor Jimenez today, and I think we can shed a little bit of light on where we are and move it forward.
Good evening, everyone. Spencer Crowley, offices in 98 Southeast 7th Street. Yeah, we'll give you just sort of a quick update of what's happened this summer on the beach nourishment front. As the manager mentioned, well, the last time we were here before you, I think you'll remember we were talking about public access. And you all agreed to move towards opening those public access points. And that was a great step that got us back into, under consideration. What happened after we went through those steps, the Corps came back to us and said, look, this is a $3 million study. We only have $2 million to do the study. And so because of that, we're not able to fully consider Key Biscayne. We're not even able to fully consider all of the rest of Miami-Dade County. So the segment from Bal Harbor up to Sunny Isles Beach is now screened out as well because of this funding limitation. So what basically we heard about this in mid-June, and we kind of were trying to figure out what to do. So we all sort of talked and said, look, maybe there's a way we can go up to Jacksonville and use some of our resources to supplement the effort, do some of the work for the Corps to help sort of fill in this backlog.
Who's we?
The team, the village and its consultants on behalf of the village. So on August 5th, Tim went up to Jacksonville. He met with a team of Army Corps officials. They explained to him what we could do if we chose to go that route in order to start the work and hopefully make up some of the slack. So, so basically right now Tim has summarized what it would take to do that, and we have that information. And I think at this point it's a little premature to fully go off in that direction. What we're trying to do, and I think the first priority, is to get that $1 million. So we have two sort of different efforts that we're running in parallel. One is to work with the county and to try to get the county to really step up as a partner and go to the Corps and say, look, this is a big county. This is an important county. We shouldn't be limited to $2 million for our entire county. It doesn't make sense. And I think we're on the right track with that. The second route that we're taking is to go to Congresswoman Shalala's office and ask her to request this specifically. So we have two different areas where we're trying to pull that $1 million from. In the interim, I think there's certain work that Tim can be doing for Moffitt and Nichols to gather some of the background information and data collection so that when hopefully we get this $1 million and we get back into the study, we'll have some information we can provide them that doesn't leave us so far behind. So that's kind of where we're heading at this point. And I think the manager wanted to just make sure that we came and talked to you all, made you aware of this, and I know Mayor Davey had a meeting with the mayor today. Maybe you want to follow up with that.
Yeah, it was, we've been trying to do this. I mean, Spencer's been sort of guiding me through, Gary Gross, who you know was on the prior council. I kind of had helped, because he'd been involved in the process before, he'd been sort of helping out in continuing the process along. So he and I had been working, but it came to the decision that we needed the assistance of the county, frankly, to get us back into this project. Because as Spencer said, they've cut out the northern part of the county, and they'd cut out anything south of government cut. So I went in, I had a meeting with the mayor today. He in turn brought Jack Osterholt, and then a few people from Durman. So we all sat down, we had a really good conversation, and they were there for the mayor to give his input. And basically what he said was he wants to put his full support behind Key Biscayne getting in the study. He thinks, he's trying to couch it in economic terms. He understands why it's important that we're part of this study, why it's important that Virginia Key is part of this study, and Key Biscayne. One of the things the folks from Durham were saying is that the Corps tends to look at parks as not really essential to the study, and because we have two parks. And so he wanted them to turn it around and say, look, these are economic drivers for us. These parks are places that tourists come. They're a reason for people to come to Key Biscayne, to come to Miami, to come to Miami-Dade. So he's 100% behind us. He is engaged in trying to help us on that front. So they're going to send the letter in support. And he understands that there is a time crunch because we have to do this before April. We have to be in the study before April. So that's where we are right now with that. It is my intent, I think at one point, we do need to start getting involved with Representative Shalala, Congresswoman Shalala. We also need the state to put some, the state has Cape Florida Park. They should be putting some pressure on the Corps to take a look because there's the lighthouse is a historic site and they are going to want to preserve that. And if they can have this study encompass something it's pretty important to the state to have, what is it, the #2 visited park in the state protected by a shore management study. I think it's something they want to see go forward. So I'm going to be meeting with Representative Duran, and I've got a call with Senator Rodriguez tomorrow to try and get their support to try and push people to get the Corps to understand why we are an integral part of. We are part of Miami-Dade. It was nice, the Durham people pointed to the fact we are a part of Miami-Dade County, and we should be a part of a study about Miami-Dade's shoreline. So
I think knowing that we have the support now from the mayor that you heard today, and understanding where we are in the timing sense, I do think now is a time to start planning a trip to Jacksonville. Yeah. And I think that's something that we need to do with the council members and probably Jim Davenport. Okay. I think and we need to get in front of the right people, and we'll help make sure that happens and push the question, because we need to know at some point whether we're going to go in this feasibility study or whether we're going to take a step back and do a different study. But that's really where we are right now. So anyway, happy to answer any questions you all may have. Yes, ma'am.
If it doesn't work, what's the alternative?
Well, if it doesn't work, there's a couple of different alternatives. I think the first one that we would want to entertain is going back to Congress and asking them to authorize a specific study for Key Biscayne. And so basically what the Corps did, what Congress did a couple of years ago, was authorize a new study, a feasibility study for the reauthorization of the Dade County project. That was it's supposed to be a $3 million study, lasts for 3 years. We can go back to Congress and ask them to do a special study just for us. That's something we were considering before the Corps itself suggested that we try to get into the Miami-Dade County study. So I think that would be probably our first step. And then that would make us eligible to be included within the Dade County study as a different segment. And there's precedent for doing that in Sunny Isles Beach. Sunny Isles was added in 1988. After the fact. So we do have precedent here in Miami-Dade County for doing something like that. I would like to think that would be successful if we got to that point. But if that didn't work, there's other types of core authorizations we could look at, called continuing authorities. And those are more like one specific big project that they'll help fund. So those are some things we could look at as well.
And you wouldn't necessarily recommend that we try to do this study ourselves? That seems like a huge financial burden on our community with a chance of very limited success. Am I accurate?
It's a big burden. I don't know if I would say limited chance of success, but it's certainly not 100%, and they made that clear. So, that's why I think we're coming to you all tonight and presenting this, and really our focus now is to get that extra $1 million so that we are fully funded and we can get back into the study. If that doesn't happen, then we may have to look with the county if there's some way we can make up the shortfall. But yeah, I mean, doing the work is an option, but it seems like it's very expensive and a high burden and not 100% chance of success.
Is there any chance of being recategorized and included in the $2 million?
I don't think so.
Yeah, not without the additional funding.
The other communities you mentioned that were excluded, Bell Harbor, what are they doing? And,
Yeah, so
and first,
it's-
2 questions. Are they already in the program, and what are they doing about the study?
Yes. So it's really just the stretch of Haulover Beach Park that's been taken out. And so it's part of Commissioner Hammond's county district. So it's everything north of Haulover Inlet until you get to Sunny Isles Beach. So it's basically all park. The county was not happy about that. And so they're kind of pushing and pulling with the Corps right now to get that back in. And Jake has been working with, we've been in communication with Commissioner Hammond's office about that issue. So we're looking for allies to help with this as well. I think that's where you're getting at.
No, I actually saw it as us fighting for the same money, but if
No,
you
I
think
think
it's helpful to work together, I will defer to your expertise.
Yeah, I don't really see it that way so much. I mean, it's really surprising actually that was screened out of the project, because it's a very important segment that's already in the project, and so for it to be taken out it helped me kind of understand this wasn't like
it was a parks
grudge
issue
against like Key Biscayne. I mean, it's a real funding shortfall that they're facing, and so we have to work together to try to get that money back.
If we would get back in the game, so to speak, and we have enough access to the beach, does parking become a problem?
Parking is one component of the public access, but I think we have a good solution for that, which is the freebie trolley service. And
That's
so,
acceptable?
yes, sir.
Good. Thank
So
you.
when we include the freebie along with the bus stops that are on Crandon, that gets us where we need to be.
Thank you.
The work that you're suggesting that in the interim he would be doing, we can quantify that as a contribution since we are paying for the service.
That's a good point. I know we're able to do that.
Well, we better, because that's real money.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
that's a
I
good
hope
point.
you quantify that, because this time is not free.
Yeah.
And I would just say, I think going to Jacksonville, I've been saying we should do that a long time. I went to their meeting here, but we need to go to Washington. And we have senior Republic, you got to go appropriations, and the month of September is it. If you don't get on, the money is flying as we speak in Washington. So I would urge that I don't know, we have so many lobbyists or whatever, but we better start getting appointments.
Well, I know that-
Donna Shalala is fine, but the chairman and the minority leader and the appropriations committee and rules committee, and we have very senior Republicans in this. Well, he not represents our Key Biscayne, but Diaz-Balart and others. That's where we should move, because if you miss September, you miss the whole funding there. As you know, October 1st is their cutoff.
Understood. Just a couple of points. So when we've been working on these letters, we've hit the entire date delegation, and so we have the full support of that delegation, including Congressman Diaz-Balart, Wasserman Schultz, Shalala, Federica Wilson.
You better get the directory, I have one, and find out who's the chairman and minority ranking member on appropriations and rules committee. And they don't need letters. We need to go visit them.
Right.
The
And
letters
then-
help, but that's the person who will put it in the budget, period. The rest is work that is not effective.
Understood.
I would suggest that we focus on that. In
How
a
do we
very-
focus on it?
Well, I mean, I don't know who's in charge here, there's so many.
We
but,
have a dedicated Washington
Well,
lobbyist
that's-
on
that-
this.
that's what
I
I'm-
would say
what I'm-
Jim has, I think, wants you all to come to Washington, and he wants to do the rounds with you and make sure that you're seeing the right people. So if that's something that is of interest to you right now, I'll call him tonight and make sure he tries to schedule something as soon as possible.
I'm available, and some
Yeah,
of us
let's
are
do
available.
it.
We can't go all together, but I mean, the mayor, but I mean, Washington is a big place, the Congress is super big, we got to focus.
Yeah.
And the focus is appropriation and rules, because nothing gets on the floor without going to the Rules Committee. And we don't have Claude Pepper anymore, or all those giants we had before, but we have people on the Republican side that are good friends. Diaz-Balart, whose brother was a congressman and is one of our residents. But I mean, time is of the essence.
Let's go.
Okay.
Give us some time.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
sir. Thanks, Jim.
Appreciate it.
Well, before you leave, Spencer, how quickly are we going to follow up on this?
Well, I
Because
don't
it's
know.
August
I'm trusting.
27th, so you're going to call, he's going to potentially get dates for September. How many of us are we going to try to get 3 people up there? Let's discuss that real quick.
Well, real
because
quick,
Depends on the date.
it depends on the dates, because
Yes,
I've got a
of
trial at the
course.
end of the month, so I can't go
Okay.
at certain times, but,
We'll
you
go
know.
as we are available.
Yeah, exactly.
And is earlier in September better than later?
Yes, they're
Should we
cutting
be
the
pushing for
mustard now,
early?
yeah.
So as soon as possible, I guess.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Gotcha.
Great.
And usually the way it works out, I mean, I've done these trips for Find, and they'll set a date, and, you know, everyone says they're going to go, and then as, you know, time goes on and things come up, people kind of fall out. But having, you know, 3 or 4 people is really a good thing. And if you have more, that's great, but, you know,
Just get
if
us
you get
dates,
3 or
that's
4
the key.
people up there, it's going to be really,
And
really helpful.
can you communicate through the clerk and she'll give us the dates? Is that the way we should be doing this?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Andrea, I think.
They are a manager. I guess we can't talk among ourselves. We can talk to both
Somebody's
of
got to
No,
relay
have,
the
Jenny, can you coordinate for us?
Scheduled travel, absolutely.
Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Have a good night.
Next item is presentation of comprehensive annual financial report by Markham.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Moises Ariza, and I'm with Markham LLP. I'm here to present today the comprehensive annual financial report as we served as your external financial auditor. You should have received a copy of the CAFR as part of your agenda package. And I'm going to make reference to certain pages and go through certain reports. If you turn with me to page 1,
You have that
find
report?
our independent auditor's report.
Hold on. Where's the
Tab
report?
24?
Yeah.
We provided a hard copy of maybe a month or so ago, and then in the agenda pack, we provided a link.
Okay.
20.
No, it's, Councilmember London, it's not in this pack. We provided a hard copy probably about a month ago, and then it was too big of a document, so the SEMP and this was, we have a link in the agenda to it. I can maybe share some iPads. You want to put it up on your iPad?
Well, I'm looking at the page that doesn't have a link, but that's okay. Let's go. It just has
It's
a,
electronic. It's not in the paper.
okay.
Can you want to?
Continue. If you turn with me to page.
In the future, in addition to, I know you put in here, it's on the village website, but if we already had it, just a reminder, when you just said that you gave it, I remembered instantly that I have it, what it looks like, how I read it. But I would have loved to have brought it because it had my notes and I just didn't think of it and put the 2 and 2 together. So that would help.
Let's go.
Continue. So if you turn with me, if you're following along on the iPad, on page 1, you'll find our independent auditors report. The first paragraph titled Report on Financial Statements makes reference to what we audited. The financial statements for the governmental activities and business type activities. The second paragraph makes reference to what management is responsible for. Management is responsible for following United States Generally Accepted Accounting Principles, also known as US GAAP. And the third paragraph is what Markham, your external auditor, is responsible for. We follow 2 sets of standards. The auditing standards generally accepted in the United States and also government auditing standards. If you turn with me on page 2, you'll find the opinions paragraph. The opinions paragraph is the most important paragraph in an independent auditor's report. It reads as follows. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly non-material respects, the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities in each major fund of the village as of September 30th. So in essence, this is an unmodified opinion. It's a clean opinion. It's the only opinion you want to be associated with as a council. And it's the highest regard that one could receive when it comes to a financial external audit.
What is the action? What is the action point on this other than the?
There's no action. We're required to present.
So we have a non-qualified opinion.
Yes, correct. This was issued in June. In July, there was no meeting, so that's why I'm here today presenting.
And I imagine you all and your new finance.
Our year ends in
I've seen it.
September,
Yes.
and you got it done by June? It's not bad, what, 9 months?
No, we don't get it done by June. We start the audit as soon as possible. In addition to the CAFR, we also include a communication letter that makes reference to the summary. I'm going to go over that as part of my presentation.
Why would it take 9 months?
Why would it take 9 months?
You have an opinion.
To finish the audit?
Yeah.
As reported in our letter, we make reference that there was changes and in engaging a new plan administrator for your pension. There was some lack of resources there. They weren't able to provide us the information we needed to complete our audit. Also, there was some lack of, there was a transition in your finance department. We make reference to this in our summary letter of why there was a delay in the issuance of the report. I'm going to go back to our independent audit reports. One of the things that we're required to do is report to you and give you an update on prior year audits findings. In the prior year, the village pension had a non-compliance issue for not submitting annual required reports on a timely basis. Therefore, we revisited the topic, and this year the information was submitted to the state on a timely manner, and therefore your Chapter 175, 185 funds were not withheld. So we're supposed to report to you an update in writing, and we do so in page 107. Also, another item that we're supposed to, required by Florida statute, is we're supposed to compare the village of Key Biscayne to its peers. The Auditor General provides us a list of your considered peers based on population, tax roll, and we do a study to make sure that there's no deteriorating financial condition. Our results of that were the fact that we don't have anything to present to you at this time in regards to deteriorating financial condition. That's also available on page 108 of our report. Lastly, outside of the CAFR, we made this document available to you in the month of June that did have 2 attachments, the CAFR and the communication letter. This summarizes our audit. We make reference to Florida Statute 112. There's a statute in the state of Florida that requires every municipality to offer health care insurance to all its peers employees. That's called other post-employment benefits. Due to this statute, that creates a liability on the municipality in order to fund these other post-employment benefits. This year, there's an accounting standard, a government accounting standard 75, that required you to quantify in a different format than previously done, and therefore record a liability on your government-wide full accrual basis financials. So outside of mentioning that in our communication letter. We do mention in the communication letter, page 3 or 4, the delay in the audit due to the previously mentioned items. And then we also make reference that we have no internal control deficiencies, material weaknesses, or significant deficiencies to bring to your attention. It's a lengthy document. It's over 100 pages. I do say.
Would the delay be a deficiency?
No, the delay would not be a deficiency unless it exceeds June 30th by Florida statute.
It's not best practices.
Definitely not.
Okay, well, I would look for you to say things like that in plain English. Have you, in the period that you've been involved, seen movement in the direction of correcting that?
Yes.
Over the last 7 or 8 months?
Yes. Well, the first thing you did was hire a full-time finance director.
Okay.
You also hired a new pension plan administrator.
Right.
Just to clarify, the question was, is a deficiency, I would have to be reported if it's after June 30th, due to the fact that there is room for improvement. Therefore, we do mention that in our letter in page 3 or 4, just to be clear. So that pretty much sums up my presentation.
But you see my point, right? If you're a taxpayer,
definitely,
and you don't need to be an accountant or an auditor, you just want to be told that things were not exactly as they should be, whether you call it a deficiency or otherwise. And the second part that our voters need to know is that we're moving in the right direction, correcting those deficiencies.
Correct. And
okay.
Yes. The other thing I did want to mention, the document is over 100 pages. There's a section in the document that's called Management Discussion and Analysis. And if you read those pages, which followed our auditor's report after page 3, it pretty much summarizes your fiscal year. And not only does it provide current year versus prior year variance analysis, but it provides you the underlying justification of what causes the change. So if you're to read a certain piece of the document in its entirety, please read the management discussion analysis. I'm open to any questions, any comments. Yes.
Councilmember Petros.
The financial system that we're discussing purchasing, is that something that will continue to help us do better and have better practices? Does that have an impact on this report?
I think having the proper resources and tools could be definitely a benefit. I did mention, I did notice in the consent agenda, I believe it was Tyler. I'm not going to make any reference to that particular software. I will leave that to management.
But in your analysis, would you say what we're using now may not be best practices and that we need to move to a more formalized
what I can say is that the software that you do have in place is very outdated. It's not up to par to what other municipalities are using now in 2019.
And what is it about that software that really limits us? The stuff we have in place.
I'll leave it to management just because they have the intricacies of the reports you want to mention.
Yeah, why don't we talk about what we're talking about? It doesn't have to be.
No, but our point is a very good point, simple point, which is, I know that you want to hold me to technical terms, but our system is efficient. Our software system is efficient. Whether you like the one we have,
it can be improved.
Okay, you want to be a diplomat, but we need a new system.
You've done this audit for a few years now.
About 3 years, yes, sir.
And you've done it when we had absolutely no financial controls, no financial department, no full-time people, no controls, no comptroller, nothing. Things didn't balance, didn't tie in or anything else.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen something change this year?
Yes.
All for the better?
Yes. Dealing with Chris Wallace was during the process, the level of competency, the level of the timeliness when we make a request has definitely improved. We mentioned that also in our letter that was provided in June. So definitely, yes.
So would you now say that we're operating like a responsible responsible financial accounting and controls are in place now?
I would say that
compared to what they were before.
Yes, there's definitely a significant improvement, and I expect we've already scheduled to begin the audit in later this year, and definitely see an improvement of when this report gets issued.
Thank you.
Very good. Glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Next item is community center emergency purchase, HVAC unit.
It's okay. It's good to leave on a good note.
I just wanted to thank Mark and the team. That was all. They did a very good job under difficult circumstances. And
you made it a pleasure for him compared to what he went through before. Believe me.
Well, any delay was not theirs. It was
you made it a pleasure for him. Believe me, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you for good report.
Community center emergency purchase, HVAC unit elevator repairs.
I move it.
Second.
Thank you. So pursuant to our code, when there is an emergency purchase that I authorize that is in excess of my purchasing authority, I'm required by our code to notify the mayor within 48 hours, which we did with the memos attached in the agenda packet. And I am required to notify the council at the next regularly scheduled meeting. That is what we're doing. We're happy to answer any questions.
All those
Working better now?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is an update on traffic enforcement initiative, reminder on golf cart regulations, update on adaptive signalization, and request for clarification on traffic light signal on Master Drive, Crandon Boulevard.
Thank you. So if I may, to Councilmember Petros's point, the update on crime, perhaps this is just one item that we pull all together. So I'd like to invite Chief Press up. There were a series of items that have come up over the summer, and the chief and I decided that it would be best to sort of present one item. He can go through these topics, and if there are any other questions on public safety, we'd be happy to field those questions.
So we could go back 4 years to when we first created the adaptive signal resolution. And we are at the point now where they actually are doing the work. The county has finally permitted everything. They are in the process of putting in their different pieces of the parts that they need. They still continue to say that we have a November end date, providing that there are no interruptions to what they're trying to do, i.e. storms and things of that nature. And they are willing to come in October to give you all a full and complete explanation as to why we're in this position and why it has taken the length of time that it's taken. Questions on adaptive?
Let's get it done.
It's frustrating.
Although I will say,
5 years.
the Harbor Crandon light, the crosswalk isn't always working. I know it's not on you. I think it's probably Public Works for Miami-Dade, but sometimes you hit even if you hit the button.
It is Public Works, and when we're aware of that, we call them and they fix it. The signals are all broken.
Yeah,
We understand
it's
that.
insane, because
So when they do break down, if people call us, we call Miami-Dade County, and they do come, they do a stopgap on it.
Well, it's pretty much a crapshoot if it's going to be on. Me and I were walking back this afternoon. I was taking her home, and we're at the light, and she said, "Is it going to turn? Is it going to turn? Can we walk?" I'm like, "Well, let's just see what happens." We got the little white guy, not the orange guy, so we were happy.
I'm glad you got the right
I mean,
guy.
that light doesn't work correctly.
No, it doesn't work
at
properly.
all, even the light signal.
I got into a car who I loved was turning from the center lane, was actually turning right, as opposed to the right lane that's supposed to turn right around the shell. So the person was in the center lane where you're supposed to go left or go straight. She was making a right turn and got mad at me because I was crossing the street because the light's broken, but it's green, so I'm going with traffic. So she's honking at me, so I waved.
If we're talking about lights, Chief, I don't know this terminology, but the Key Colony and its residents, and you might have heard this before, but I mean, it's absolutely a lifetime to get a green light to get in. It cannot possibly be rational. And I never step into areas that I don't know about, but you actually have to plan almost 10 minutes just to get out.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do have to plan 10 minutes.
The way the lights are set up is once they're triggered, they get upwards to 45 seconds maximum to move traffic. So what happens is if you have one car at the Key Colony Shopping Center, then that entire intersection remains stagnant for 45 seconds while everybody else is waiting. You have a pedestrian crosswalk. You have 4 completely different cycles that run all at the same time. And the wait time is extraordinary. We also have an issue with people making illegal U-turns there. So our traffic units have added that to their little bag of tricks so that they can try and avoid that, because once somebody does that, you lose 3 or 4 cars waiting to exit out of there. So we're focusing on that too. But all of this is supposedly, hopefully going to change because you won't have the issues of waiting when there's no vehicles coming or going and things of that nature with the new technology.
So that is the technology is coming on hopefully in November.
Correct.
That includes that intersection. I don't mean
You
the
bet.
Key Biscayne
No, I know
shopping
exactly
center. I'm
what you're
talking the
talking about.
residents getting to work or getting their children
The
to school.
entire intersection, every part of it.
It's a lot of residents there. It's unbelievable.
And remember, one pedestrian triggers a halt of everything for 30 seconds while that pedestrian crosswalk goes across the street. So
If he pushes the button?
Yeah, that's also an additional delay that you may find. I'm just explaining why it's exasperating and why you could feel like you're waiting there forever.
No, it's not just me. I mean, it's everybody in the.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Key
the
Biscayne.
non-complainers, because we got 4 or 5 perpetual complainers in our community. But I mean, people who are reasonable, it's very unreasonable. And that's I was looking for a solution, not the description of the problem. I know the problem. I wonder what we're going to do about it. Because
Well, sir, the solution is
Smart
that we're
lights.
putting in adaptive technology.
Okay, so
And that's the best we could do for right now.
And I will also add that we need to be realistic with our expectations, that the adaptive signalization has demonstrated in other communities some improvement, but we should recognize it's not going to just magically alleviate all traffic. So we need to manage expectations
The
too.
problems at Key Colony, inside and out, I think are mostly volume. But hopefully the smart
Well, there
lights will
have been
help.
suggestions that we create different exits from Key Colony. And we actually invited the traffic engineers from the county and both the Corradino group to take a look at that process and actually go on to Sonesta and try and get some exits off of there, which created another problem for the people who live in that area, Holiday Colony. And the fact that it would tremendously increase the use of that road, and it would burden the traffic light at Sonesta and Crandon. So there are no easy fixes on the Key Colony exit, ingress, et cetera. And by the way, it's probably the most poorly engineered entranceway of any area we have. The next thing I wanted to talk about, and I think this is
But he donated the library.
Pardon?
But he donated the library.
Apparently so, sir. Councilmember Moss's discussion on the Mashta light. That light is an empty traffic signal. It's never been a traffic signal. It's not set up to be a traffic signal. We did a study. We found that we've had only 2 accidents there in the past 3 years. So if you were to go by county guidelines, it wouldn't actually warrant them turning that into a full-blown intersection. However, if you wanted to try to do that, you would have to do a warrant study, and we've got some numbers here for you. The warrant analysis would cost you about $1,400, which would determine whether or not it's even feasible.
14,000.
14,000, I'm sorry, which would determine the feasibility of even turning it into a full intersection. And if you were going to do that, engineering and construction costs are approximately $150,000 more because the mast arms are not up to code, and there is no undergrounding for pedestrian crosswalks, so the entire intersection would have to be physically redesigned and redone. So the first thing would have to be whether or not the council wanted to do the analysis.
You're saying we don't have enough accidents even
Sir,
more?
I would recommend absolutely not, but we wanted to present the numbers just in case you all felt you wanted to do that.
I mean, this is a county road, correct? So Why is the burden fall on us? Would they even allow us to do that?
Apparently, this was an agreement between the village and the Ocean Club many years ago. This is a historical that I've been told. And the Ocean Club, in order to build the Ocean Club, had agreed to build out that intersection. It was never done. It was never followed up on. And now we've got an empty intersection. The county does not believe it needs to be a fully functional intersection. They're telling us that already, but they're saying if you want to, you can pay for a study. And if it still doesn't meet our standards, we're not going to do it. But if it did meet their standards, we would still be responsible
It's like the
for
beach.
doing it. It's like the beach. Yes, ma'am.
So it's your professional opinion that we do not need it?
Yes,
So-
sir, it is.
Okay.
Chief, sorry, can I just ask, so we've heard, in the time I've sat up here, lots of residents come with near misses at that intersection, and I've heard like enough people come and ask us about it or ask me directly about it that I would, not that I want to spend money on a study, but that I'd want to understand this full situation. So let me ask you this. Is what you're telling us is that the county says you have to fund a study. If it meets our standards, then we'll let you pay to change it. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
So, but they're not saying to us, if you want it and your residents believe this is what you want, we'll let you pay for it anyway.
Just like changes that we would like to make to the Key Colony area and increase the traffic on Sonesta, and we would be willing to do that, the county engineers have to approve
Okay.
the movement back and forth on that roadway.
So essentially, even if we were all here in agreement and said, we find this light to be an accident, a terrible accident waiting to happen involving small children, we want it done no matter what, we have to pay for a study, which you're telling us we're not going to meet their criteria
Yes,
anyway,
ma'am.
because we've only had 2 accidents. Okay.
So the only change I could recommend, a request to do so, and I think it could cause issues, especially on the weekend, is to make it a 4-way flashing red, which mandates all 4 directions to stop as if it were a stop sign. And on weekends, when you have beachgoers and the folks who are trying to get down to the towers, et cetera, I would assume that that would create quite a log jam.
I go there at least 4 times a day, one master coming to Crandon, and I never have a problem.
Chief,
Yes,
Fred also.
when we put the
Good
smart
on
lights
that.
in, will that remain a flashing light?
Yes, ma'am, it will.
Okay.
It depends. I mean, if you're leaving from
And if you were to
Mazda, a lot of
change it
times what I
later
do is I go down
on,
to Westwood
they would have to
because-
add the adaptive signalization to that, which would shift the entire signalization program all the way up through Hartford.
Because making a left from Mazda onto Crandon can be difficult sometimes when the traffic is locked. But I didn't know about how many accidents, and it's interesting to know there's only been 2 accidents. One of them is the tutor that comes to my house is 50% of the accidents. So very interesting that I'm very lucky. So, yeah, I mean, if it's only 2 accidents, it's a scary place to try to
definitely-
walk across it.
Yeah.
I walk across it all the time with my kids because my mother-in-law lives in the Ocean Club. We walk across it, and it's scary because you're coming around a curve, you got plants there, and people are flying around that curve, and you take your life in your hands when you're crossing. But, if accidents.
What
I
about
don't
if
know.
our number 1 complaints and concerns are pedestrian concerns? What about trying to get another one of those flashers on
You
demand?
can't, it's not wired for that, that's what I believe.
No,
Well,
but
the other ones
that
weren't
might
either.
be less expensive, a crosswalk flasher. If our concerns are coming from residents on foot,
Right.
what about trying to ask the county if we could do those?
We would be happy to do anything that the manager and council directed us to do.
Thank you so much, Chief. I love how you are so willing to do what we ask, but can you tell me what your opinion on that?
My opinion is I'm not quite sure if they could just do it that way,
Okay.
but I would be willing to ask.
Have you heard of, is it just me? Have you heard of pedestrians
an
on foot?
intersection where it's just pedestrians, and you've still got a flashing traffic signal there, I don't think it's feasible or possible, and I don't think they would allow it.
Okay, thank you.
Because you still have
That
a
was what I
flashing
wanted.
signal, and that's going to confuse the drivers as to when to stop and when to not. It would have to be a full-blown intersection.
Okay,
Maybe
thank you.
encouraging more people to use it as a pedestrian crosswalk with I mean, we could actually
By
end
the
up
way,
making things worse.
you
Yeah,
could,
okay.
you could request more signage there, but through that Corradino study, I
We
think we
want less
realized we
signs.
got an overkill of signs.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about signs
and
again
that
until we
wouldn't be the
figure out what
answer
we're
either.
doing with the signs.
I was in Carl
The
Gables
flashing,
today, none of those circles have 10-mile-an-hour signs or anything else. They're not signed anywhere near like we are for their circles.
They're very limited in the
Very
Gables on
limited,
their
Carl
signs.
Gables.
And the
Is
last
the
request
flashing,
was, yes, sir.
excuse me, the flashing yellow, which you can't turn to red, I understand.
Right.
For pedestrian.
Pedestrians.
Is the law that you're required to stop until it ceases to blink?
No, sir. Understand that flashing yellow is just a warning signal. That's all it is to alert people that a pedestrian is crossing. If there's nobody in there, have a ball, drive through. And it's very difficult for everybody to understand that. But again, I could put up 1 million signs, and you've still got 10,000 cars a day that drive through the village of Key Biscayne on that roadway. And many of them won't understand that they're sitting there for no reason at all. As an overcaution, which could be worse, they could just go through it. But it's very frustrating, again, to the drivers who know there's nobody there and know what the law is.
And just to be clear, there was a time period about 3 months when it did work as a regular light. I know it doesn't have the brains like the other lights do.
Right.
But they can turn it on and it can go green, yellow, red, green, yellow, red.
So you would be sitting there with no cars there at all.
Well,
and waiting for it to cycle through.
Exactly. And a lot of people who lived in the Cozy Club liked it because it was much safer to come out when they had the green light or cross when they had the green
The
light. But I
county told us to
understand-
put it back on flash.
Okay. But I just want to make it clear to everybody that it
No,
can
but
work.
the county,
It's just not on the. it's
county
not on
found
the-
out we did that and told us to put it back on flash.
Okay.
Because that's the way they've got the intersection designed.
Or somebody was angry.
Right.
And there was somebody there.
And the last thing I was asked to talk about was the golf carts. Again, we're out there, we're doing our due diligence, but there are rules of golf carts. People know that they're not to take the entire Crandon Boulevard. But once again, enforcement of that requires somebody to actually observe when they get on Crandon Boulevard and to follow them to wherever they get off. And if they don't follow the rules, then that cop can stop them. So it's extremely manpower intensive. It's a hit and miss on Crandon Boulevard. But we are citing people and we are stopping children. So, and the kids continue to be a problem. No ifs, ands, or buts.
And for that, you don't need the distance, you just need
No,
to.
no, sir, you don't.
You don't need probable cause.
Not at all. Not at all.
Just the last thing, because we talked about this before, and I've lost, and I think it's a blessing that we haven't had a tragedy, is the crossing out of Grand Bay Ritz-Carlton. I am shocked or blessed, but thank God that now children haven't been hit. There's no, and I know that you gave us an
It's the worst
answer.
area you've got on Crandon Boulevard.
Yes, and
heard about
right
complaints.
across the playing fields, there are so many near misses. I don't know how we cannot fix that with another.
The
county says no.
Corradino group also identified that as the worst location, and part of their recommendation was to close that as a pedestrian crossover and to have somebody go further down a small way, either way, north or south, and cross where they can
Well,
do
what
it.
if you come out and you're a resident of the Grand Bay and you want to make a left?
You do it at your own risk.
Oh, it is a big
It's
risk.
dangerous as hell.
So I don't understand their conclusion. Help me, I'm not being funny.
Again, when the county makes engineering studies and recommendations on roadways, just like we were last on the traffic signal program, it's based on the amount of accidents that occur per intersection, period. So if there have never been accidents over there and there's 1 million near misses, but there's no stats to show that, they won't do it. They'll allow it.
But they do have the discretion to do it?
Of course
Politically,
do.
they can be ordered.
It's the county traffic engineers.
So, I'm sorry, to go back to your point, did you say that the pedestrian crossing is the most dangerous in town, is that right?
Yes, it's a blind spot.
Would we be able
Right,
to?
but the commission can order
I don't know
them
if
to
this
do
is
it.
political will or we need the permission of the
permission.
county or what. You know, in New York City, there are places where what they do is they put up a barrier so that you cannot cross at certain crosswalks.
Based on the way the law is set up, intersections have to have X amount of space in between them when they're pedestrian areas.
Right.
This falls under the code that we could eliminate that as a pedestrian area, and it would take education and whatever we needed to do.
We could put up a we could put up
And
a-
then eventually people would get the idea to walk either north or south.
So this is another time where we had a study, we hired a consultant, and we got a big report. And this one I actually liked. I thought the Corradino suggestions on the pedestrian stuff were good ideas. And
It was
that
fantastic.
seemed like a simple one and a good suggestion. Where are we in implementing their plan, and could we pull up that crosswalk?
Yeah, so we can circulate the plan again to refresh everyone's memory. The first step was to implement the green bike lanes. So last year we made the legislative appropriations request. We got the funding presented tonight. One of the things that in the CIP program, I think we need, one thing I noted that we're going to take the entire program and perhaps we can consolidate it and actually maybe expedite it if it's more of a priority, which I think it's becoming.
Yeah.
It's over $1 million to do everything that we wanted to do there.
Right.
And it requires county approval every step of the way.
Okay.
But I
Well, I
think
think it
it's a
should be a
strong enough
priority. It was
argument
enough of a
based
priority
on
to
the
pay
study.
the consultant to do the study. They came, they presented, the council liked the suggestions and wanted to move forward. So,
But we were not directed to fund $1 million to do all those programs. So
Well, we have a budget coming up.
Right.
We have to
Yeah.
discuss it.
you still have time to go home and add it before you send it out tomorrow.
Well, I don't think this is funny. I think it's terrible. You're telling me that it's not being considered in the budget?
No, we are. The first step was the green bike lanes,
Right.
which is what we got the funding for. We've budgeted the match. So what we're going to do is include in our 5-year CIP, we'll look at how we can phase the implementation of this.
And it's in the
So
CIP
are we not
that you
getting
sent.
that tomorrow?
No, it was in the original CIP you sent
Okay.
to us over 3 years. You have it broken up. I saw it.
So we can consolidate, we can condense it.
Yeah. Yeah, if we want to do it quicker, that's a decision that we're going to have to make.
Right.
any other questions?
Are we going to do Katie's discussion item while we have Chief standing here?
You're going to do the crime?
If you guys want to, that would be great.
Which one is that?
It was just a discussion item on current events that have happened in the community and your recommendations to us on how to deal with the fact that the license plate reader isn't the end all and be all, that obviously these people got past that.
We have a couple issues.
Okay.
We have criminals that enter into the village that are not necessarily driving a stolen car. If they come in here in their regular car, or if they come in an overdue rental, which is basically a stolen car, they just don't turn them in. The rental companies do not report them as stolen cars. They're just reported as overdues, and it doesn't click on the LPR. The incident that happened this past weekend with the red BMW, that was the unfortunate discussion with those folks there. A vehicle entered the key, and the LPR triggered and read that vehicle as a stolen car. However, about 2 weeks ago, we had a lightning strike, the second one that occurred on the LPR on the Mazda Bridge, fried it for the second time, and when they fixed it, it was reading the tags. However, it was not always transmitting and relaying the information. So when the crime was over with and we engaged these people, because right when those folks were calling us up, our officer on the street who was patrolling actually saw the two vehicles trying to get away from the key at a high speed, engaged them, they took off, we're not allowed to chase. They did a countywide radio bolo. The county units on the causeway watched the two cars speed past them. They're not allowed to chase because it's a non-violent felony. And Fort Lauderdale ended up later on in the day seeing the car, lit the car up again with the same 4 subjects in it. They tried to flee. They blew a tire, and all 4 subjects were arrested in the same day, and the car was recovered. 2 weeks before that, we had a group of thugs come in here, not in a stolen car, and they stole 2 or 3 different vehicles in one night. We caught them in the process of it, engaged them. We were chasing 3 cars out of the village of Key Biscayne, and the supervisor called it off because we have a no chase policy. 2 of those vehicles were later recovered. 1 subject was arrested, and the information we determined was there currently is in a 4-county area, one of the largest auto theft rings in all of the state of Florida. It's a multi-international auto theft ring that currently targets all high-end cities from West Palm Beach on down to the Keys. Everybody has been affected by it. There's a multi-jurisdictional task force that's working on developing leads to find out who the real bad guys are, because the real bad guys don't steal the cars. They find kids 14, 15, 16 years old, as some of the kids who were picked up in this Beamer, and they pay them a couple $100 to go steal a car and take it wherever they take it. They're all high-end cars. Somebody asked me, I think it was Mr. Dela Cruz, and he was talking about why Mashta Island. Mashta Island, you can almost drive by every driveway, and there is a very high-end, expensive car sitting relatively close to the road and within easy access if it's not behind a gate.
Chief, I had a quick question. One of our weaknesses is that we have one way in and one way out.
Yes,
but that could also be very big strength for us because of 2 things. I don't know what our policy is to roadblock it when we know that something's happening.
It's against the law.
To roadblock.
Yes.
And then, okay, so if that's against the law and we know somebody sped off out into the causeway, it's not difficult to call City of Miami to come in and intercept because they got 7 miles to get to the other end, right?
And yesterday, when the county officers who had that information saw those cars go driving by, they have the same policy we do. You're not allowed to chase for a nonviolent felony. And I want to remind you that about 6 months ago in the city of Miami Beach, they had a stolen car, the cops engaged, they kept engaging, and they ended up killing an innocent mother of 2 kids at 4 o'clock in the morning. And now you've got a family and a city that's devastated economically and emotionally because we chased over a piece of property.
Can
So
you
we just don't
explain
do
for the
that.
community, you're alluding to it right now, and I was going to ask you to explain to people why this rule exists, and the fact is that the statistics show that more people get hurt by you chasing something, and if it's nonviolent, and you can correct me because I'm just learning about this, but if it is a nonviolent thing, that there's much success waiting and finding these vehicles later, and you're not going to endanger the cops, you're not going to endanger anybody that's an innocent bystander, and that's why these rules have been put in place.
I couldn't say it better. They've been put in place because innocent people died, period. And Miami-Dade County Chiefs of Police Association, and I was part of the committee, wanted to create a standard for the nation that would put an end to innocent people dying over our chasing cars because of property loss. It just made no sense. And we developed this that has been used by the International Association of Chiefs of Police as a standard that they recommend to all police departments around the country. But we all do it in Miami-Dade. Yes,
I got
sir.
a question for you. It's my understanding that other cities like Coral Gables have the license plate readers mounted on their police cars that are constantly passively reading tags as they're driving around.
Yes, sir.
Is that some technology that is worthwhile for us to look into? So it's not just one
we
mounted
actually,
place?
before the village was really thrilled with having LPRs, we actually put one on one of our cars. However, the use of those is better in a large city that has multiple parking lots. So what those cop cars do is they spend the majority of their time going through parking lots, city parking lots, places like that, or the on-street parking. and they just do slow drive-bys and try to catch a tag that may be stolen. If you're actually driving around, you would have to find a car, get behind it, and engage that vehicle, and that's what you don't really get out of it. The idea that when we have our permanent LPR at the beginning of the village, it should capture anything that's actually wanted. However, just as Murphy would have it, when they went to start digging to do that permanent LPR, they found a pipe that was not in the Miami-Dade County plans. They called Miami-Dade Public Works, that came out, and said, you can't come here because we don't know what that pipe is right now. You're going to have to redesign your entire intersection. So LPR had to go back. They're currently finishing their redesign, working with Miami-Dade County to avoid whatever piping that was that nobody knew about, which is not uncommon in the county. Some of these pipes are years and years old. And in the meantime, the temporary one they put there is not nearly as reliable as one that's going to be permanent, will catch going in and going out. So if two cars happen to catch it off guard coming in and it was stolen going out, we would at least be alerted to an exiting vehicle, for what that's worth.
Okay. Chief, may I don't like micromanaging, but first of all, let me just make clear, the issue of not chase is a policy, not a law. Correct?
Correct.
So is that something that you instituted with your other chief of police?
Correct.
Okay, so we as a council can reverse that, could we not?
Against my best wishes.
I understand. The statistics about the innocent loss of life are overwhelmingly on the other side, people who in the process of robberies also lose their lives or injury.
The bad guys.
No, the good guys.
Right.
The lady who spoke today and or her sons who would have happened to have been there or they're usually, and I can go ahead and spend time researching, there usually is bodily harm, sometimes deadly harm, when this kind of passive attitude happens. So that whole idea that because we have what clearly becomes high-end news items, not factual items, not overwhelming statistics item, that we ran over a lady in Miami Beach and we did this and that, it's a minority of the cases. However, they get a lot of press and they get a lot of things, and everybody wants to be politically correct today. I learned early, the little I know about policing, that was at the city of Miami, that the key to policing is prevention. And I am surprised that even this morning at a breakfast, people again who are very reasonable, they're not the 10, 15 complainers, told and showed me pictures of just as I was away for a couple of weeks, of all this crimes have been happening and car threats.
Sir,
so we're creating, let me finish. I sense for the first time a frustration, and trust me, in public life, when you create a perception, it's going to cost you more to overcome it. The perception is we're not doing good policing. That is my reflection, because, and I know that profiling is an issue, but you know, cars that are sitting around, whether they're stolen or not, in an area like Mashta Island for too long, where's our patrol? People ask me, and I don't have the answer. I'm always defending the police department.
Sir,
but I
by
have
the
to
way,
tell you,
that statement that there were people on that island running around for 3 hours.
well, some people sometimes exaggerate.
I've got LPR readings when that car came in, when that car came out, and when the other car was taken out. And it's 25 minutes total. That's number one. Number two, since January, we've done over 1,050 directed patrols on Tamashta Island.
Mm-hmm.
Number three, we are not in a massive crime wave. We had one home burglary about 4 weeks ago, which, by the way, those same detectives that identified these bad guys identified those bad guys in one day, put something out to Miami-Dade County, Miami Beach, FBI, and the city of Miami, all found that they were getting hit by the same international group of Chilean bad guys that are targeting many communities. And because of our guy, we were able to get photos, license plates, and they've got a very good idea where these bad guys are. I will disagree with you vehemently about the bad policing.
Who said bad policing? Sir, who said bad policing?
What did you say, sir?
Did I use the word bad?
What did you say,
Did I
sir?
use the word bad, yes or no?
What word did you use?
Well, you just said that I said bad.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, no, wait a second. Wait a second. If you do not have the professional capacity to listen to an elected official, then we have a problem.
You called him out, sir. You called him out and suggested that there was I forget what your terminology was. He took it to mean he wasn't quoting you back. What he was saying was that you were suggesting that they weren't doing their jobs.
No, I did not.
I'm telling you as a bystander listening in, that's what was
Thank you,
going
Mayor.
on. So you're welcome.
What I'm trying to tell you is that I believe that we need to create. This is a relative to other areas that I know. This is because of geographical limit. We're an island. It's a lot easier compared to other more spread cities to control and patrol. And we have a golden opportunity and a good image, and it's becoming eroded. I have not had an incident, but I have had a series of people who I consider serious telling me, and that reputation is growing. We need to be not so nice, Chief. We talked about this before when I got elected on traffic, and we need to be tougher on crime prevention. And sometimes we may step over the line of profiling and all of that. Let the courts decide.
I will never do that.
Let the courts
I
decide.
cannot ask my officers to violate the law, and I won't do that.
Who's asking
Sir,
you to
if I may,
Stepping over the line, sir, is exactly that.
Manager.
Well, the chief and I will discuss what we're doing, and during the budget workshops, there are some additional enhanced services that we have been discussing with regard to crime prevention and fire prevention and anti-bullying campaigns. So that aligns with the priorities of the council, and we'll be presenting that information.
I think one of the other things that's become clear from what he's telling us is there are some international rings that are targeting high affluent neighborhoods, and that we as citizens of this neighborhood also need to be diligent. We need to make sure that we're locking our doors and that our car doors are locked. I think that's important too, so that we can not be an easy target, because also if we are an easy target, these different rings will say, go over there. They don't lock their cars, they don't lock their doors, and it's easy to get something. So as a community, we need to up our game too, I think.
And I would also, Councilmember Laredo, to your point about communications, we also have posted a job ad, so if there's anybody who's interested in joining our team, we are looking for a community engagement and communications officer. One of our contracted employees has decided not to renew her contract with us, so there's a vacancy. We've posted the ad as employee or contract, and then in the budget discussion we were going to discuss whether the council had a will to do this as a contract, which is what it currently is, or as an employee. And I think to your point about reputation and image, we'll do a much better job getting ahead of those stories and letting folks know what the situation is and that we are in fact excellent at our policing.
And I appreciate what the manager is saying, but I will end by saying this. If we do wrong, I'm the first to admit we do wrong. Last year, we were the safest city in the state of Florida, period. The year before that, we were number 2. In the last 10 years, we've been in the top 5 safest cities in the state of Florida. There has been one violent crime in the last 10 years in the village of Key Biscayne. One visitor, bad guy, violent crime. I will say that doesn't happen because we're an island. It doesn't happen because we have one road in, one road out. It happens because we have a very dedicated group of police officers who work very hard to protect you all. And I will also offer that if the time comes that you feel that I am not doing the job, well, then that's your decision also.
And Chief,
I'll let him
I just
check.
want to speak to the point, you do a hell of a job. Your team does a hell of a job. And I understand the frustration of some residents about things that are going on, but let's be clear. I know what you guys are doing out there. And I realize we are targeted. We've got a lot of money, and so people are going to come after us. And so to be number one and be number two, it's a credit to you. So I want to say thank you to what you do.
It's a credit to the police officers, and thank you.
I've got one suggestion, Chief.
Yes, sir.
When you hear these things, like he's saying 3 hours, and it's only 25 minutes before you think, you got to get that out so people don't start spreading the thing that your guys did nothing for 3 hours. I mean, because you know that, but obviously.
This is the first time I heard it,
Oh, okay.
and I would have never wanted to stand up and have an argument with a citizen.
No, argue. I'm just saying, basically, when you hear this thing spreading around, I did hear the 3 hours also, that, hey, it took 35 minutes, 25 minutes, whatever. You got to get that out so people know, hey, wait a second. That's bullshit. Excuse me. That's not,
May I
it's not
recap
true.
and get some feedback from my colleagues?
I would like to echo that. I know you and I had a conversation
Get it out.
when the other cars went missing. I think that our residents are hyper vigilant about everything that's happening, and the chats facilitate that information going from person to person very quickly. And I think that the more communication that you get out about the job that you're doing and about what happens, the better it'll be for everyone and the more settled they'll be. And I'm not saying you need to compromise investigations, but acknowledging that things happen, just even that alone often makes people.
When we talked that last time, it was about compromising. But I understand completely. I'll work with my boss, and we will work on better communication.
I also wanted to ask.
One violent crime in 10 years when they're talking about all these things happening, let them know that only one thing happened. I
understand.
Get the
May
word
I
out.
ask my colleagues, since we're sort of equal, and that this conversation is not very good, did you get the same feeling over the last few weeks from serious people, not the complainers, that an increased level of fear or insecurity related to all of this, or
The last
or
2
am I-
days, no, I think the last 2 days I'd heard on the
Yeah.
chats, it was promoted and it was.
No,
pumped
you got
up.
a breakfast,
And
people woke up
Actually,
to me.
Thursday, a couple of people came, and this is one of the things I was hoping we were going to discuss, because somebody came to one of my office hours and discussed that he had come home at about 2:30 in the morning.
He
and
was
said
one
that
of the victims.
He was one of the people who was getting the car, but you guys had caught the car.
Yes.
And so we had the discussion, actually, to your point, and the first thing, as a group, we all collectively said, because look, I've been just as guilty. We leave our car. We believe we're impervious, right? We're not going to be the victim, but we have to lock our cars. We have to be mindful that we are a targeted community, and people are going to try and come out here at times. But Christmas time, you're always putting out those warnings. You're always telling people, lock your cars. Don't leave stuff in the car that's visible. And we as residents have to be mindful. But yeah, I did see on the chats is what I saw was.
No, I don't
people
see
posting.
chats. I'm talking about human
I
contact.
haven't spoken to anybody.
Yeah, nobody
that
other than
I hadn't
Thursday,
heard of,
that
but
was the only one.
I haven't been talking to that many
But
people.
it is out there. It's not just.
But I think to the point of we need to be more vigilant, I think we also need to be realistic about, one, what's been accomplished, but also where we are and who we are, right? Yes, we're a target, but we're also so close to the city of Miami that you could ride your bike, that we do get lulled into I'm not going to say it's a false sense of security, because we were the safest city in Florida, but a sense of, the other morning I walked out and was super bummed that my purse was soaking wet because I left it in the golf cart overnight. Chief Press knows I've already had my purse stolen 2 times in the last 3 years, so the fact that I left it in the golf cart was exceptionally stupid. But we can't do those things, and we can't leave the stuff in our cars. And Chief, I feel like you once said something, and maybe I imagined it, but that there is some sort of device that these bad guys have that they can actually tell. Is that true? Which car has a key in it?
No, this is how you tell. You pull the door, you open the door, you push the start button. If it starts, you drive away.
That's what they did. In the video I saw yesterday or the day before, today maybe, that's what the guy did. He got in, and his buddy's out on the street, and it may have been this poor woman, but
all of our last group of auto thefts have been that.
and hit
They
the
all
keys
had the key in
and
there.
then his buddy ran.
They
His
open
buddy
the door.
ran back to get the car.
They
'cause,
push
oh.
the button. If it starts, they leave. It's that fast.
That's
They don't, I mean, in technology these days, that's what, people don't have to put the key in an ignition anymore. So, so it's actually probably, it makes people less likely to take their key out because
Even
they
the
don't
cup
even know
holder?
where it is. And all everybody has to do is push a button.
Yeah, but see, Katie,
Yes,
what is more important for us,
yes.
it's the fear. It's not the car.
Okay, but we
It's the
need,
fear. It's the fear that crime, easy as it may be done by, is done by criminals that are in our neighborhood, and or her son or sons walking in and out. That is where the fear comes. They're not necessarily crying for the car. They're crying for the sense of helplessness. And we need to connect. And so as an elected official, I try to bring this up to dialogue constructively, and it becomes an argument. And,
I don't think it's an argument,
And so we
Luis.
have an oversight responsibility to the people who elected us to praise that which is good and to constructively work together to make it better. And so what I'm trying to do is reflect as objectively as possible that it is not the car. It is the fear that I'm no longer safe in Mashta Island or anything else. And that is pervasive, because if I have something, it's I got a good sense of people. And sometimes it's false. But if the perception continues to grow, it's a problem.
Well, and
I think we're at that stage.
I'm also
can I jump in here?
suggesting that we as individuals can help put ourselves in situations where we don't end up feeling that fear. So if we partner with our law enforcement, it may not always be the law enforcement that's the impetus for the fear. We also can put ourselves in situations where we can be violated and that fear will happen. So if we as citizens of this community work to make it harder for people to come and invade our space and take our stuff, and we have a police force that's working well, then we're in the best situation to avoid fear on either side of this argument. It's not an argument, but there's two sides to it, discussion.
You're both right.
Wait, Mayor.
Councilmember Laredo's point.
Wait, we have 13 minutes left.
Right.
We have
Let's speak
resolutions
to
and
that.
ordinance that haven't been, we're stuck on this. Let's just move on and let's go.
Thank you for your report, Chief.
Next item,
I suggest maybe we jump out of the manager's report and go to the legislative items, get those done, and we can come back and finish the last two items in the manager's.
It's up to the manager.
Just the one.
Well, we have two.
two more.
Two. Three.
There was an additional
11 minutes
item
left.
So
added.
the budget workshop, yes, which seems like it's kind of timely.
So where do you want it to go?
What are we doing?
I
What?
think we should at least do the budget workshop.
Let's, the budget workshop, let's just get through the
And the
managers.
quarterly report, we all had our briefings. If there are any
Right.
questions, we can
Are there
answer
any additional
them.
questions about the board?
And that's the end of that,
And
right?
that's, that's the end of
And then the
that.
budget workshop, what I'd like to see us start off with is frankly, I mean, what we didn't have frankly at the budget workshop was a discussion of our capital improvement projects. We've got nothing on that. I want to see that, I think that should be our primary focus. And then I would like to have, frankly, I'd like to hear from the chief on what programs he's got in place, because to Councilmember Laredo's point, again, it's educating the community, letting them know what's going on, letting them know what the police force is actually doing out there to safeguard this community, letting them know what Parks and Rec is doing, let them know what BZP, what changes have gone on, so that we understand as a community what we're doing, why the budget is going to be the budget when it comes to us for first hearing on September 10th. So that's what I foresaw. I explained to the manager, and I think that's.
There's another component to this that's
Please.
bothering me with this budget, which is the asks from the community with certain amounts of money, and we don't have any parameters in place to determine what's appropriate, what we want to fund, how much we want to fund. So we've got all of these things in our budget without us vetting any of it. We've had some people come up and make personal requests. We have others that we told everybody not to do that we were just doing it in writing. So we've been inconsistent, and we're going to have to make decisions on community funding. We have limited dollars. I don't know a good answer to this. So
Well, I
what do you
think
think we
that's part
should
of the
do?
budget work, so I don't think we're going to make that decision tonight.
But we
Well,
need
if
to
you
have
wanna
a process.
Open it to community groups next week, you have to make that decision tonight.
Well, if that's the consensus of council, then that's what we'll do.
That's what we usually do.
Yeah, I understand.
Just do it.
But the idea was that there's so much that we have to get through. The manager's concerned that we wouldn't be able to do it.
What are we talking about today? Why we're having the September 3rd meeting?
Yes.
Or
I thought it
how
was okay.
we're going to format it. We're having
Oh, you
it,
need,
right?
you need to have it
Yes,
approved?
what the format is.
What is the
Yeah.
purpose? and
How are we going to format it?
I mean, I feel it should be formatted the way we've done it. My concern is always what we've done in the past every year it just seems we go through the minutia of each department. And then in the last 15 minutes at 10 to 11, we're trying to rush through our capital improvement projects. And that's ludicrous because the budget in the departments is essentially established, right? We may have some variables. We may have some small community group changes that we're going to make. But the big ticket items, the policy decisions that we really want to establish is the CIP. And I think that's what we should be pouring through next week to make sure that we understand what big ticket items are coming down the pipe. And not just for our education. Again, this budget workshop is for us, but it's also for the community so they understand what we're doing and why we're doing it.
So what are we covering in the budget
would
workshop?
like to
Because
see-
we've already had the one in June that did cover some things. We asked our manager to do a different type of budgeting. We need to support our ask, which was, moving towards zero-based budgeting.
Right, and I
So
think that was a
that's very-
mistake.
I
frankly.
disagree with you. I think it is
Well, I
not a
think for-
mistake.
no,
I think
but I
we're
think
going
that she
through
was
growing
only
The
able
timing,
to
the
do it with
timing
one
was a
department.
mistake. She was only able to do it with one department. I think what we asked was a mistake, not in terms of long-term going to zero-based budgeting. I'm fine with that. But asking her to have a budget ready by that time, even by June or even by now for zero-based budgeting, it wasn't a reasonable ask to make of her at that point. But what we need to do is we need to go and figure out what are we going to spend our money on? What are the projects that we're looking at for the next 5, 10 years that we want to see our money spent on? Because then we can go back and say, okay, these are the things we're going to budget at. Madam Manager, this is what we want. You have your budgets for the different departments, have the budgets explain what they want to do, and then we can move forward.
Can I make a suggestion?
Absolutely.
I say that first, we should have the community come in and let them give them their presentation at the beginning of the community groups that are asking for money. Second, we should do CIP, and last, we should go through the budget. And I think that should be what we should follow.
That's fine by me if that's.
That way we
And I
get,
think
that way
that
we're not
we
rushed through
historically,
CIP.
at least for the three of us, often we're going through things at the hearing, the first budget hearing. And the workshop really did get taken up by community groups. But if we devote the workshop, I think it'd be more realistic to devote a certain amount of time. Maybe you tell them how long they have, if they even want to come. It is sort of last minute, but I presume a lot of them were prepared for the last one, or they put their.
I suggested last time that the only way to get through this reasonably is for you to have a philosophy about this. And I suggested that it's worked for me in my private sector to the easy accepts and the easy rejects and spend most of our time in the difficult ones. And that's why on community thing, my philosophy is we do want to have a new, first of all, let's remind ourselves that we've had a tough 7 or 8 months. It wasn't like everybody, we have Ultra, we've had a lot of other stuff. So all the people, the complainers that are out there, it's a thing that doesn't bother me or chats. But, I try to move things that are acceptable and reasonable. And I think the philosophy should be with community groups that we want to be seed money for things to be successful. And we need to have them also step out because there is a dependency that becomes automatic. And so, for example, I just think some of them have to stay. I think it's a new discipline that we established. We shouldn't be drastic and cut them now, but put them on warning, which in a 2 or 3 year span, we're looking to see you replace us with private funds, et cetera. The role of government is not to necessarily fund everything. And also see people who already have a success story with some private sector that need our help, and we can become like seed money or capital investment. That's my philosophy. That's why, if we can get those things out of the way, and the things that we clearly cannot do, then we can spend a lot more time. But I didn't know it was controversial to have the meeting on the 3rd. I don't think it's a judgment
No,
on
it's
any.
not controversial.
Oh, okay, it's not a
just
judgment on the manager.
No,
it's just that The mayor said he needed the time of the manager, and I'll make the time available because this is really our biggest responsibility.
I think it's
That's why I didn't understand why this discussion was about the
I think
third.
the reason for the discussion was
for
that.
guidance to the manager. I think the
Yes,
manager
on
was
how
the
to
one
set
asking us
the
to have this
agenda for the
conversation.
meeting, because it isn't typical to have 2 budget workshops. We tried something new at the first one. I won't speak for anyone else, but I didn't feel as satisfied after it as I had.
Yes, that's
with the
true.
Old format. I was all for trying it, but I don't feel like it was the right way to do it. And so I'm kind of happy we have another bite at the apple. And when I heard about it, my assumption was that we were going to revert to the original format or something close to it. And by the way, I put on the agenda and asked these people to come because before next week was set, and I felt that it was kids and they deserved a chance to come and participate in government.
That's fair.
No.
That's why I hope that we don't have to hear from the community groups again, because I already heard and read everything that I know of. I mean,
They never presented to us. And they
well,
typically.
yeah, we did on the June 6th. There was a lot of, we got, you know.
A few came up at public comments.
Yeah.
Only public comments, but never.
Well, I guess
was.
again, I'm going, not Councilor Member Laredo's points again tonight. Some of the newer ones, maybe we want them to come in. I mean, some of the established ones, if we're going to start, as you say, weaning them off eventually.
We need to tell them that.
I mean,
Which is why they should come.
Okay, well, but
not this year.
not this year. I'm
No,
thinking
I
this
agree
year,
with you.
we're
That's
kind of
why-
in a crunch time, so maybe the newer ones that are making new asks. You know, you had the car week, I don't know, maybe the car week, the piano festival. There are certain ones that I think there's a value to, but I don't think people understand the value to them. So I think it would be good to have them come present. Again, it's not just to us, it's to let the community know why we would support those groups.
I think it's unfair. I think the other people have to come and present
Okay,
too. Then.
all right.
Because there's
Yeah, I
new
don't
council
think you can
members,
have
there's all
some-
new
to
things. I think
Katie's-
that's not right.
To Councilmember Petros's point, I think it can't pick and choose.
Well, I'm, okay, I guess,
Anything else we got to cover tonight? Let's do it.
yeah,
Yep.
that's right.
If I may make a suggestion, maybe what we can do is invite the community groups who have new or additional funding and offer them the opportunity, given the short notice, and limit it to 2 or 3 minutes.
Fine, yeah, limit to 3 minutes. Yeah, they can.
3
Yeah, I
minutes
mean,
for
let me
new or
just remind
additional.
ourselves, the 4th of July committee, which you also lived through, it was here.
They
I
wouldn't
mean, the
go.
ask group,
Was here.
I mean, if you're a little minimally involved, you know that they do good stuff.
Right. I mean, that's my point. I
Yeah,
agree with that.
I
The
mean,
ones that are
we don't need
established,
to-
we don't. Are you
No,
gonna?
and I do think there's some groups that provide a value to the community that's not going to have a fundraising that may exist over time that we wouldn't wean off. And
That's right.
And I don't know
I know,
how
I
to
didn't-
determine that.
Like, I don't see ask
Consistently.
as one that's going to go out.
It'd
and
be
get
on a
its own-
case-by-case
Yeah,
basis, but we
right,
have to establish a philosophy
I-
to break dependency, that's
I-
all.
I agree.
And
And
depend-
to
And
Just
determine what
for
we
the
want
record,
to fund.
The 4th of July Parade Committee has had this conversation. But anyway, so, all right, are we in consensus here that we invite the ones that haven't been in or have new information?
We allow anyone who wants to come forth.
Yeah, I
Ask
think,
for
So-
I
so you
think
don't
they
get
should
into
all be
trouble, whatever.
notified and they get 3 minutes.
We need a motion to extend.
I'll make a motion to extend,
Second.
how
15
long?
minutes?
15 minutes?
Yeah, 15.
Sorry, where are we?
No? You don't want that much, Katie?
No, it's fine.
Where are
those in
we? I have a
favor?
6
Aye.
o'clock AM
Opposed?
flight to
Motion, I
Panama.
don't think we'll get through anything.
No, we're
Let's-
not.
I mean,
we just got to get through the
Yeah, I know,
legislative
but
stuff.
why? Yeah.
Let's get the legislative stuff done.
Where are you now? Where?
K,
Ordinances,
oh, we're on the consent K?
8. 8.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a professional services agreement with Janus Research Group, Inc. to provide the cultural resources assessment.
So which one is that?
survey.
8 what?
Safe Routes to School
8K.
project provided for authorization and providing for an effective date. That's 8K.
Correct.
I could do this
8K.
very quickly. I pulled this simply
She
because.
deferred it, yeah.
No, she
I
pulled it.
I pulled it
Yeah, yeah.
for discussion.
Okay.
Because, and I can be very quick, I wanted to make sure that we capitalized on our resources within our community on this one, and that I've spoken with the manager, and I want to make sure that we get the Historical Society to work in tandem with this organization. And that was it.
So what was moved? I just went outside for a minute. The consent agenda was moved? E, F, G, H, all of those were moved and passed?
Yes.
Yeah,
They were either
consent agenda we already did.
Except K,
K was pulled.
So the 360,
P, and
That was
Q.
deferred.
It was to the next meeting.
the 367 was deferred.
That was deferred till
The
next.
printers of the police are accepted.
Correct.
The beach enrichment thing,
Correct.
we were going to have a discussion on the time, or you just, the
The
$170,000?
discussion I had in the briefings with each of you, so you all had the same information. If anyone
Okay.
had an issue, it would have been pulled.
And the guards, 132,000,
That was
and
approved.
47,000 Microsoft, I just want to make sure. And beach nourishment, 74,000.
Correct.
The beach monitoring, yes.
Beach monitoring. We
And you don't want to defeat the K, you just want to talk about it, is that?
I already said all I wanted to say.
So now we can get
We
approved?
can move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I move L. Oh, that's already
That
included.
was already been, yeah, that was already approved.
And,
So now we go to first.
Ordinances.
I am, did you call on O, the settlement?
Yes, by calling on the consent agenda.
Okay, it just
does
happened a little, it's been a crazy little agenda.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I
A
am
through
voting against that.
So you
wanna
wanted
The
to
pull-
take it
$20,000
off of the consent agenda. We passed it
But it's already
all
been
as
passed.
one. But
Right,
he
okay.
voted, yes, he can call it back as a point of privilege. He can call it off to discuss it.
I want to be on the record that I'm against the $20,000 settlement with the.
For what
that's
was
the
that?
bicyclist?
Was a cyclist. He
Because
was an
of the
elderly
president.
gentleman, and and I understand your president is just the cost of actually going through it and doing it was, it's a nuisance value case, and I don't think it's going to encourage anybody to come after us. It was a special case for this guy. He did get banged up, so my feeling is, but if you want to pull it off, do you want to vote on it? Let's
Call the question.
Call the question.
call the question.
Well, first, may I have a motion from?
Motion to remove
No.
from the consent agenda.
Well, it was
No.
already approved, so.
Yeah, it was already approved, so you'd have to make a motion to reconsider.
It's okay, it's okay.
It's
You just
okay.
want to put
It's
it on
a-
the record.
Yeah.
It's okay.
can place
You
it on
know
the
how I
record
feel.
if
I
you
think
like.
it's, I think we're making a mistake, but that's okay. We stick together on this.
Next item would be the first reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending ordinance number 2018-7, which adopted.
Where are you, please?
9A1.
This is my big.
An ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending ordinance number 2018-7, which adopted the budget for fiscal year 2018-2019 by revising the 2018-2019 fiscal year operating budget, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
I thought the
Second.
manager wanted to defer this, as per my notes. Subject to the pension evaluation report or something?
So I had the same discussion with everyone. Vice Mayor McCormick is the
I
sponsor.
wanted it on because, to me, this is not a vote about the policy and the decision of what to do with the money, but a vote to uphold the decision that was voted 7-0 by the previous council. It should have come to us immediately. It should have been on our first agenda, and it wasn't. The manager, we discussed it at September 11th at the first budget hearing. We just,
Of 2018?
with the previous council. We then, I made a motion to make sure it happened at the last meeting of the previous council on October 30th. It was a 7-0 vote. There was no after action. Several months later, I went to the manager. It was a little bit like Groundhog Day. I reminded her, we've been waiting for this resolution. My feeling is that enough time has passed for people to have forgotten or not understand what's happening. And I just feel very, very strongly that to not approve this is talk about precedent, setting a precedent that
I'm fine.
you can overturn any decision the council makes. It was a 7-0 vote.
So
Thank
you were
you for
trying
the
to
explanation.
assign
trying to
the
overturn
money
it,
to
Allison?
Pay down the debt?
If it's not approved and we use the money for something else,
But wasn't it already approved by the other council?
yes,
Why
this
do we
is
have
a
to vote again?
procedure.
This is a
In
procedure.
order for her to literally take the money and do what we told her to do, we have to pass this.
Okay, so
That's it.
if I understand, this
Mr.
was to
Pension,
pay down the pension
Yes.
liability. So we can vote against it now?
If you want.
You can, but you're.
No, I want
you're-
to.
Okay.
I don't
So,
want to.
but then every future council can feel free
Yeah,
to
I don't like the
overturn whatever
precedent
you
of having a
decide.
7-0 vote voted down by the subsequent council.
Sorry?
I don't like the precedent of having a 7-0 vote of a council Now,
Okay, but
because no, I mean, here it is. Basically, what the manager could do, any manager could do, is come in and say, okay, I didn't like the decision of this council, and that's not what happened. This was an error. But it's basically, we're taking the decision of a council. A council voted on this, voted 7-0, and now what we're saying is, well, there was a mistake, so no, we're not going to do that.
But that's not what happened, though.
What happened? You had a 7-0 vote.
We voted a 7-0 vote. That still has to have this vote with the new council. So the new council still has to make a decision. But I would ask if we could defer it just so that everybody can just understand it a little bit better, because it seems like maybe some people are new to this.
You know,
Can I speak to it a little bit more?
It's not a question of trust, you get the
No,
facts.
but I do operate on trust.
No,
So when I turn to one of my colleagues in an area that I don't understand, I trust you. I mean, you know, I don't.
You trust me?
I appreciate that because the previous council.
Don't vote for it then.
And the previous
Really?
council
Okay.
talked about
So then we
this
need to defer
for
because he
months
feels-
in executive session.
I know, but Mr.
They-
Pension here doesn't like it.
Well,
And maybe, I just don't understand it. I'll be very honest with you. I don't understand.
It's fine, but if John had let the dog park fester and then other people decided they didn't want to spend that $1 million, your vote wouldn't have mattered. That's what you're saying. And you're giving her the right to just, in the future, I'll just sit and I'll wait. I mean, I literally heard on the phone that this money that was asked to be put into place and voted on, that it was included in a draft budget to be spent on other things.
Well, first of all, remember
It's
what
was
happened,
said,
Allison.
that when it
Allison,
was taken out, it affected things. Is that
Allison,
not what I
let's
heard?
go back
taken out.
to the very beginning, which is, we did agree, and I agree with you, that we agreed that we would take this money and put it there. But in the budget last year, we had, one of our chiefs made the decision to use some of this towards pension, and I remember you saying that's not what we want to do.
Right.
He did that outside of
And then
this.
after that,
And
you
then we
voted.
agreed on that. So I'm with you all the way through to this. The one caveat I would say is I have heard that the numbers that we trusted last year on how the impact of our collective bargaining was going to impact those pension numbers were not actually accurate, and we may be doing a catch-up this year, which we made that decision based on looking at those numbers, understanding that those were the numbers that were the result of our decisions in our collective bargaining. And
Where
it
did you hear
sounds like
that
there's a 2-year, this actuarial statement that we haven't seen yet is going to show us that our numbers, our obligations are greater than what they were predicted last year. Am I correct on this?
So
Then why wouldn't you want to pay it down? Why wouldn't you want to follow through with this?
These are, I absolutely want to follow through with what you're saying, but that is independent. The pay down of unfunded liabilities is not going to impact these numbers, because these numbers are based on payroll, and the payroll numbers are not going to, it doesn't sound like they're going to be what we thought they were going to be. Am I correct or not?
I can't speak to what happened before I was here. At this point, Vice Mayor McCormick is absolutely right that we failed to meet the directive. At the June meeting, I did a report saying that we need to address this. We were waiting for the valuation report for the last year, which we have not received. So my caution is that not politically, you can do as you feel. My concern is that I cannot tell you what the fiscal impact of this transaction will be without the valuation report, and I don't have the valuation report.
what would have happened had we done this back in November when we were supposed to have done it?
We would get this evaluation report. I'm sorry, I'm speaking for you. We would get this valuation report. We would be surprised, and we would have to find the money somewhere, because we're obligated to pay this money. This is tied to the compensation of all of our employees, the salaries, because there's a certain percentage that we have to pay. That percentage is ending up higher than anticipated.
Excuse me, the last report, I think it said 14 point some percent, getting 6% from the state, and I think the net was 8 point some percent we're supposed to contribute. Is that correct? The last report I saw,
Well,
which was done the end of 17, which took care of 19.
The last report we got was, I believe, June 8th of 18.
Okay, but that was valuation as the end of 17.
Correct.
And
So
therefore,
there's
and
all
when it
that
said
time
for
to-
19, that was a 14% less 6 point some percent from the state. I'm just, my memory's foggy, but it was about 8 point some percent, which is lower than we budgeted for the contribution. Because you budget higher for a contribution, 8% for the police and fire, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
I've
You look at
sent
your
us off on
numbers and the thing, I think you
a
budget much higher
direction
than that.
only.
That's why you have the surplus.
I just want to say, I'm sorry, the problem with trusting, if you have two conflicting trusts, and I had the trust of my briefing with her, and I just didn't even read this because I thought it was going to be deferred. So perhaps if you don't mind deferring to the 3rd or something,
We could talk
because
about
now,
it next week.
I
My
trust
position is not
his
gonna
judgment.
change.
And
I mean, the other thing that we could,
because I didn't read it because she said I'm going to defer it.
I know you're a procedure person. It takes 2 votes to get this to pass. We could vote, and I don't disagree with everything you're saying. We absolutely stated we wanted to put this out there to increase the financial stability of our pension
And
plan.
Katie, what I heard the other day on the phone was suggestions of alternative uses for this money for the current fire budget. It just strikes me that we're going to be gaining momentum to make short-term decisions when the decision we made was for the long-term financial stability of the village.
Yeah, my only thing was that if these numbers come back higher in this impact statement, I would have wanted to be able to potentially use some of this. It's all going to the pension. It's just a question of which pot.
I believe that at some point, and it may have been an executive session, but I think that it was you or it was Myra who pushed really hard to say, this is not so that we can take a pension holiday. This is not so that we can lower our contribution. We want to do this and tell me if I'm wrong.
Of course you're wrong.
No, you can't tell me I'm wrong restating the conversation.
Excuse me, no, I can tell you wrong if what they said is wrong.
You can after I tell her what they said.
Okay.
True or not?
I agree with you.
That was your
Yeah.
intention when you voted. My point is that I think we need to follow through. When a directive is given, it needs to be followed through on.
Yes, but just with the bad president's side, I agree, and I want to go back to my notes because I was on that vote too, and I need to better understand it. That's why I just asked for a little bit more time. But the president's is that if this happened in the transition of a new council and there's still another procedural, I think you have to give the new people understanding what's happening, because if I had to vote on something, I need to be 100% sure that I'm going to vote yes, not just because another council voted it.
But you were the one who voted yes before.
I'm not saying for me, I'm looking at 3 new people up here. They need to understand it, and they look very confused. And not on top of that, I need to understand back with my notes.
Also because the confusion comes because she told me at the time that she thought she was going to defer, so I didn't read that part, that's all. Mayor, I would just suggest something that you can help us all with. Take some time, and I know it's already devoting a lot of time, with the manager and the clerk, and take control more of the agenda. Because I think Ed is right. We wind up, or somebody made a comment, we're tired and edgy.
No, that's right.
And then these are big decisions, and we tend to, it's not intentional, but we always wind up late with the big things.
Yes.
So it just arbitrarily, in your mind, say what's important. The people are important when they talk, and then.
If I may make a suggestion that I think might meet everybody's needs, it's first reading. It requires 2 readings. You can pass it on first reading, which will give us enough direction to proceed to work on the budget that we'll be getting out, probably working all night and getting it out in the morning.
Right?
And that'll give us a little more time, but at least give us enough direction to move forward under the assumption.
And it's a vote of confidence for what?
It's already moved.
All right.
We've moved and seconded it.
Second.
Let's go for a vote.
Yes.
Ed, there was a motion. I want you to hear.
Councilmember Laredo,
I guess yes.
Councilmember London,
Yes or no?
approving it on first
Just to
reading.
pass it on
I'm
first
going to
reading.
guess $100 on no for you.
Passing it on first reading.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
We can kill it in the second
Councilmember
time if
Petros?
the
Yes.
numbers don't work.
and
I
Councilmember
understand.
Figueroa. The second reading to this item will be held October 15, 2019.
I make a motion for a 3-minute extension.
Thank you.
For
May I
which
have a
item?
second?
When,
For
I'm sorry,
the
when do we need
ordinance-
the second? That's not going to do it.
B2.
Yeah, we need the
9B2.
second reading
What
on the
happened to
September
B1?
10th meeting.
That got deferred.
Oh,
9B2,
No,
what,
we
I'm
have
sorry,
to?
what?
In order to, for budget purposes, we need to the decision by the September 10th, or at least by the second hearing.
Of what?
Let's do it for the 24th then.
Okay.
Where are
Well,
you?
no, because we have to know what the
It's a
heck we're doing.
separate fund. Why do you need it for the budget?
Because we're moving the money into the general fund and then from the general fund to the pension.
But that's just
And
a
all
pass-through.
funds still need to be adopted at those two hearings.
What item are we on? B1?
We're still on the pensions.
9A1 still.
So we've got to
Okay.
establish for the 10th, then we have to have a vote on it. So we'll do the special hearing. We'll do 5 o'clock on the.
The
spe-
10th.
I'm sorry, I need 10 days in between. I'm sorry, give me a
Yeah, you
second.
got more than 10 days.
Fine.
More 10 days. Thank you.
11:15.
Okay.
So the second reading will be September 10th, 2019.
Second is motion for a 3-minute extension for this reading on his
Counsel.
item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I move the ordinance on the youth council.
Yes. Second.
All right, I want to go ahead and withdraw this ordinance, and I know this is not something that's typically done. And I'll tell you why. What I have done is that I have talked to many different people, and we have a couple of issues. And one of them is that a youth council being subject to the sunshine law is an issue, and the selection process of doing on the dais, I think, is extremely sensitive, and also the staffing on top of it. So what I recommend is that we put it underneath the foundation. Melissa says she has already somebody who can staff this for them, and I'll bring back a resolution that we support this, and they will go through the mechanism of putting out questionnaires, doing the interviews, and getting people on board, and we'll support that.
Okay, we'll withdraw and make a come back with a resolution.
I
Sounds
like
great.
that. I don't
That's
like the idea
beautiful.
of putting kids under the
May I please
sunshine
read
and
the title for that
criminalizing them.
ordinance,
read the title.
and then I need to vote it down, or?
Just go.
An ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, creating the Village of Key Biscayne Youth Council, providing for severability and providing for for an effective date. And if I could do, Chad, is that okay? If I could do a?
Motion dies for lack of a second.
Well, I think there was a motion for discussion, so I guess. Okay.
Motion
died for
to
lack of a
withdraw.
second.
A motion to withdraw. Or
There's no seconds.
do you want us
Let's
to
go.
vote? Or you want us to vote it down?
Can I just have a roll
I
call
just
to
hope
vote
the
it down,
youth that,
please?
the youth that I was so
Vote yes or
excited
no?
about does not.
Say no.
They're still going to do it.
Nothing's gonna
but-
change.
I hope that they don't look to us as an example
I
of
would
good
agree.
governance.
Councilmember
This is
Laredo,
the third time we've changed our mind on the youth council.
We want to get it right.
Councilmember London?
What are we doing?
No.
We're voting it down.
No.
No. Vice Mayor McCormick, Councilmember Moss.
No.
Councilmember Petros. Councilmember Figueroa, Mayor Davy, and Councilmember Laredo. I need to read one more title for the second reading on capital project authorizing ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Critical Path Services, Inc. for the construction of a park located at 530 Crandon Boulevard, providing for an authorization, providing for an implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Move to
May
defer.
I move to the first second?
Second.
Mayor, what happened with the fireman thing issue? You deferred?
Well, I wanted to bring them up. What I'm going to do is, mine was just going to be a discussion to bring back a resolution. I'll bring back a resolution. We can discuss the resolution at that time. I also have another one that I'd like to talk about, the Carbon Dividend Act. I'm just going to bring back the resolution and we'll have the discussion and have the vote then.
But on the cancer issue, we need to have, I know you send a backup memorandum, but
Yeah.
more information so that.
Well, I'm happy to bring more information,
Okay.
and I didn't want to do anything without input from council, but we need to move on that, so I will bring back a resolution and we can have a
The
discussion.
second reading to this item will be held October 15, 2019.
Well, I'm,
5:30.
yeah, we can have that
Second
discussion,
reading.
but I'm bringing the resolution.
It was continued to.
This is unbelievable.
Second reading, the ordinance,
Good night, everybody.
5:30. Was continued to October